Chapter 1. In this world, the potential to become a hunter is measured by an awakening test, which uses advanced technology to analyze a person's physical capabilities. Tae-heon awoke and stared into the palm of his hand. However, there was one thing the test couldn't determine: skills. He was trying to control his hands as power surged through them, and subconsciously, a thought crossed his mind. Normally, an awakened person can only guess what their skills are, or how to use them. Suddenly, a brilliant red light flashed in his eyes. But I'm different, because I have super eye. He crossed his legs to one side, resting his head on his hand as he looked at the data screen. Tae-heon hesitated as he looked at the items in the system. A. Mysterious weapon transformation. B. Super eye. See through the essence of a target. E. Peak level. Inactive. He glanced at the E rank entry and thought to himself, as expected. My peak stats have all reverted to E rank. He then closed the data window and leaned to one side. Skills can be upgraded and benefits can be regained. An idea struck him, and he immediately sat up. The most important thing right now is... Tae-heon looked at his reflection in the mirror. Feeling the firmness of his muscles, he tried to get used to his current body and skills. It's pretty pathetic. A loud voice echoed from outside. That's why I said to just watch him for a year. Han was startled when he heard it. Curious. He cracked the door open and peeked inside to see what was happening. His parents were sitting and discussing something, their conversation turning into a slight argument. It's his life. Let the boy do what he wants. Our son is only in middle school. We can't let him decide everything on his own. That's irresponsible. That's why I said to give him a year. Just 1 year. If it doesn't work out, the kid can still choose another path. Right? Still wanting to get her way, his mother tried to explain. Do you have any idea how important 1 year is at his age? What will you do if Tae-heon wastes his time chasing that pipe dream, while all his peers are achieving great things, because they're spending their time studying? Behind the door, Tae-heon felt like a lost soul. That's right. My mother was completely against me becoming a hunter. Arguing with her would just be a waste of time. A loud statement was made. A lot can change in just 1 year. Hearing this, he froze, unable to say a word. It was as if his mind had been awakened. Mom is right. In just 1 year, a player can participate in dozens of matches. They gain experience and improve their skills with every fight. If I had started just 1 year earlier in my past life, my peak level could have reached at least B rank. That alone was enough to change the outcome. Instantly, he pushed the door open. Standing in the doorway, Tae-heon spoke boldly. I don't need a year. Just give me 6 months. I'll prove it to you, Mom. Within 6 months, he affirmed with determination. I'm serious. But hearing this, she still wasn't convinced. He immediately clenched his fist and placed it over his heart, declaring, You'll see. A few days passed, and Tae-heon received a shock. Huh? I can't go in? The female cashier replied. That's right. Minors need permission from a guardian to enter. He then asked, So I need a guardian's signature, is that right? She replied, Correct. He bit his lip, feeling helpless. I forgot about this. Because in my past life, I was well past this age. If I go home now, I won't get any training done. Is there another way? Gosh, just as he was thinking, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Kim Do-jun, full of friendly charisma, greeted him. Hey, Trang Honorable, what are you doing here? He asked. Tae-heon suddenly recognized Kim Do-jun. He recalled that, in his previous life, he was a close-quarters combatant, always ranked 2nd or 3rd in the 1st Division. Exploring inside the hunter's den. The #1 hunter you'd want to protect. Although he never reached the top rank, when he fought at his best, he was considered to be on par with the #1 player. But of course, he opened his mouth as if to say something. He just scratched his head in confusion. And you are? He thought to himself. The me of this life wouldn't know him. Do-jun waved his hands, trying his best to explain. I'm Kim Do-jun, from the class next door. Still don't remember? I'm pretty famous at school for being an awakened. Tae-heon feigned surprise. Oh. He immediately turned away, his expression showing a complete lack of interest. Is that so? First time hearing your name. Do-jun was stunned. Not believing his eyes, he gave a forced laugh and stammered. I guess so. Do-jun then asked curiously. So, what are you doing here? Applying for the Soon Hunter Academy's youth club? Tae-heon explained the reason. No, I just want to train. But they said I need my parents' permission. Do-jun's face lit up, looking like a savior. Oh, need some help? I'm a member of the youth club, so I can go in and out freely. Hearing that, he thought to himself, oh, so he's already in the club at this point. Do-jun excitedly proposed a condition. But in return, I want to watch you train, he thought to himself. Well, nothing's ever free. Chang-han didn't hesitate to reply. Deal. He thought, it's a bit annoying, but I'm not losing anything. The cashier smiled and gave instructions. All right, I'll book a spot for you, and Do-jun from the Soon Hunter Academy will be your guardian. Please head to room 3. As Chang-han was tying his shoelaces, Do-jun said cheerfully, I didn't expect anyone else from our school would want to be a hunter. He asked in surprise. Me? Do-jun immediately replied, yeah, I mentioned I'm in the academy, but most of the members are all older than me, and I don't know anyone, so it's quite hard to fit in. He turned and asked in surprise, so why did you come here? You said you weren't here to apply. Even though this is a training room, nobody really comes here to train. Chang-han, who was continuously training, replied, I doubt that. They're probably just busy preparing for the hunter tournament. After all, this is a public training room. He then asked, are you really going to stay and watch? As he rotated his arm. I was just planning to check my skills and get a little exercise. There's nothing interesting to see. Do-jun cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. Ahem. If you want, I can lend a hand. We are schoolmates, after all, Chang-han thought to himself. Still loves being the center of attention, just like in his past life. Ha. He took a deep breath and then sighed. If you count my previous life, I'm decades older than him. I definitely don't need his help. A moment later, Chang-han opened the system's recommended data panel. Settings complete. Do you wish to continue? He pressed continue. At that moment, a brilliant light filled the entire room. He focused his gaze without blinking once. The steel feet of the steel clone he had summoned stomped heavily on the ground. Compared to a video game, the clone's body, encased in resilient iron armor, looked like a scarecrow. One hand held up a large shield. The only difference was its strong, sturdy body and its soulless, emotionless face. Chang-han raised his guard. It was so tough you could barely even make a scratch. The system offered the option of a defensive steel clone. Do-jun, suspicious, quickly reminded him. Chang-han, did you press the wrong button? If you just want to practice, you only need to summon a normal clone. Even in practice mode, you can't do anything to it at your current level. He relaxed his palm. A long spear materialized. What did you say? He gripped the spear firmly and raised it, declaring, if you say, I can't cut it, it must be tough. He swung the spear behind him. Can't do anything, huh? Then he turned his head and smirked sarcastically. Were you talking about yourself? To take down something both strong and hard, the easiest way is to use something even stronger and harder. Of course, I can't do that right now. He ran forward at full speed, then leaped high into the air, but that doesn't mean there's no other way. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. After a quick overall assessment, he noticed a gap. I need to aim for its joints. He gripped the spear tightly and swooped down. Then, he plunged it into the body, and the clone began to crack. After achieving his initial goal, he landed lightly on the ground. Good. I have complete control over this body now. Then he immediately activated a skill. Now then, Hypersense. Target the 5 weak points on the body. Ding, 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 ding. He stood still, pointing the tip of his spear forward, then rushed forward step by step. Chang-han slashed the torso in half, then drove the spear straight down. The steel clone, completely severed, crashed heavily to the ground. Then, it gradually vanished. He was thrilled and happy. Better than I expected. I should have recorded that. Do-jun witnessed it in astonishment. Wow. That was amazing, he asked curiously. Did you set its defense level to the lowest? Otherwise, you'd need a special kind of weapon just to damage it. Chang-han felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance, so he started to twist what had just happened. Ah, Do-jun clapped continuously in praise. Anyway, those moves were really impressive. You'll probably pass the tryouts. You've practiced with swords or spears before, haven't you? I'd like to practice a bit too before the team's training session. He turned away. Go ahead. He closed his eyes and thought, I don't need to explain it to him. He'll understand once he tries it himself. Late at night in the quiet training area, clang, the sword dropped to the ground. Do-jun was panting, exhausted. He must have done it that way. The steel clone was still completely unharmed. Wiping away his sweat, he decided, I'll also lower the defense to the minimum setting. Do-jun was stunned and confused. Then why? He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He gathered all his strength and swung the sword, landing a powerful blow on the steel clone. Kang. He was sweating profusely from the exertion. It didn't have a single scratch. Chapter 2. Outside, the full moon shone brightly, illuminating the sky. Inside a high-rise building, Kim Do-jun was holding a weapon, his face worried and drenched in sweat. He didn't understand, thinking to himself, I must have done a step wrong. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind him. Hey Do-jun, aren't you going to greet your senior? It turned out to be Han-ju. Seeing him, Kim Do-jun immediately bowed his head and said, Hello, Senior Ju. Han-ju looked smug. Then he asked, why are you fighting a steel clone? Kim Do-jun looked up, scratched his head, and replied, I'm just warming up and getting a little practice in, sir. Finding that amusing, Han-ju asked again, someone uses a steel clone just to warm up? As he spoke, he pointed at Kim Do-jun's head. Even if you lower its defense to the minimum, you can't do anything to it. How stupid. Kim Do-jun gritted his teeth in anger, but was powerless to do anything. At that moment, on the bus, Chang-hon sat alone, lost in thought. I'm still too weak. The Public Hunter Center is a place that provides basic equipment for hunters. After Do-jun left, I had a chance to test myself against the monsters I had encountered in the Hunter tournament, as well as the three-dimensional Hunter AI feature. It acts like a sparring partner, and in the end, I concluded that I'm still far too weak. My tag is only B rank, so I can't pull off any powerful moves. My physical stats are just barely above average for a healthy person. If I want to get stronger, I have to step up my physical training. At least my pinnacle skill boosts my recovery speed. The only way to overcome this is to train, but I just don't have enough time. Only official club members are allowed to use the Hunter Center at night. Plus, my parents won't always let me go out to train. I guess I'll have to find a place to train by myself. As he was lost in thought, a call came in. It was from Kim Do-jun. Seeing the name, he let out a short, humph. On the other end, when Kim Do-jun saw that Lee Tae-heon had picked up, he asked, Hey, are you on the subway yet? Lee Tae-heon replied, Why? Without wasting any time, Kim Do-jun got straight to the point. I want to treat you to dinner. Just then, Lee Tae-heon was standing in front of a restaurant. Kim Do-jun, who was sitting inside, spotted him and called out, Over here. He was surprised that Kim Do-jun had so casually invited him out to eat. The moment Lee Tae-heon sat down, he remarked, You must have a lot of money to burn, huh? Hearing this, Kim Do-jun replied cheerfully, Oh, you bet I do. You can't be a hunter if you're not rich. You know that. Lee Tae-heon just stared blankly for a moment before replying, Yeah. Right. Then he thought to himself, Asterisk. The awakening test and the cost of weapons are already ridiculously expensive. And he's got money to spare? Asterisk. Asterisk. He's exactly the same as in my past life, always doing whatever it takes to get attention. Asterisk. Suddenly, he remembered something. He slammed his hand on the table and asked, So, why did you really call me here? You didn't just invite me to dinner because you thought I was broke, did you? Hearing Lee Tae-heon's question, Kim Do-jun replied awkwardly, That's right. Dinner was just an excuse. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you. As he said that, Lee Tae-heon raised his hand to flag down a waiter and asked, Is it about the Wang clone? Kim Do-jun's mind flashed back as he explained, I tried to do exactly what you did, but it didn't work. So I was wondering if you did something different. Oh. Seeing the surprised look on Kim Do-jun's face, Lee Tae-heon turned to see what he was looking at. It was Han Ji-soo and his crew. Lee Tae-heon thought, asterisk, they're wearing the same uniform as Do-jun. Are they on his team? Asterisk. Han Ji-soo was in the middle of telling his lackeys, I'm telling you, this absolute baboon, hey, tried to fight the Wang clone with a piece of crap sword. Was he trying to test the sword's durability or something? No, he was actually trying to break the Wang clone with it. I was speechless. Hearing this, Kim Do-jun's face was a mixture of shame and helpless anger. The others kept on talking. So I asked him why he did it, and he said it's because he saw his friend do it. Pfft, can you believe that? I should have asked if his friend could shoot lasers out of his forehead too. It would have been hilarious to watch those two morons put on a circus act. Ha ha ha. Yeah, too bad his friend wasn't there. Hearing this, Lee Tae-heon calmly finished listening, took a sip of water, and started to piece things together. So, that guy had been harassing Do-jun while he was trying to train. He couldn't let that slide. With that thought, he set his glass down, forcefully. Then, he spoke loud enough for the jerks at the next table to hear, change the Wang clone's stats? No, you don't have to change anything at all. It's easy once you know the trick. Still, it's good that you put in the effort to figure it out. Only a complete idiot would think it's impossible just because they're incompetent. Does really no one at your academy know how? Are those your friends coming over? A terrified Kim Do-jun leaned in close to Lee Tae-heon and whispered, Lee Tae-heon, stop, please. Han Ji-soo was now standing in front of their table. He angrily shouted, Shut your mouth, Do-jun, before slamming his foot on the table and asking aggressively, It's Tae-heon, isn't it? Who the hell do you think you are, being so disrespectful to someone from the academy? One punch from an awakened like me, and you'll be meeting your ancestors. I'll give you 3 seconds to fix that attitude of yours. Hearing this, Lee Tae-heon thought to himself, asterisk. What kind of talk is that? He sounds like a villain from some cheesy movie. Man. And I was really looking forward to a free meal. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Han Ji-soo stood there with that same arrogant, domineering expression, looking down on everyone. Without a single, wasted motion, Lee Tae-heon stood up and landed a solid punch on Han Ji-soo's face. His 2 lackeys cried out in alarm, Ji-soo, asterisk, humph, asterisk, Lee Tae-heon glared and thought, asterisk, if someone gives me 3 seconds, asterisk, asterisk, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I never turn down an opportunity to strike first, asterisk. Han Ji-soo's face twisted in rage as he spat. You son of a bitch. Lee Tae-heon just stood there with his hands in his pockets and said, listen here, you might be Do-jun's senior, but to me, you're just some random asshole, so don't try to pick a fight with me. Han heard this and snarled, what did you say? He then lunged at Lee Tae-heon, but missed. Lee Tae-heon continued, what was that you said earlier, about someone meeting their ancestors? Too bad for you, that's only going to happen in your head. Han Ji-soo charged at him again, roaring, you bastard. But just like before, Lee Tae-heon not only dodged the attack, but he also landed another clean punch right on Han Ji-soo's face. Han Ji-soo grunted in pain. Irk. After just 2 hits, he already looked like a wreck, but he still managed to get up and wipe the blood from his mouth. He glared at Lee Tae-heon and growled, you're dead meat. Seeing something, Lee Tae-heon's eyes widened in shock as he thought, asterisk. What? He's? Asterisk. Han Ji-soo began to use his power, making Lee Tae-heon genuinely concerned. Just then, a system window popped up. Super Tag can sense danger and identify weaknesses. The Super Tag is warning me. Without another moment's hesitation, Han Ji-soo launched a decisive attack. Look out. Lee Tae-heon dodged just in time, muttering to himself, a gravity attack? Is he really planning to use his powers right here? There are civilians all around. The restaurant staff, seeing the fight break out, quickly ushered everyone out of the establishment. Hurry, let's go! Meanwhile, Han Ji-soo continued his assault, while Lee Tae-heon kept dodging. I wasn't planning on making things difficult for him, but then Lee Tae-heon stood up and shouted, hey Ji-soo, you're finished. Just as he said that, Han Ji-soo retorted, that's my line. Then, he once again unleashed his power, striking at Lee Tae-heon, honorable. Finding himself under constant attack, Lee Tae-heon cursed, damn it. I only dodged that because of my supervision, but I can't close the distance. That's it. With that, he grabbed a plate from the ground and threw it at Han Ji-soo. Suddenly, Lee Tae-heon flung the plate with a confident look in his eyes. Ji-soo, surrounded by a purple aura, smirked sinisterly. The plate stopped in midair. He was using some kind of power from his hand to control it. The plate dropped straight to the ground and shattered. He laughed excitedly, his face showing a few scratches. You think a trick like that works on me? Another plate flew right at him, making him yelp in surprise. Ugh. Tae-heon, enjoying this, kept throwing plates, taunting, you'd better dodge. Ji-soo's eyes filled with rage. Plates continued to fly from Tae-heon's direction. Every time you use a skill, you have to wait a bit before using it again. It's called a cooldown. The purple energy was still there, but his face had started to show fear. He raised his hands to block, and the plates fell and shattered. Tae-heon revealed, if you use your skills without thinking about the cooldown. He grinned, catch this. Ji-soo's wrists trembled as he thought furiously, damn it, I can't use my skills. A plate hit him right in the face, and he cried out, ah. Tae-heon finished his sentence. You'll be completely at your opponent's mercy. Clutching his face with one hand, he raged, damn it, you're done playing around. To Ji-soo's surprise, Tae-heon's figure vanished. Where'd he go? He yelled. The head! He buckled, clutching his head in pain as a powerful punch landed with incredible force. He was stunned. Huh, what? Tae-heon landed the punch and zipped past Ji-soo, causing him to cry out in pain. Ugh. Pain shot through his body as he clutched his chest, trembling. You son of a bitch. You said the head. The head? His eyes widened in absolute terror. Another one? Where's it gonna be this time? After taking a devastating blow, he moved his hands to guard his stomach. The stomach now? A punch carrying the force of the wind slammed into Ji-soo's face, distorting it. Gah, he staggered, repeating endlessly, head, 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 ugh, ah, the head. Tae-heon relentlessly punched him in the face and head. Shattered dishes littered the floor, along with Ji-soo's completely battered face. Trang-hoon stood over him, mocking him, then suddenly turned his head with a look of fear. The dishes and furniture were a chaotic mess all over the room. He mumbled, "Now what?" He hadn't been the one to wreck the place. He threw another punch, then looked down at the unconscious guy with frustration. And there Jisoo was, a crumpled heap, while he himself was without a single scratch. He was baffled by the current situation. He scratched his head, thinking, Do-run and this guy's friend are gone, so what do I do now? Warning sirens blared everywhere. Wee-woo, wee-woo. He started to panic. Shit, the cops are here. Trang-hoon pondered deeply on how to handle this. There's no other way. It seems he decided to injure himself. A few scratches appeared on his face as he propped Jisoo up. A cup of cold water to the face woke him up instantly. Confused, Jisoo sputtered. Whoa, what the? Trang-hoon lay motionless on the floor. Jisoo found himself sitting on top of Trang-hoon, completely bewildered. Huh? Furious from the beating, he was about to throw a punch but couldn't stop himself from cursing. You son of a bitch! He snapped his head around in surprise. Officer Kim Do-run appeared with his partner. He pointed towards Jisoo. Right there. Jisoo froze. Huh? Trang-hoon, with a terrified expression and his hands on his head, started acting, Please stop, don't hit me anymore. Asterisk sob asterisk. The police officer only saw the scene as it was. He raised his gun, aimed it at Jisoo, and yelled, Hands up, don't resist. A victor's smile spread across Trang-hoon's face. Trang-hoon was smug. It seemed his top-tier acting had successfully fooled the police, and he wouldn't face any punishment. Sitting in front of the police, Jisoo kept his head down, not saying a word. Trang-hoon was sure there was no way Jisoo would dare to tell the truth. No way would he admit he got beaten up by a newbie. The mess of plates and food still hadn't been cleaned up. This scene made him feel even more secure. Besides, even if Jisoo did tell the truth, it was obvious he had used his gravity skill. That would only make his crime worse. The door opened, and Kim Do-run's voice could be heard, wondering, Jisoo? Yeah, he's been struggling lately. He sat in front of the door, wiping his face and muttering. He was constantly getting criticized by the other members. Rumor is he's about to get kicked out. Trang-hoon nodded slightly. It seemed justice had prevailed. On the other side, someone dabbed their sweat and asked, Aren't you going to take a break? He pressed the control panel, replying as he did, I don't have time to rest. A tall, virtual figure appeared, named Do-run. He had no idea what was going on when he saw Trang-hoon holding a long spear. Trang-hoon grinned deviously, veins popping on his hand as he gripped the large spear tightly. He thought to himself, Peak level grants a skill awakening upon completing a noteworthy achievement. The screen displayed, Peak level not yet activated. Skill awakening, once activated, peak level will stop leveling up, but all stats will increase. Corresponding to its rank, he was secretly overjoyed. In other words, he had just acquired a new skill. That virtual mannequin charged at him. He stomped his foot, jumped up, and swung his blade powerfully. A notification window appeared again. Top-tier unactivated verbal command skill. When you call out the name of the skill or the intended target, your power will increase. Your words do not need to correspond to your actions. A blue light flashed, and a large crack appeared on the other guy's head, leaving him too shocked to speak. Ji-hoon looked at himself thoughtfully. He never expected the things he did to Jisoo would actually count as achievements. He scratched his head, confused. I've never seen this skill in my past life. Recalling the scene where he attacked Jisoo, he smirked. A perfect skill to make everyone think I'm a total weirdo. A full meal was on the table when a voice rang out. Are you planning to join the hunter selection competition? Ji-hoon calmly replied, Yes, just you wait and see. I'll prove myself to you and Mom. It seemed he was planning something. Next Generation Hunter. It was a TV show dedicated to finding and training promising new hunters. On his computer screen was a website. Next Generation Hunter selection round now open. After filling in his registration details, he was overjoyed. Finally, I'm registered. His mother was worried about him, but if it's a TV show, the competition must be really fierce. His father, however, was quite calm. Just let the boy go. How will he know if he doesn't try? His mother started to call him out. Oh, so that's from your experience with failed businesses, is it? You're willing to try anything, aren't you? Ji-hoon tried to defuse the situation. Do we really have to bring that up again? Haha. He confidently explained to his parents, if I win the competition, I'll get noticed by the academy, or, even better, get chosen to join one of the top 3 teams. On top of that, the prize money is huge, and they'll even design a custom weapon for me. His mother rested her chin on her hand, still very worried. I'm sure that's true, but it's just so competitive. Ji-hoon's eyes sparkled with confidence. I'll do my absolute best. His parents looked at each other, surprised and temporarily reassured. His mom pushed a plate of food toward him, urging, all right, but if you lose, don't you come crying to me. Here, eat up. The competition stage was magnificent. He thought to himself, of course this competition is fierce. They select the most promising candidates from hunter championships in every country. The ranking board appeared, and Ji-hoon's mind filled with calculations. That's why there are countless perks for those who perform exceptionally well. Even if they don't get first place, they still pick the best of the best from among the amateurs. He cheerfully reassured his parents. Don't worry, Ji-hoon recalled his past achievements with pride. I've held countless trophies in my hands before. In a calm voice, he added, I'm not going to lose to a bunch of rookies. Holding a gun in each hand, he stood on the platform as he was introduced. Next Generation Hunter, Written Exam Part 3, 3-minute replication challenge. A smile crept onto his lips as he heard that he had passed. Chapter 4. The scene changed. Around a circular table, 3 people were discussing something. The applications will be arriving soon. The first to speak was Arazo, Next Generation Hunter Judge. Arazo, holding a cup, she smiled at the other 2 and said, Min-sok, I thought you weren't interested in being a judge. What changed your mind? Opposite her was Hunter Lee Min-sok, Next Generation Hunter Judge, Lee Min-sok. He smiled back and replied, well, a few things. Despite my international success, it feels like I haven't really given back to my country. You never know. There might be a hidden gem among the contestants. The last person was Min Soo-heo, Next Generation Hunter Judge, Min Soo-heo. He crossed his arms and smirked disdainfully. If there were any, they'd already be in some professional league. The academy is always scouting for fresh talent. Min-sok disagreed. That's precisely the problem. You see, it's the eccentrics, the ones who could be truly brilliant with the right guidance, who have the real potential. Arazo sighed. Not this again. Eccentrics? Min-sok. What those kids need is someone to look after them, not a competition. The hunters' discussion seemed like it would never end. Everyone had their own strong opinions. You only say that because you haven't met Yisol. Now that's real talent. Yeah, say what you want. Everyone's vote counts the same anyway. The scene felt a bit different. It was still the familiar door with Next Generation Hunter written on it, but there was an unclear, subtle shift in the atmosphere. The person inside was none other than Lee Ji-hoon. He was staring blankly at his computer, searching for the next star to secure the future of the Hunter Championship. That tagline actually sounds pretty good. Text appeared on the screen. The first round will be a written exam. Please fill in the blanks and submit the documents. Lee Ji-hoon was a bit dismayed, but the first round is a written test? Are you kidding me? The sound of keys clacked as Lee Ji-hoon focused on typing. Age, height, stats, and even relationships? I bet the academy students love this part. A line of text caught his eye. Describe in detail any occupations you held before pursuing a career as a hunter. Explain the challenges you faced and how you overcame them. As he typed, he thought, in this life, I haven't really faced many challenges. The next question. Describe the difficulties you've encountered when working in a team and how. I haven't faced many challenges. Next question. Describe the difficulties you've faced working in a team and how. How do you handle them in a team? In my past life, whatever I said, my teammates just followed. Trang-hun took a large gulp of water. He looked helplessly at the pile of questions. Asterisk. Sigh asterisk. This is worse than I thought. I figured it would be easy since it's the beginning, but who knew I'd have to face all this? This is too hard. He stopped overthinking and just got to work. Whatever, I can make up for it in the practical exam. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Below the questions, there was a short, small line of text. To proceed to the third part, please click here. What's this? The most noticeable thing was the word here, colored blue, among all the black text. He clicked it. Asterisk, click, asterisk, here? Suddenly, the space around him transformed, surrounding him in a pure white void, with only him standing in the center. An awakened person's skills are often shaped by their experiences or unique characteristics. Trang-hun looked around, both surprised and delighted. Haha, how the hell can someone use a skill like this? So he was trapped in a box-like cage, surrounded by an empty space. Is this a teleportation skill? Or an illusion? Suddenly, a voice rang out. This part of the exam includes a small practical test. You will participate in a 3-minute clone challenge. Demonstrate your skills by defeating the wave of clones within 3 minutes. Trang-hun focused on the text. Your weapon will be based on your imagination. He was a bit confused. Trang-hun brought a hand to his chin, thinking, a weapon? A second later, as if he understood everything. A confident smile spread across his face. 2 pistols appeared in his hands. Guns ready, ammo loaded. Tae-heon took a step forward. A practical exam, huh? Let's do this. He looked down at the guns, assessing them. I decided to go with 2 pistols. They're the top choice for my mysterious weapon transformation, but it might not be effective against skills. The system's voice rang out. The test will begin when you are ready. Tae-heon stood in a ready stance, waiting for the system's command. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. His eyes changed color from brown to red. The program began to activate. The system's voice boomed. Begin. From the walls, dummy-like robots emerged. They don't look like the high-defense type, like tanker clones. Tae-heon raised his guns, aiming straight at his targets with a look of glee. Like a demon, he unleashed a continuous barrage of bullets. I'll finish them all as fast as possible. Bang, 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 bang. Elsewhere, the sound of a hand slamming on a table rang out. Are you kidding me? Arazo jumped to her feet in disbelief. Min Soo-hyuk, don't you think there's some kind of mistake? Beside her, Min Soo-hyuk also saw the issue. Yeah, there is a bit of a problem. This isn't what we had in mind when we designed this test. On their monitor, an image of Tae-heon taking the practical exam was displayed. Arazo stood up and pointed at the screen, saying, anyone could pass if they used guns. This is cheating. She picked up a tablet from under the table. Not to mention, Arazo held up his information, grimacing as she pointed at his application profile. Look at this. It's unacceptable. Tae-heon's answers appeared. The content wasn't exactly wrong, but something felt off. Question 1. Detail your previous career before pursuing the path of a hunter. Describe the challenges you faced and how you overcame them. Answer. Student. My life has been pretty smooth, so I've never really faced any challenges. Question 2. Describe the difficulties you've encountered in teamwork and how you handled them. Answer. I make everyone follow my orders, so there's no opportunity for conflict to arise. Arazo said, annoyed. He's not taking this seriously at all. Don't you guys see a problem with these answers? She threw the tablet down in front of them. The other 2 looked at each other, motionless. Min Soo-hyuk picked up the remote and started clicking. Soo-hyuk said, she has a point. Of course I do, she yelled. Min Soo-hyuk enlarged the screen and turned up the volume. In any case, guns aren't a viable weapon for hunters. Unaware that he was being watched, Tae-heon was focused on shooting the enemies. Bang. Bang. Min Soo-hyuk tilted his head, deep in thought. Realistically, they're not viable in tournaments, and they're also difficult to use against monsters. He analyzed the man's actions and energy, using a normal person as a comparison. When a weapon is separated from an awakened's body, the mana it contains disappears. That means, for guns, you have to infuse mana into every single bullet. This is a challenge in itself, and it's difficult to store a lot of mana in them. That's why most choose to use swords or spears. Occasionally, you see ranged weapons, but they're slow-firing types like bows or crossbows. Min Soo-hyuk recalled the image of someone firing a barrage of bullets with an immense amount of mana. That was only possible for someone like the god of medicine. He scratched his head and pointed, saying, but I have to say, he's got me really interested. From the side, Arazo yelled, Min Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk chimed in, I agree. She looked at her 2 friends, startled and in disbelief. You too, Soo-hyuk? Tae-heon's shots were extremely precise. He was aiming right where a person's heart would be. You could say the candidate has demonstrated a deep understanding by finding a loophole in the rules. Whether it was intentional or not, the final result is what matters most. Min Soo-hyuk smiled brightly. Ha, Arazo, Soo-hyuk is right. Besides, this isn't the final selection round yet, is it? We can always eliminate him later if he doesn't meet the standards. He looked at Tae-heon on the screen. Maybe he just has a different perspective on guns than we do. Arazo sat to the side, resting her chin on her hand. What makes you so sure just by looking at me? Min Soo-hyuk replied with a laugh over the speaker. Who knows? In his mind, he pictured those 2 pistols. Maybe he thinks guns are a viable weapon in the tournament. Thinking to himself and answering his own question, Min Soo-hyuk shook his head. No, that's not right. His gaze turned a bit dark as he looked in his direction. Jong-han loves a challenge, so he put one gun away. Maybe I'll try using just one this time. Min Soo-hyuk thought with a bright smile. But I hope he proves me wrong. The scene changes again, and a man's voice rings out. So, that's what happened with Jisoo? Kim Do-run appeared, speaking cheerfully to the person opposite him. Yes, sir, but luckily my friend wasn't seriously injured. Opposite him was Mr. Shin Un-cheon. The old man was a bit skeptical of Kim Do-run's words. Strange. Elsewhere, Jisoo was sitting with his head buried in his hands. Shin Un-cheon still had many unspoken questions, keeping them as mere speculation. Jisu's hand-to-hand combat isn't that great, but his skills are still incredibly powerful. And yet that kid wasn't hurt much? He frowned, thinking for a moment. Meanwhile, Jisu got beaten to a pulp. Shin Eun-cheon turned to Kim Do-run and said, "All right, I understand. Now, let's talk about you. You applied for the Rookie Hunter Championship show, right?" He answered, "That's right, sir. That's why. I wanted to talk to you, since I might be busy filming for the show soon." Shin Eun-cheon leaned in, speaking excitedly. "So, the guy who fought with Jisu was Jang Han, right? Did he register for the competition too?" Kim Do-run rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'm not sure. I'll ask him the next time I see him." Shin Eun-cheon didn't press further. "All right, you must be busy preparing. For the competition, you should head home early." He stood up cheerfully. "Yes, coach." He bowed to the old man at the door. "I'll be leaving now." Shin Eun-cheon smiled back brightly. The old man tapped his fingers on the table, feeling pleased. This is getting more and more interesting. Kim Do-run stopped in his tracks. Glancing to the side, he saw Jisu sitting in a room. Jisu will also be participating in the show. He smirked. A chill ran down my spine. I'm really looking forward to this. Chapter 5. The bright sun shone down on the massive arena. For the next generation hunter, the main stage, someone's footsteps approached. Jang Han spoke. "It's been a while since I last stood here. This place was my starting point." He had an expectant look on his face as he walked with a steady pace. He strode through the lobby of the enormous arena. A triangle was divided into 3 sections. The Hunter tournament is divided into 3 units. Unit 1 takes place in a tower. Units 2 and 3 take place in a virtual reality arena. Jang Han's eyes filled with anticipation as he smiled to himself. I never understood why they built these massive arenas when so few people used them. Looking down at the Proviton, a line of people below, he seemed to realize. Now I get it. They must have saved them for occasions like this. A cold-faced, handsome man was introduced by the organizers. Next generation hunter, candidate Jun Han-eun. A girl with short blonde hair was mentioned by the organizers. Next generation hunter, candidate Yu Hui. A rather handsome man with a thick goatee leaned his arm on the glass and turned his head when he was mentioned. Next generation hunter, candidate Kang Min-seon. Jang Han watched the introductions pensively. This show aired long before my debut, so I didn't think I'd see any familiar faces. Jun Han-eun, with dozens of swords floating behind him, made Jang Han pause and think. But there were actually quite a few people who caught his eye. That calculating Yu Hui girl, and a few other promising ones too. When Kang Min-seon was interviewed, he laughed and scratched his head, saying, "I wonder who the winner will be." Han-eun, with a scornful look, smirked and thought, "Either way, this time, it's going to be me." A voice called out, "Hey, Jang Han." It turned out to be Kim Do-run, waving from the audience area, which surprised Jang Han. Jang Han tilted his head and asked, "How have you been?" Do-run replied cheerfully, "Still good. How about you? I thought you'd be in the hospital for longer." Jang Han smiled, his eyes crinkling as he thought, "That's right. Do-run still thinks I was seriously injured." Do-run leaned close to Jang Han's ear and whispered, "Jisu's on probation, and the diagnosis says it'll take another 3 weeks for him to fully recover." Jang Han asked doubtfully, 3 weeks? He turned his head and saw the guy was already here, so he asked, "Then why is he here?" Kim Do-run whispered back, with certainty, "Because he has no other choice. The pro teams are scouting for talent among the B Academy students, so he wants to impress them." Jisoo looked anxious, as if he was afraid of being discovered. The camera operator was adjusting his equipment. White smoke billowed across the stage area, creating a dazzling scene. Under the gaze of thousands of candidates, amidst the magical smoke, the host boomed into the mic. "New players and new faces are always the most sought-after things." He continued with an excited smile. "Who will carry on the future of the Hunter Federation? Welcome to Next Generation Hunter, where legends are made. Let's begin." Camera flashes lit up the stands, met by the cheers of the crowd below. The MC shouted, "Right now, the screen begins." Magical images appeared, forming into a tower. The lights shimmered as the virtual tower was completed. The structure looked magnificent as a voice announced, "Welcome to the greatest competition on the planet, where we will find the most outstanding hunter of the next generation." Dujun's eyes were wide, his fists clenched in excitement, as he said, "Every single person here today has defeated countless other awoken from across the country." Min-seon, however, had a slightly more anxious expression. The organizers continued. "They overcame a mere 2% acceptance rate. to represent the new era of Korean hunters. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Golden lights illuminated the room where three figures were seated. The MC's voice boomed. Next, allow me to introduce our three judges. She had short hair, large round eyes, and a face that would make anyone do a double take. Introducing Jo Ara, the powerhouse of the Korean Hunter Federation, with 3 national tournament championships to her name. He sat solemnly, raising a hand to greet the crowd below with a pleasant, harmonious face. Korea's finest representative on the international stage, the runner-up of the World Hunter Championship, Lee Min-seok. He sat with a serious posture, giving a slight bow as he was introduced. Min Soo-yuk, a prominent figure among Korea's national athletes. Down below, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Doojun seemed completely shocked, exclaiming, "Huh? Is that really Lee Min-seok? Isn't he supposed to be busy competing abroad?" Jonghan's gaze fell on the 2 judges on stage as he thought to himself, "So many big names here. In my past life, they were all my equals." He smirked, looking extremely relaxed as he thought about these famous figures, but even then, they couldn't surpass me. Heh. The MC pointed down to the contestants and announced loudly, "Our participants will undertake challenges set by these judges and the individual who achieves the highest rank." He paused, dragging out the moment to make the prize seem even more desirable. He revealed a shimmering, valuable-looking golden trophy will receive 500 million won and a custom-made weapon from the Morris workshop. At this, Jonghan was utterly astonished. His hands clenched as he thought, the Morris workshop. An image of the Morris logo appeared, shining brilliantly against a dark background as the announcer explained, "Standard. Items from the Morris workshop are worth hundreds of millions of won. A custom-made weapon is reserved only for those deemed worthy, costing billions of won." I can't believe the prize is this huge. Jonghan's face radiated an overwhelming confidence. He was certain of one thing: I'll regain my past life's power much sooner than I expected. Judge Jo Ara took the mic and declared, "As for the competition format, I will now announce the first mission. The hundreds of hunters here have defeated 4,350 other contestants to earn their spot in this round. But that's still too many. We need a true hunter. Therefore, the first mission will be..." She suddenly frowned, pointing straight ahead as she yelled into the mic. A majestic, sparkling, jade-green tower materialized as she spoke. A survival game that will take place in the very dungeon, where real hunters once fought. As Ara spoke, images of a raging waterfall and a vast, mountainous forest appeared. You must survive until only 20 contestants remain in the land of lost souls. In addition, the top 5 contestants with the most eliminations will gain an advantage in the next stage. Blue rays of light began to suck all the contestants in as Ara finished her announcement. Now then, let the mission begin. As the blue light enveloped him, Jonghan grinned with delight. Finally, it's starting. A flash of light transported Jonghan to a forest. He turned his head, looking around. A ferocious waterfall crashed down nearby, making him think, the land of lost souls. In my past life, this place was used for the final match before the main competition. It was clear he had done his research. I know every nook and cranny of this place like the back of my hand, he thought. The dungeon's structure, its core mechanics, its ecosystem. He smiled, recalling every detail about this place. He thought confidently, even the secret dungeon. A smirk spread across his face. Jonghan walked over to the waterfall and looked at it, muttering to himself, "All right, now what should I do?" It seems the game has officially begun, a survival game. Ara wore a mysterious smile as she looked at Jonghan's feed. In here, he won't be able to bend the rules anymore. An image of Jonghan in a white hoodie, wildly firing a gun, came to Ara's mind. He passed the qualifiers without showing any of his unique skills, she thought. They might see that as proof of his intelligence, but I don't. Her eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. A woman with long hair and 4 arms appeared before Jonghan as Ara's voiceover continued. In a survival game, we can properly assess the essential skills of a hunter, such as combat ability, adaptability, scouting, and survival instincts. There's no room for a fraud in here. Ara let out a smug, confident laugh. Hey, she thought, don't underestimate the Hunter Federation. The other 2 judges were chatting amongst themselves. Min Soo-hyuk pointed and chuckled. The overall skill level of this batch is pretty impressive, isn't it? The other judge crossed his arms and smiled. Indeed. And a survival game too. It seems Ara has prepared something interesting. It's a great way to weed out the hunters, lacking essential experience or skills. Both of them were startled and looked in the same direction. One of them yelled, "Wait a minute." Beep. A constant beeping rang out as a green dot shot past the red boundary line. Something was wrong. A contestant was going off course. A man named X-Hawk slammed his fist on the table and shot to his feet, roaring, "Show us what's happening over there." The spotlight immediately focused on an image of Lee Tae-heon. He was standing before a door etched with strange, yet beautiful patterns. A sinister smile spread across his face. He was definitely up to something. Chapter 6. At that moment, Lee Tae-heon was standing before a door, and seeing this, a woman named Arazo's face filled with panic. She shot to her feet, thinking to herself, how could he possibly know about that place? That's where the artifact from the Land of Souls is hidden. Artifacts are secret treasures found in dungeons, coming in all shapes and sizes. Sometimes, just obtaining one is enough to guarantee victory. Arazo angrily clenched her fists, her thoughts racing. This dungeon has never been used as an arena before. Even the players from Unit 1 don't know about it, let alone a regular person. There's no way he could know. Lee Min-suk turned and whispered to Arazo, "Ara, what's going on? If this is some kind of mistake, we need to figure out how to solve it. So just tell us." After a moment of hesitation, Arazo replied, "It's not a mistake. This VR simulation is modeled after a real-life dungeon, and Lee Tae-heon is heading into a hidden area, an area that no one knows about, not even the players from the Hunters Association. That's why it doesn't show up on the map." Hearing this, Lee Min-suk pressed on, "You mean this game's map is based on a real-life dungeon, including the hidden area that contestant is walking into right now? What's inside that secret place?" Arazo was lost in thought for a long moment before she finally answered, "Ego, an artifact so powerful, it's banned from all competitions." As soon as Arazo said it, both Lee Min-suk and Min-soo's jaws dropped in utter disbelief, and she continued, "Can he be forced to leave the artifact? Only if we stop the match. Since this is virtual reality, he can't take it outside with him, but he can use it during the match." At that, something seemed to click for Lee Min-suk. He exclaimed, "I get it, but an item that powerful must have a guardian, right? The guardians are the very monsters that protect artifacts. Their strength increases in proportion to the item's value." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Arazo smirked and said, "You're right, let me check." Just then, on screen, a glowing cube appeared in a stone corridor. It was the cube guardian of Ego. Back with Lee Tae-heon, he gripped a rock jutting out from the wall and pulled himself inside, a confident look on his face. He let out a breath as he walked, thinking, "It's been a while, so my memory's a bit hazy, but this is definitely the right place. If I can just beat the Guardian here and get Ego, this round will be a piece of cake." Heh. With that thought, he strode in majestically, completely fearless. After walking a short distance, Lee Tae-heon saw the Ego Guardian Cube, and his eyes shot wide open. He stared intently at the Ego Guardian Cube. Sensing an intruder, it flew into the air and fired a blast of energy right at Lee Tae-heon. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lee Tae-heon managed to dodge just in time, avoiding the Guardian's attack. He thought to himself, "Good grief. If I hadn't been here before, I'd be toast right now." This cube was identified as a piece of advanced technology discovered in the ruins of a tower. "I defeated it once before in the finals to get Ego and claim victory. Since I found it mid-match, I was allowed to use it, even though it's a banned item." As he thought this, Lee Tae-heon drew a weapon. The system window popped up. Mysterious weapon transformation. Transform weapon into any desired shape. With the transformation complete, Lee Tae-heon looked up, thinking, "And I'm going to do it all over again." With that, he dashed forward, raising his weapon for a powerful slash. He swiftly pried a cube from the Guardian's body, then quickly grabbed it and hugged it close as he landed awkwardly on the ground. Lee Tae-heon tumbled to the ground, his face scrunched up in pain as he muttered, "Got one. With my current stats, it's almost impossible to defeat the Guardian monster. But this cube is a machine, designed to protect ancient relics." Just then, the remaining pieces of the cube separated, hovering in mid-air. Lee Tae-heon continued his thought. "As long as you know its attack patterns, it's manageable." The scattered cubes then reassembled into two giant, massive hands. They shot towards Lee Tae-heon. He dodged another attack and let out a breath. "Whew, that was close. Almost bought it. I knew it was coming, but that was still cutting it close." As soon as he finished his thought, the massive hand collapsed back into individual cubes. Lee Tae-heon smirked, thinking, "I threw a fragment right into the center of its hand. No matter how durable the cube is, its own fragments are just as hard. It was bound to shatter." Then, he picked up another piece of the broken cube. With the fragment in hand, he got to his feet and strode confidently deeper inside. "All right," Lee Tae-heon said as he walked. "Time to get Ego." He arrived at the treasure room. As he stepped inside, the glow from countless treasure chests illuminated the entire cavern. Lee Tae-heon walked over and opened a random chest. Peeking inside, he remarked, "It's been a long time since I last saw Ego. Not that it's a big deal though. This was all part of the plan." The item in the chest was the Ego artifact. Time to equip this as my weapon. Suddenly, something made Lee Tae-heon look up. He muttered. Could it be what I think it is? Just then, the system appears. A peak-level awakened ability, Ether. You can use your mana to create a copy of Ether. Seeing this, Lee Tae-heon exclaims that defeating the Guardian was considered a miracle, granting him a new skill. Damn, I'm lucky. With this, what's next? Lee Tae-heon picks up 2 guns and fires. Asterisk. Bang, 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 bang. Asterisk. His face lights up as he thinks, thanks to this I can use guns way sooner than planned. Heh. The reason I could use guns in my past life must have been because of my enormous mana reserves. It allowed me to unload volleys of mana-infused bullets. The system then displays a notification that Peak Tier Awakened ability has not been activated. Once activated, Peak Tier will stop leveling up, but all stats will increase, corresponding to its level. While unactivated, Peak Tier will promote the development of the user's subconscious. He then mutters to himself, since Peak Tier isn't activated, I don't have as much mana as I did back then. He takes out his guns and fires again. Asterisk. Bang, 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 asterisk. Then continues, but I can still do it with Ether. Lee Tae-heon goes to inspect the spots hit by the bullets. After a moment, he touches them to feel the impact, thinking, good enough for overwhelming firepower, but it's a bit hard to hit a target. Well, I'll figure it out. With that, he flashes a triumphant smile. Back in the room, everyone sees Lee Tae-heon standing motionless. They all look on, confused, about what he's doing. Ardo blurts out in disbelief, oh my god, he's using a gun again. Is this how he's using Ether? Lee Min-sok says, wait a minute, how did he dodge that exploding laser? I'd like to know that too. The cube isn't a living entity. I think it moves according to a specific mechanism, but how would he know that? Ardo adds, there's no way a contestant would know something like that. Professional hunters like us might, or maybe he, has a skill like clairvoyance that lets him predict his opponent's moves. She then places a hand on her chin, closing her eyes and thinking, to herself, putting that aside, how did he figure out he could defeat it with a fragment of itself? That guy, Lee Min-sok, speaks up again. That's the point. You see, it's the eccentrics, the ones who are truly brilliant, if guided correctly, who have the real potential. Ardo grinds her teeth, helpless. In a forest, Jun Hanon leaps down from a high branch to the branches below. He stands on one and looks up, opening the system to check the rankings. The system displays, first, Hanon Jun, 17 kills. Second, Hugh, 10 kills. Tied for third, Jisoo and Han-jin, 8 kills. Fifth, Jin Sung-kim, 8 kills. After reading the rankings, he thinks to himself, everything's still going smoothly. It's all proceeding. Just as the members of Soon Private Academy's Team 1 predicted. With 60 more people eliminated, this round will be over soon. Jun Hanon then jumps down to the ground. As he walks, he thinks, it seems no one can beat me in a one-on-one fight. Suddenly, he hears a asterisk, bang, 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 asterisk. The sound startles him. He whips his head around, exclaiming, gunshots. At that moment, Lee Tae-heon is also in the forest. He mutters, looks like I took a little too long. 60 people have already been eliminated, only by taking out all the remaining contestants. Can I secure first place? But I'm not going to go looking for them. I'm happy with 5th place. For now, I'll just eliminate as many as I can. After walking a short distance, he suddenly sees a man standing, with his back to him. Seeing him, Lee Tae-heon wonders, is that Jisoo? Just then, in a bush, Han Jisoo is hiding. Seeing the person up ahead, he clenches his fist and slams it into the ground. The other person cries out, grr, grr. Seeing this, Han Jisoo smirks triumphantly from the bushes. The person screams out, With the job done, Han Jisoo scrambles out to check. As he's running, a hand suddenly touches his shoulder from behind, making his heart leap into his throat. Behind him is Lee Tae-heon. He's standing there smiling and asks, naughty, Jisoo, how have you been? Hearing Lee Tae-heon's voice behind him, Han Jisoo's eyes go wide. He stumbles and falls to the ground in shock. He stammers in panic, you. Before Han Jisoo can finish, Lee Tae-heon cuts to him off. I'm having a little trouble, and I was hoping you'd help me. Hearing this, Han Jisoo replies, help you? Go to hell, you filthy animal. Hearing the insult, Lee Tae-heon's face hardens. He asks, what did you just call me? The words barely out of his mouth. His expression shifts back to a friendly one. He continues, I just came here to ask a small favor. No need to be so rude, right? Han Jisoo channels power into his hand and yells, ha! He attacks Lee Tae-heon, sending him flying backward. He thinks, if I can make him use a skill that covers a wide area with reduced power, then I can jump in and steal all the kills. But he doesn't look like he wants to help. That's fine. I'll just have to change his mind. With that thought, he dashes straight towards Han Jisoo. He leaps up, shouting as he prepares to attack. Caught by the sudden assault, Han Jisoo exclaims in shock, huh? Then Lee Tae-heon yells, head, gut, head. Han Jisoo is getting pummeled relentlessly and begs Lee Tae-heon, wait, stop. After the beating, Han Jisoo's face is a mess of bruises. He asks, what do you want? Lee Tae-heon replies, let's team up. Hearing this, Han Jisoo turns his head away and says, huh? Team up? There's no way I'm working with you. Hearing this, Lee Tae-heon exclaims, oh, is that so? He then takes out his gun and fires a shot into the ground right next to Han Jisoo. A gunshot rings out bang. He points the gun at Han Jisoo's head and says, well then, I'll have to eliminate you, or you can help me and live. With a gun still pointed at his head, Han Jisoo had no better choice. He asked with a helpless expression, what do you want me to do? Seeing that Jisoo had taken the deal, Lee Tae-heon smirked and thought to himself, perfect. Elsewhere in the forest, two people were fighting. Suddenly, Han Jisoo used his power to disrupt them, startling the pair. The green-haired girl cried out, huh? The young man beside her cursed in anger. Damn it. From a distance, Lee Tae-heon opened fire. Bang, bang. After firing, a look of delight spread across his face as he yelled, double kill, awesome. 2 shots had been fired. It turns out those gunshots were from Tae-heon. He cheered, double kill, awesome. The man standing behind him didn't seem too thrilled about it. As the two of them continued walking, there was a swooshing sound from behind. A long, silver-white sword shot forward at what seemed like the speed of light. Tae-heon and Jisoo whipped their heads around in shock, their eyes wide with fear. Ground pressure. A crushing gravity forced the sword to plummet straight into the ground. It landed with a clang. Tae-heon, however, looked amused and let out a smirk. I guess the gunshots were a little too loud, he said. Looks like we have some uninvited guests. One held a spear, another a sword, and a third had a glowing sword floating in midair. The one in the lead was Yoon Haniol, with long black hair, sharp eyes, and handsome features. It turns out they were from the so-called Hunter Federation. They were a sports team, but of course, not every athlete is trained for combat. He said, even though Han Jisoo got 8 kills and ranked 3rd, his gravity ability is most effective when used in a support role. On the battlefield, that gravity power was undoubtedly crucial for them. Debris floated in the mystical purple-black aura surrounding Jisoo. A young man with brown hair and refined features was discussing Tae-heon. This was Lee Min-seok, and he seemed to be contemplating something. Stroking his chin, he hesitated. A pretty good performance. Will Tae-heon end his streak? No way, a female voice rang out confidently. If he wanted to eliminate him, he would have shot him already. She was Ara Cho, a beautiful woman who clearly disagreed with him. Why did Tae-heon point his gun at Jisoo? She said, they might have made some kind of deal. With an annoyed and angry expression, she waved her hand and spoke suspiciously. Is he thinking of making Jisoo his support? Lee Min-seok added thoughtfully. That's possible. But how did he know to find Jisoo? I don't think they knew each other before, he continued. Or maybe he has a skill that can identify other people's abilities? Then he added, no, I'm probably overthinking it. Ara Cho spoke up. They're going to become an unbeatable duo. Jisoo holds the opponent with gravity, while Tae-heon takes them down with his guns. She raised her long, slender fingers. Once again, he refuted Ara's words. It sounds good in theory, but reality might be a different story. Min-seok gave a deep, mysterious smile, as if he was planning something. He mused, the person confronting those two is also a formidable opponent. Their opponent is no pushover. Under the sunlight that illuminated the entire forest, 4 figures walked with a majestic air, fearing no one. Tae-heon asked Jisoo, while his eyes remained fixed on the group in front of them, what's the easiest way to gain an advantage in a fight? It seemed he already knew the answer, but he asked Jisoo anyway. He was confused. A powerful weapon? 2 teammates with good synergy? He answered decisively, no. The easiest and most effective way is to outnumber the enemy. He seemed worried, thinking that even with Jisoo and his gravity skill, he was still just a support. Tae-heon lowered his voice. No matter how hard we try, the two of us can't beat them. Then, suddenly, a sinister smile, filled with relish and excitement, appeared on his face. That's probably what they're thinking. Before they could even get into a ready stance, he had two guns in his hands. He had to leap high into the air to dodge a razor-sharp sword that came flying at him. The sword embedded itself deep in the ground, right where Tae-heon had been standing. How fast must that sword have been to make the trees tremble and pierce so deeply into the earth? The look in Tae-heon's eyes and his smile grew more and more excited and thrilled. He exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I've felt like this. But this is your first time, isn't it?" Haniol continued to control his sword. It seemed he had more than just one. He didn't underestimate his opponent, declaring, "I don't know what you've done, but those weapons in your hands are quite unusual, and that's reason enough for me to take you down." He flicked his hand forcefully, and a gleaming black blade with a razor-sharp tip shot forward with the wind. It spun straight towards Tae-heon as he spoke without a hint of mercy. Tae-heon dodged while firing back. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out amidst his somewhat mocking praise for Haniol. Not bad. Not to be outdone, he used his ability to raise 7 swords into the air one by one. He lifted his hand, and the swords moved with it. Tae-heon recalled that in his previous life, Haniol could control many more swords with his sword control ability. But not now. The gunfire continued as his eyes widened and a grin spread across his face. Thrilled by the fight, he thought to himself, this is going to be tough for him, having to defend against this barrage. Bang, bang. A continuous stream of bullets flew straight at Haniol. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot slammed into the huge, moss-covered ancient tree where Hanan was hiding to avoid the rain of bullets. They were attacking him. While Jisoo turned and ran in the opposite direction, Trang-hon remained confident. Arrogant even. Instantly, he dove behind a tree. You could say he'd never used a strategy like this before. The man in yellow, with the long, broadsword, charged towards Trang, honorable. Gripping his mighty sword tightly, he rushed forward. Trang-hon was a bit surprised, his eyes filling with panic. But nothing could faze him. Gun in hand, he slammed it hard against the yellow-clad man's arm, causing him to drop his sword before he could even react. Thwack. You've still got a lot to learn, kid. You've still got a lot to learn, he repeated. If you get this close to an opponent with a gun, the shot will never miss. Before he could even finish his sentence, the man in yellow turned and fled. That also surprised Trang. Honorable A gasp from the man in yellow foreshadowed that something was about to happen. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out. Trang-hon suddenly pushed off the ground and sprinted, diving behind a large tree as a sharp, gleaming sword hurtled towards him. The fun and games were over. He gradually became serious, his gaze sharpening. It was time to use another special ability, supervision. With supervision, the dark forest brightened, and he could now see the girl with the bow and arrow. He thought to himself, I'll take care of all of them. While Hanan was on the defensive, Trang-hon leaped high into the air. Each powerful stomp made him look menacing against the deep blue sky. The last guy on Hanan's team was found. His face was filled with terror. One shot, bang, and his life was over. Bang, a death sentence. His demon eye continued to work its magic, and the girl was also discovered hiding behind a large rock. Her hand was steady, drawing her bow to shoot Trang. Honorable. Her eyes widened with fear and surprise when she realized he knew her location. Bang, death sentence. The shot ended her life. Trang-hon landed gently, thinking, that's 7 down. He fixed his sharp eyes down the barrel of his gun. Now, just one left. He pulled the trigger, and a jade-green bullet shot through the air, flashing with a magical light. It sped towards Hanan's sword. Clang! The sword fell straight onto the green grass. What? Hanan gritted his teeth. His gaze grew more determined, and the sword flew back into his hand. Trang-hon shouted, so it's you, Hanan. He twirled his guns. Bang, bang, bang. Hanan, with a sword in each hand, clink, 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 blocked every single one of Trang-hon's attacks. He laughed with a hint of praise, saying, your ability to deflect every shot is commendable. You even calculated that my bullets would be slower due to my low mana reserves. He continued with a barrage of incredibly powerful shots, growing more and more delighted with his own marksmanship. Unfortunately for you, I'm much better than that. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out continuously. This began to drain Hanan's stamina, and he grew tired from having to block the bullets with his swords. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Clink, clang. The one with the upper hand was definitely Trang-hon, who just had to continuously unload with his 2 guns. A jade-green bullet hit the sword and was deflected. Once again, he used his supervision to change the bullet's trajectory. Bang! The bullet flew faster than the wind, heading straight for Hanan. He was grinning with delight, because it's sure to hit Hanan. Gotcha. Suddenly, a beeping sound echoed. The organizers announced, introducing the final 20 survivors. Spotlights shone on the two people standing on the platform, and just like that, the survival game came to an end. White smoke spread out in all directions, as if to congratulate the 20 strongest warriors from the recent battle. While the other players were happy to be among the strongest, Tae-heon seemed dissatisfied. He grumbled, what bad luck. I was so close to taking him down. 3 spectators watching the match sat seriously in their chairs as a spotlight hit them. It was their time to speak. Arazo spoke up. Congratulations, everyone. From now on, each of you has the right to call yourselves true hunters. She continued. Hunters represent a very small fraction of the awakened, which is truly admirable. Lee Min-sok pointed with a cheerful expression. What is the fundamental purpose of a hunter? Some would say it's to win battles. However, we are looking for individuals who resemble the first generation of hunters, those who protected humanity. He hesitated slightly before continuing, always bravely stepping onto the front lines, venturing into the dungeons. He went on, I believe the survival game has given you a glimpse into what it means to be a hunter. More details about the next mission will be revealed here next week. I'm sure all of you have realized your own shortcomings through the survival game, so please use the coming week to improve yourselves. Hanan listened intently to the man's announcement. Without stopping, he announced, you are free to use the training facilities at your lodgings as much as you like, so I encourage you to check them out. Tae-heon was confused, then became annoyed because the result wasn't what he wanted. At that moment, the final rankings appeared on the screen, along with a voice saying, good luck. Tae-heon frowned. He stared grimly at the top of the screen. The results were announced right after. First place belonged to Hang Jeon-jun. Second place went to Yu Hee-mong, followed by Ji Soo-han and Hanjin, who both tied for third with 8 kills. And finally, Lee Tae-heon, in 5th place with 7 kills. Lee Tae-heon looked up at the screen, a gloomy expression on his face, and said, only 5th place? Then, something suddenly appeared. He jolted and glanced down, where a system window had popped up with a message, Quest complete, peak level ability awakening. You can now use your mana to create a copy of Aether. Kim Do-yoon suddenly walked over, slinging an arm around his shoulder and said, hey Tae-heon, I heard you got 5th place. Lee Tae-heon replied cheerfully, what about you? Did you make it to the next round? Kim Do-yoon answered, of course, but did you really use a gun? Everyone's talking about it. How'd you even get one? Lee Tae-heon replied, I just found a way. Okay, let's just go with that. But how did you manage to fire it? Just then, someone from a distance called out to him, Tae-heon, interrupting their conversation. Tae-heon turned his head. The person continued, please get ready for your interview. The scene changes to an interview room where Lee Tae-heon is sitting in a chair. He asked, where should I be looking? The interviewer replied, you can just look at me. Right after that, he started the interview. All right. First question, why did you decide to participate in Next Gen Hunter? Lee Tae-heon answered smugly, I didn't see any candidates more promising than me. The interviewer was taken aback and let out a surprised, oh, well, congratulations are in order first. Congratulations, Tae-heon, on brilliantly making it to the next round. Can you share your thoughts on the first stage? Tae-heon replied arrogantly again, I could have done better, but I passed anyway, so it's not surprising. The interviewer continued with his questions. You must have faced many other contestants during the match. Who would you consider a worthy rival? Lee Tae-heon answered calmly, there are none, not a single one. He thought to himself, I was a little worried about Han Gyeon, though, but not enough to declare him a rival. It seemed the interviewer was also getting annoyed by his answers. He then cut through the silence and asked, then why did you only place 5th? Lee Tae-heon became more excited than ever. He said, if I dominated the show right from the start, where's the fun in that? The cameraman and the interviewer were both speechless. This kid is something else. All right, I get it. Let's move on to the next question. Scene change. We're now in the cafeteria, where Lee Tae-heon and Kim Do-yoon are eating together at a table. Suddenly, Kim Do-yoon let out a sigh. Lee Tae-heon asked Kim Do-yoon, what's wrong? Kim Do-yoon replied, the interview. I just wanted to get it over with quickly. Lee Tae-heon said while eating, what did they ask? Kim Do-yoon answered, they kept trying to compare me to Yoo Ji-hyo. It was super annoying. Lee Tae-heon thought to himself as he chewed, well, that makes sense. Yoo Ji-hyo always looks out for him, and Do-yoon isn't the type to talk bad about his seniors. The complete opposite of me. Just then, Kim Do-yoon suddenly raised his spoon and said, so, I told them my rival isn't Senior Jisoo, it's you. Lee Tae-heon was startled to hear this. Kim Do-yoon continued, laughing. Man, that made it even worse. They just kept saying how much better Yoo Ji-hyo is. Kim Do-yoon asked, what about you? What did they ask? Lee Tae-heon answered, the usual stuff, like who I thought would win. Kim Do-yoon was disappointed. Is that it? So what did you say? Me, of course, Lee Tae-heon replied nonchalantly. Kim Do-yoon pondered for a moment and said, I think I said Jun Hang-yoon or Yoo Ji-hyo. You're good too, Tae-heon, but those two are on a whole different level, even compared to the members of the Academy's first team. Have you ever seen them? You could say they're the pillars of the team. The aces. The best of the best. I think they could go pro without any problems. Trust me, if you saw them compete at the Academy, you'd think the same. Just then, Tae-heon suddenly cut Do-yoon off. He said angrily, is that what you've always thought? That they're on a different level from you? Kim Do-yoon was stunned by Lee Tae-heon's words. Lee Tae-heon continued, if you keep that mindset, you'll never amount to anything, so you'd better get rid of it. Then, Lee Tae-heon stood up and turned to leave. He said, I'm going to go train. Take your time and think about it. Kim Do-yoon was stunned. Huh? As Tae-heon walked away, he thought, that might have been a bit harsh for a kid. But it had to be said. Talent is all the same in every aspect. It's just a matter of more or less. With very few exceptions, the ones who surpass everyone else are those who always aim for the very top. Now, Lee Tae-heon was drinking water, thinking, what's the point of believing you're inferior to others? Especially at his age. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lee Tae-heon turned around. Behind him was a boy with a friendly smile who said, hello. Then, he launched into a long speech. My name is Jin Hanan. I heard you fought Han Gae-yeon in the first round. How was it? He's a tough one, right? I fight him all the time at the Academy, and I've never won once. It seems like you gave him a hard time at the end of the match. I've never seen anyone our age stand up to Han Gae-yeon. I think I'm talking too much, huh? What's your name? He answered, my name? It's Tae-heon. So, what do you want? The other guy replied, you know, after the game ended, he was so pissed. Just then, a guy behind him with an annoyed look on his face said, Han, stop talking nonsense and let's go. At that moment, the other guy pulled on Han's shirt and said, sorry to bother you, but let's hurry. Han didn't forget to add, tell me the story next time. Lee Tae-heon had a bewildered look on his face. Tell you what story? What the hell just happened? In a flash, a thought crossed his mind. It seems they're all from the Academy. They look like they get along well. Just then, Lee Tae-heon used his eyes to check out the guy with the annoyed expression from before, whose name was Run Hang-eon. His skills were S-rank sword control and A-rank acceleration. His physical stats were Strength 8.3, Reflexes 7.3, Agility 6.6, Stamina 7.6, and Recovery 7.6. The other guy was named Jinhan. His skill was B+ rank, physical strength, and his physical stats were Strength 9.3, Reflexes 8.3, Agility 3, Stamina 6.3, and Recovery 6.3. Lee Tae-heon tossed his cup inside. He thought, since I haven't activated my peak level, some of their stats are 50% higher than mine, and in some cases, even double. Thanks to Ether, I had the upper hand in the survival game, but the next round won't be easy. Scene changed to a stage. The MC was standing in the middle of the crowd, announcing, the dream stage for ambitious professional hunters, Next Generation Hunter, will now begin. Meanwhile, in a room, 3 judges were talking amongst themselves. This man, Judge Soo-hwai Aok Min, asked, is this kid from the Seoul Private Academy? The female judge, Ao, said, the best of this batch. Contestant Hang Yi-eun's voiceover played, becoming a hunter has been my dream since I was a child. However, nothing was easy. I failed the entrance exam for the Seoul Private Academy twice. That was his answer when asked, what challenges have you faced on your path to becoming a hunter, and how did you overcome them? But I didn't give up. I treated every failure as a lesson. I realized that hard work always pays off. I also learned how to self-evaluate and improve myself. That's why I've always believed that persistence and unwavering determination are the keys to overcoming any challenge. Just then, Lee Tae-heon walked over to Kim Do-run and asked, is it on? Kim Do-run replied, yeah, wow, I didn't expect the show to air so soon. This is the age of advanced technology, after all. The survival game just ended, too. Lee Tae-heon asked, what are the comments like? Kim Do-run answered, pretty good. A lot of people said Hang Yi-eun's answers were too stiff and boring, but they praised his humility. In contrast, another contestant had the most unique answers. Lee Tae-heon said, Hey, that's me. To the question, what challenges have you faced on your path to becoming a hunter, and how did you overcome them? Lee Tae-heon answered, I don't know. I don't think I've had any challenges. Next question. The hunter arena is a team sport. If a conflict arises with your teammates, how would you resolve it? Lee Tae-heon answered, if they just let me make all the decisions, there wouldn't be any conflict. Hearing this answer, Kim Do-run was left speechless. Why did you decide to participate in Next Generation Hunter? Run, Hang Eon answered. I joined for the purpose of self-improvement and personal development. As for Lee Tae-heon, he said, there's no candidate better than me. Who do you consider to be a worthy rival? To this question, both of them answered no one. Just then, the phone's battery died. Lee Tae-heon started to run off, saying, that's enough. Let's get back to training. Kim Do-run said, disappointed, come on. We haven't even gotten to the survival game part yet. Ignoring Kim Do-run, Lee Tae-heon headed straight for the training area, saying, we can watch it later. Kim Do-run then wondered, hey, can I ask you something? Why are you only training your legs? Lee Tae-heon replied, well, what do you think my role is? Kim Do-run answered, a long-range fighter. Lee Tae-heon asked again, so what's the most important thing for a long-range fighter? High damage output? Lee Tae-heon replied, correct. And mobility. He continued, you might have realized it during the survival game. Hang Yi-eun and other elite melee fighters have exceptional mobility or a type of ranged attack that poses a threat to long-range fighters. That's why my mobility needs to be on par with theirs, if not better than a melee fighter's. Hearing this, Kim Do-run got incredibly excited. What a cool way of thinking, a voice echoed from a distance. But that's contrary to your point of view. An old man with a gray beard and hair walked out, saying, it's rare to see a strategy focused on taking down the enemy, especially for a long-range player in the Korean Hunter League. Why do you think that way? Lee Tae-heon thought, who's that? If he's showing up at this gym, he can't just be some random old guy. It's always been true. Lee Tae-heon said, if you look at how teams compete against England's ECG or France's AL, it's easy to see they always prioritize the long-range fighters first. In other words, everything depends entirely on the opposing team's long-range fighter. Lee Tae-heon continued, that alone is more than enough reason for me to focus on training my legs. The old man let out a sigh. Are you saying that being a long-range fighter makes you a priority target for the opposing team's melee fighters? Just then, the old man clapped and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. How bold. Very interesting. Suddenly, his expression, model, the boss became serious, but overconfidence is one of the main reasons for failure. That's the wisdom from my many years of experience. I'll be keeping an eye on you, young man. After saying that, the man walked out of the room. Kim Do-run wondered, what's with him? Who was that guy? I don't know, Lee Tae-heon said, but he told me he'd be keeping an eye on me. If that's the case, I'll just have to prove him wrong. What is it, sir? Just then, in an office, a boss sitting with his back to the wall said, let me ask you a question. What is the most important thing for a long-range fighter? The employee answered, in my opinion, it's their support skills, as well as their firepower. The boss turned around, clicked his tongue, and said, wrong. It turns out that boss was the same man from before. He is the chairman of the First Generation Hunter Association, Lient. The employee stammered. Then, perhaps it's accuracy? There are many important factors for a long-range fighter, but even the strongest firepower is useless if the accuracy is poor, so accuracy is. Before he could finish, the association chairman cut him off. That's enough. The chairman thought back to the question, why do you always train your legs? He recalled his past. Back then, he had told a teammate that he would just use mana anyway. The teammate replied, Gent, I'm afraid the most important thing for a long-range fighter is their legs. The boss, at that time, asked confusedly, what are you talking about? The teammate replied, do you know why monsters always target long-range fighters first? Because they know our weakness is close combat, right? We always have to move after firing our first shots. The young man's face showed his astonishment. Is that so? What do you mean, is that so? If a long-range fighter's position is exposed, they're guaranteed to die. You close combat types just wouldn't understand. The boss now thought to himself, that's right, long-range fighters need mobility. This also applies to the Hunter League, though of course not to the current state of the Korean Hunter League, because most of our best hunters have already died. He then slammed his hand hard on the table. But in the higher leagues, especially the World League, it will be in effect. The man continued his train of thought. He hasn't even joined the Hunter League yet, and he's already thinking about the international stage? Is this arrogance or confidence? At that moment in the training room, Lee Tae-heon was checking his physical stats. Strength 5 plus 0.6, Reflexes 6 plus 0.1, Agility 6.6, Stamina 5 plus 0.6, Recovery 5.6, Mana 5.6. He thought to himself, my growth rate is much faster than in my previous life. It must be because of Pinnacle. It seems the skill has two main features. It grants me special abilities, which are basically brand new skills when I reach an achievement, and it also significantly increases the growth rate of my physical stats. Once I activate it, my stats will increase. This is truly a formidable skill. Just then, Kim Do-run also finished his training. He asked, what do you do after training? Can you give me some suggestions? Lee Tae-heon thought, Do-run's physique is already good. Since he's already trained at the academy, he doesn't need to train as much as I do. He replied, suggestions? I don't know much about you yet, so I can't really think of anything. Kim Do-run said, yeah, that's true. Lee Tae-heon gave a sly smile and asked, all right then, wanna have a match with me? The scene changes to the rooftop. Lee Tae-heon and Kim Do-run are now facing each other, each holding a sword. Standing on the rooftop, they got into a fighting stance. Suddenly, Kim Do-run asked, wait a minute, you know how to use a sword? Lee Tae-heon replied, a little. At this moment, Kim Do-run thought that he wouldn't be able to win if he used a gun. But if it's a sword fight, I won't lose. Lee Tae-heon just gave a slight smile, then rushed towards Kim Do-run. The two swords clashed with a loud noise. Then the two engaged in close-quarters combat. Kim Do-run then realized something. He glanced down, then was pushed far back. He was stunned with surprise. What's going on? It's just an ordinary sword, so why can't I fight back? At that moment, Lee Tae-heon activated mysterious weapon transformation. A white aura surrounded the sword. Then he gripped the sword with both hands. A huge wave of power enveloped the weapon. A moment later, the sword had transformed into a powerful spear. Kim Do-run thought at that moment, is this the difference in our talent levels? Then, Lee Tae-heon swung the spear, striking directly at Kim Do-run, who couldn't block in time. He thought, I can't keep up with him, but he can easily read my movements. Damn it. Lee Tae-heon now gripped the spear tightly with both hands, a blue light surrounding it. Kim Do-run was stunned. Now what? Right then, Lee Tae-heon began another weapon transformation. He raised a giant greatsword into the air. Kim Do-run couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a great sword. Lee Tae-heon swung the sword straight at Kim Do-run. Kim Do-run was flustered. How can I possibly beat that? A loud crash echoed, and Kim Do-run was seen collapsed on the ground. He was kneeling, panting heavily. So, what do you think of your opponent? Lee Tae-heon asked. Kim Do-run replied, yeah, you're definitely a little better than me. Lee Tae-heon was surprised. A little? Come on, I just wiped the floor with you. Kim Do-run was shocked. Huh? You think I'm joking? Why am I weaker than him? Am I really that untalented? Just then, Lee Tae-heon asked, do you know why you lost? As he spoke, he performed a weapon transformation. He held the sword straight out in front of Kim Do-run and said, it's because you're on the wrong path. He continued, this is the sword you use. Now, let's look at your strengths. Your acceleration ability is surprisingly good, and your split-second decision-making is also excellent. So how do you make the most of your advantages with a longsword? The answer is, you can't. What if you switch to a lighter sword that strikes faster? A rapier, for instance. A rapier? It's a type of long, slender sword with sharp edges and an extremely pointed tip, used to execute fast, lightning-quick attacks. Then, Lee Tae-heon raised the sword high and said, that's right. He immediately demonstrated for Kim Do-run. Combined with your existing acceleration skill, you can overwhelm opponents with fast attacks. Kim Do-run thought, can I really do that? At that moment, the two of them were on their way back. Lee Tae-heon asked Kim Do-run, so, what do you think? Kim Do-run replied, I'm not sure, but I have a few ideas. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ha! You beat the weakest kid in the academy, and now you're acting all high and mighty? It was a guy with a pretty slick haircut, looking out the window. Lee Tae-heon thought to himself, was he watching this whole time? This guy must not like me, so he's looking for a fight. But I'm not the type to just turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Then he said, I wonder if you could even handle that weak kid. Hearing this, the other young man flew into a rage. Huh? What did you just say? You heard me. Is there a problem? He continued. Then let's have a match. Are you scared? The guy with the sharp haircut got pissed. You bastard. Me? Scared? Let's go. Lee Tae-heon paused to think. Wait, this guy tied with me for 5th place in the survival game. His name is Kim Jin-sung. As for skills, he has A rank control and B rank acceleration. Stats: Strength 7, Reflexes 6.6, Agility, 7.6. Stamina, 5.6. Recovery, 5.6. Mana, 7. He thought to himself. His stats are all really good. Mine can't compare. Just in terms of strength alone, I'm already outmatched. Lee Tae-heon smiled and said, "All right, I don't even need a gun to beat a guy like you." The two of them got into a fighting stance. Tae-heon thought to himself, Jin Sung is an outstanding rookie. Besides, my gun is useless since he already knows about it. Jin Sung said arrogantly, "Shall we begin?" Lee Tae-heon replied, "Bring it on." He flashed a confident smile, a white sword in his hand. He thought, there's a risk I'll lose, but there's no way I'm surrendering. He swung his sword, slashing towards Jin Sung. Jin Sung jumped back and threw 2 daggers at Trong. Honorable Trong Hun managed to block them with his sword. So he's a mid-range fighter. According to my plan, I'll pressure him so he can't fight back. Then, Jin Sung's face filled with confidence. A moment later, a barrage of daggers flew towards Trang. Honorable, he was startled. I can't dodge it in time. Suddenly, the daggers were blocked by something. Phew. Thank God I have top-tier armor, otherwise I'd be done for. Looks like he's going to keep his distance and throw daggers at me. How should I deal with this? Then, Jin Sung activated control. I thought for sure that would hit him. He deflected it. He must have some kind of special move. Lee Tae-heon then materialized a kunai. He threw it at Jin Sung. Jin Sung sneered, "Just one knife? Too easy to stop with control." Just then, Jin Sung took control of the knife. Suddenly, Lee Tae-heon activated Super Sense. I knew you'd do that. Then, he pulled out 3 more knives and threw them towards Jin Sung. The first knife was just a decoy for the real attack from the others. Jin Sung's eyes were wide with shock. He clenched his fist to maintain control. Lee Tae-heon thought, he can handle 4 objects with control. However, he can't use that skill on multiple targets in such a short amount of time. That means he'll be vulnerable to the final knife, which was positioned to strike him while he was focused on the other targets. And just as predicted, the knife flew straight towards Jin Sung, catching him completely off guard. The dagger stopped right in front of his forehead, just inches from his face. Tae-heon had won. This match was also being watched live by someone on a TV screen. He said, "Is this the guy you predicted would win this season? What do you think?" In the room with him was another man. He was wearing a blue suit with blonde hair. The man adjusted his glasses, giving off a dangerous vibe. Then, he activated level 12 analytical vision. The handsome man began his analysis. He has good strategic awareness and was also very clever to hide the other 3 knives. Not to mention, he continued using his analytical vision. His stats aren't even that high, he thought to himself as he had a sudden realization. I see. He turned to speak to his friend. Min So-yub, you know something about this kid, don't you? Min So-yub just hummed. The other man said, don't play dumb. Tell me what his skill is. He truly had a sharp eye as he continued his observation. There's no way he could have come up with that strategy if he didn't know about his opponent's control skill. Min So-yub awkwardly scratched his face. Meanwhile, the man was still talking. In my opinion, he possesses something similar to your analytical vision, or that of the first-generation hunter, Kim Si-woo. His eyes, combined with his quick mind, are truly powerful. Analytical vision is an ultra-rare skill, with only 2 known cases of someone possessing it. The handsome man with glasses raised a question. Just because he could predict his opponent's skills, you have such high expectations for him? Min Sok replied, I think we might be underestimating him a little. He added, he knew the location of the hidden dungeon in the survival game. Then he revealed more, and in the preliminary round, he only targeted the replica's integrated circuits. Min-suk looked up at the screen and said slowly, if he debuted in the first league, everyone would think he was the reincarnation of Kim Se-ongak, a legend. Min-suk chuckled and asked his friend, so, do you want him? The other person replied, yes. But in truth, he was still calmly speculating. Analytical vision can see stats, but it can't see their skills. Thinking of Django Hun, he was a bit bewildered. But that kid, Django Hun, knew his opponent's skills and came up with a strategy to win. The image of Django Hun's fight appeared clearly in his mind. The man asked, has his team been decided yet? Min-sok replied, oh, you like him that much, huh? But unfortunately, no. Not leaving his friend hanging, he continued, the teams sponsoring the program get priority picks. The other man clenched his teeth, thinking with determination, I have to find a way to recruit him. Thudding sounds echoed through the reinforced room. Django Hun was sitting slumped on the floor, thinking to himself, I just don't get it. He looked at the blue screen in front of him, annoyed. What's the mechanism for the top-tier achievement? Django Hun got up while Dojun was still training hard, but I'm not in a hurry to figure it out. Kim Dojun let out a sigh of relief. then held out his sword and said, "I can finally beat you now." Jang Go-hoon just walked right past his friend, just saying, "Stop joking around." Kim Do-jun quickly turned around. "Hey, I've improved a lot, you saw it." He caressed the tip of his sword like he was petting a head. "Ah, whatever. My swordsmanship has never been this sharp." Jang Go-hoon thought to himself, he's gotten a lot stronger after following my advice. He felt a sense of pride, but he's still a long way from beating me. Do-jun hurried after him from behind. "Hey, wait up." The two of them left the training room together. In another room, cameras were ready to film. This room was actually a classroom, but the difference was the many cameras all around, and they weren't ordinary people either. Just then, there was a loud sound of a door sliding open, and someone walked in. Jang Go-hoon thought, "I wonder why they summoned us here." He sat down at the desk next to Kim Do-jun. "Are they going to teach us something?" One by one, people started entering the room. As the door opened, a woman said, "Hello everyone." She had sharp eyes. The woman then asked everyone, "Did you all enjoy your week off? Or should I say, enjoy your week of training?" Some people used it effectively, like Do-jun, who has shown significant progress, and for others, perhaps less so, like Jang Go-hoon. "Ah, whatever. You can never guess with the main character." The woman put her hands on her hips. "But regardless, I believe you all still have a lot to learn." That's what she said, and it was also the reason she had gathered everyone here. Another man began to speak. "Each person here is a budding talent, full of potential. But there's still a considerable gap between you and a professional hunter. That is why the door of cooperation has been opened." The man continued, "We have assembled a team of mentors for you." Footsteps echoed as more people entered. They stood on the stage in different poses, but they looked incredibly cheesy. All three individuals have previously competed in the first league, with wins or other equally noteworthy achievements. They will be responsible for both guiding and evaluating you. Unconsciously, an aura of power emanated from the three of them. These coaches will train you in your assigned roles, and your performance will be evaluated in a 3 versus 3 mini Hunter League format. Jang Go-hoon suddenly felt a heavy pressure weighing down on him. He surmised, "Mana manipulation. It's strong enough to pressure all 20 people here." Humph, not bad. Everyone else was trembling under that pressure. Only Jang Go-hoon was unfazed. The man with the serious face pointed to himself and introduced himself. "I am Lee Song-jin, and I will be training the melee fighters. I have no patience for those who can't show resilience or for those who are arrogant. But above all else," he paused for a moment, his gaze seeming to pierce through the crowd. Straight at Jang Go-hoon, the strict coach continued, "I hate conceited bastards." His stare was terrifyingly intense. "So be humble and train seriously." Ardo, holding a datapad, said, "After evaluating your performance in the preliminary round, the survival game, and this past week, we have determined a role for each of you. Please listen carefully and remember your assigned role." First, Jang Go-hoon. He immediately stood up and replied, "Yes." Ardo said, "Melee." Jang Go-hoon's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood there, stunned and motionless. What did he just say? A short while later, he found himself on the training grounds. His mind was still in a daze. How the hell did I end up in the melee group? Jang Go-hoon still couldn't seem to believe it. He started sizing up the people around him, Jun Hong-jin. Then he looked over at the girl who was warming up, Yu Hui, and Do-jun. Too many familiar faces. A familiar face was here. That left him speechless. The notoriously strict instructor had also arrived. He bellowed, "From this moment on, forget everything. You've been taught. I don't care which academy you came from, because all of you here are worse than third-rate hunters." He continued, "You've probably all seen it in a hunter tournament, hunters using skills or gear for mobility. For instance, mana-activated devices like air anchors and air blocks." Seon-jin got straight to the point. "While you're all struggling on the ground, even third-rate hunters have adapted to aerial combat." Trang-hoon quickly thought, asterisk mana-activated gear allows hunters to engage in more dynamic and flashy battles. Asterisk, the instructor said, "I will teach you all how to use air anchors and air blocks. A close combat fighter who can't use them properly is useless." He raised his voice. "Now, begin." Whoa. The harsh training had people getting their legs tangled in a mess of ropes. Trang-hoon looked at another trainee and thought, asterisk, everyone struggles when they first try these. Asterisk. He stepped on the solidified air. Asterisk. I used to use this gear so skillfully. It was like a part of my own body. Asterisk. He swung the rope expertly with strong conviction. Asterisk. Let's see if I still have the muscle memory. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Trang-hoon was poised, ready to show everyone who the real main character was, but suddenly, he noticed something. The strict instructor was mocking someone sprawled on the ground. Are these the future superstars of Korea's hunter scene? Is that all you've got? Get up, now. He then pointed to another person, dangling helplessly in the air. There's a reason they call the third league a graveyard for rookies. It's the perfect trap for useless fools like you. His voice was incredibly loud as he continued to berate those who couldn't use the air anchors and air blocks. Trang-han thought to himself, man, it's so noisy I can't even concentrate. He looked up. Kim Dojun was fumbling with his air anchor and air block. Dojun wasn't doing much better either. He crossed his arms, annoyed, thinking, he doesn't give any proper instructions, so how is anyone supposed to know what to do? Trang-han waved to his friend. Hey Dojun, you're doing it wrong. Come down here. Dojun looked down with a slightly disbelieving expression, then quickly landed on the ground. Kim Dojun asked Trang-han, aren't you going to practice? He said he's going to test us. Hon replied, worry about yourself first. At this rate, when are you ever going to get it? Dojun shot back. Well, what do you want me to do? Trang-han began to explain it to his friend. First, you have to decide on the length of the mana rope, then maintain a stable flow of mana. Otherwise, the rope's length will keep changing. That's why you're losing your balance, he continued, pointing at Dojun. Also, focus on your center of gravity. Trang-han continued to use his professional knowledge to explain. When you're in the air, your core muscles will act as your center of gravity. The air anchor he had just formed successfully hooked onto a surface away from the wall, the air itself. He grabbed the rope and gave it a little tug. Trang-han's body flipped in a beautiful, swift arc, with no wasted movements. He landed gently on both feet and turned to his friend, saying, like this, it's much easier to avoid falling or moving your body unnecessarily. Remember to always be aware of your mana flow. First, focus on keeping it constant. Dojun nodded, taking it all in seriously. He began to try again, muttering to himself, use my core as the center of gravity and maintain a constant mana flow. Dojun threw the air anchor to a fixed point and grabbed the rope. He took a breath, and with a powerful leap, he flew up into the air. He did a flip and landed successfully. Dojun quickly turned his head, beaming, did you see that? He was ecstatic. I did it in one try. I'm a genius. Trang-han replied, yeah. Just then, the instructor's voice cut in. Hey, you two, he roared. Are you two chatting? Did you come here to play? He pointed at them and made an assumption. Looks like these two aren't even bothering to train. What's your name? Trang-han wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he taunted back. Seon Jane. That was the instructor's name. He wants to discipline us? Fine by me. The instructor's eyes narrowed and thick veins popped on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and growled out each word. Very well, Trang-han. Are you lazing around because you're so confident in your abilities? Trang-han answered nonchalantly, that's right. Inside, he was thinking, I could have just apologized and let it go, but I'm curious how they'll test us. Besides, if you count my past life, I'm his senior. That explained his impulsive behavior. Trang-han smiled, thinking, and a senior's duty is to teach his junior a lesson. The instructor turned his back and said, it seems I've given you all too much time. We'll begin the test now. Everyone, get ready. He was probably eager to see Trang-han get humiliated. Min-suk suddenly asked, huh? Why is he on this list? Araj asked, who? You mean Trang-han? Min-suk replied, yeah. He rubbed his chin and said, but he's a long-range fighter. Are you sure about that? Araj replied, he also knows how to use close combat weapons, so he should be fine. More importantly, he's too arrogant. That's why I put him in the close combat group where Seon Jane is in charge. Min-suk understood. Finding it hard to believe, she asked again, are you planning on teaching an arrogant rookie a lesson by having him face a first-class hunter's challenge? Arado didn't want to elaborate. My decision is final. Besides, education is one of the main goals of this program. I believe I'm doing the right thing. He thought of Jang-han. That self-important rookie needed a reality check. Arado had issued a great challenge. The test was back in the training room. The instructor's voice rang out. Retrieve the anchor up there. That is the challenge of this test. He stood with his hands on his hips and ordered, begin. His sharp eyes glanced to the side as he said sarcastically, I hope that candidate who's so confident it borders on lazy will prove himself. The person he was targeting was none other than Jang-han. If not, he's not worthy of being a hunter. Jang-han scoffed. Ha. Are they trying to use this test to get rid of me? He confidently said to the instructor, of course. But what if I succeed? Song-jin replied, you'll have complete freedom to do whatever you want during my classes. He added with a smile, and only if you succeed. That's impossible. He explained to himself why it was such a difficult challenge. That anchor was 100 meters off the ground. He was certain in his mind it was a height impossible for someone using an air anchor for the first time to reach. The truth was, even someone at an intermediate level couldn't get to it. The other trainees took on the challenge one by one, and not a single one succeeded. The instructor was smug. See? Suddenly, something sharp cut through the air, catching the instructor's attention. He looked at Jun Hanjun and praised him internally. Not bad. Using a sword to fly? Is that control? No, it's something more advanced. A smile unconsciously spread across his face. A shame he wasn't using the air anchor and could only ascend. Suddenly, a cheer erupted, once again drawing the instructor's attention. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Jang Han had grabbed the rope. He stepped onto a block of air and began to prepare for his climb. What? Song Jin was astonished. Jang Han smirked, then leaped up and began to climb like a madman. Effortless and professional. The instructor looked up in amazement. Isn't that kid afraid of falling? He was gliding through the air, but just then, his air block malfunctioned. My air block? He lost his footing and fell backward. The instructor's face paled with worry. He's going to fall. In contrast to the instructor's panic, Jang Han remained calm and silent. He threw the air anchor higher, his hand quickly gripping the rope. Jang Han leaned back. With one hand, he pulled hard to slow his descent, while his feet kicked fast and hard against the air block once more. He shot upward with incredible speed and an eerie calm. The anchor was right in front of him. Jang Han performed one more glide, and finally, he lightly touched and unhooked the anchor from above. Jang Han said, "Phew, the view is way cooler from up here." Meanwhile, the instructor was at a loss for words. What the hell? The arrogant student, a man who had lived 2 lives, was now sitting nonchalantly in midair. Song Jin couldn't understand it. How is this possible? It's his first time using the equipment. Unbelievable. The strict instructor cleared his throat. He was in the middle of his lecture. In the melee role, there are 2 main positions. First is the initiator, whose job is to start the battle and tie down the opponent. Jang Han leaned back comfortably and yawned. Starting a boring theory lesson right after the practical. The instructor seemed to no longer pay him any mind and continued teaching. They often possess special skills that allow them to support allies in close combat or immobilize enemies. The other is the melee warrior. You all should already know this. This time, Jang Han brazenly sprawled out on his desk to sleep. Great. Now he can't say anything no matter what I do. Those around him looked at him in surprise. The instructor reluctantly cleared his throat and continued the lesson. Their mission is to join the fight after the initiator has started it, focusing on the enemy's melee warriors or key fighters. He continued to explain passionately to the students. There are many more positions if we study in depth, but for now, this is all you need to know. Jang Han still thought smugly, what can he do now? He shouldn't have challenged me. Thinking back to the cool sight of himself sitting up high, he thought, I've used this kind of equipment until I was sick of it. Using it again now is like a fish returning to water. He then thought of something strange. When did this piece of paper get in my pocket? The note read, let's meet. After class, come find me during the break at the training center's backyard at 7 o'clock. I have something interesting I want to show you. Who is this? What do they want? He decided he had to check it out. At the meeting spot, Jang Han still had the note in his hand. He turned around, looking everywhere. No one's here. After waiting for a long time and seeing no one, he thought to himself, am I being pranked? He suddenly noticed something odd. His super eye noticed something unusual on the ground. This spot is a little strange. He crouched down, and from an overhead view, you could see a square outline with seams etched into it. That part was the entrance to a basement. In front of Jang Han was a set of stairs. He looked down and felt a little surprised. Oh, Jang Han touched the wall, taking step after step down a secret path. He froze, because he sensed something, and standing before him was the figure of a tall man. That man turned his head. The president of the Hunters Association, or so I'd read online. His name was Go-Gun Tech. He smiled slightly and said, You're here, Trang-han? Trang-han stood in the middle of the vast hall, while the association president continued, Impressive. Finding your way here. Trang-han replied, That note was useless. Training center at 7 o'clock. How is anyone supposed to find this place? With just that, he thought to himself. He was clearly testing to see if I could find the way. Trang-han said, At the very least, tell me why you wanted to see me. Go-Gun Tech simply said, I've seen all the scenes you were in on the show. The old man mentally corrected himself. Then again, the show has only aired 1 episode. A look of sharp intelligence crossed the Hunter Association president's face. Of course, my observations of him go far beyond that. He recalled what he had done, watching the boys' training sessions. Then came Trang-hon's trial, where he displayed incredible mobility and observational skills. Go-Gun Tech gave a warm smile. He's truly piqued my interest. He said, I've been trying to predict who will win the Next Generation Hunter program. Trang-hoon calmly asked, and you think that's me? The Hunter Association president replied as he pointed upward, yes, and that's not all. I believe you'll reach the First Division League, and maybe even go beyond that. Trang-hoon replied, all right. He cut straight to the chase. So, what is it you wanted to show me? Is it that interesting? Go-Gun Tech turned away. That's right, I did say that. He placed his hand on a screen, and a wall slid open. Inside were gleaming weapons, radiating a powerful aura. Trang-hoon recognized them instantly, S-rank weapons. There were also other beautiful pieces of jewelry and specialized mana equipment. Looking up at it all, he asked, why are you showing me all this? Go-Gun Tech asked, his hands clasped behind his back. Don't you want any of it? He gulped and thought to himself, of course I do, and there's even the weapon I used in my past life. His eyes fell upon a beautiful sword with a majestic golden hilt, a pristine white handle, and a mysterious purple sheath. Caliber, the sword from an exhibition that was the reward for winning a match, and I was the one who got it. That sword was a pleasure to use. He remembered the battles, the razor-sharp strikes. Then he added, it was also quite special how it could transform into a gun. The Hunter Association president said casually, if you'd like, I can lend you one of them. Trang-hoon probed, lend? You can't just give it to me? Go-Gun Tech used his finger to draw in the air. He replied, you don't understand the value of these weapons. They're more precious than the ones you would receive from the Morax workshop. Trang-hoon sighed. A weapon is just a weapon, he asked sharply. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want from me? Go-Gun Tech rubbed his chin. He thought about how things usually went. Normally, people would flatter and suck up to him when they realized he was a first-generation hunter and the president of the Hunters Association. Then he looked at Trang-hoon, standing indifferently, with his arms crossed. But this kid, he just keeps seeing right through me, doesn't he? A joyful expression lit up his face. He truly is different. Finally, the president said, join the Hunters Association, not as an intern, but as a hunter. He laid out the deal. If you agree, I will lend you any item you want from here. Trang-hoon asked, what's in it for me if I agree? Don't you know what it means to join the Hunters Association? Trang-hoon replied, of course, I do. He then said something that left the president's jaw dropped in shock. But I find it unworthy of me. If that's all your offer entails, then I'll be on my way. Watching the young man turn to leave, he hurriedly called out, wait, you seem to be overestimating your abilities. Do you know how many talented young people I've met who were outstanding in the second and third division leagues, and they weren't offered privileges like this? Trang-hoon replied, turning his head. No, and I don't care to know. He turned his head back fully and said, the only thing I'm concerned with is whether or not I can do something. I appreciate you showing me all that. See you around. And with that, he left. He walked up a flight of stairs and slowly vanished from sight. The president gasped in amazement. Chapter 15. A door flew open, and someone rushed in at lightning speed, clearly in a huge hurry. Seeing Lee Tae-heon, Kim Do-run asked curiously, where have you been? I was starting to think you were going to be late. Lee Tae-heon approached his seat and pulled out the chair, replying, come on now, I'm not that irresponsible. Kim Do-run confessed, you're always making me worry, especially after that incident with instructor Song-jin. Lee Tae-heon closed his eyes and said confidently, they wouldn't eliminate a contestant just for being late. They have a show to run, after all. Kim Do-run asked curiously, but where did you go earlier? Lee Tae-heon replied, some old guy wanted to meet with me. He suddenly remembered Go-Gun Tech and thought to himself, actually, I could have accepted his offer. He then glanced at Kim Do-run, thinking, but with all my experience from my past life, even without those weapons, I can manage just fine. A bewildered Kim Do-run scratched his head. An old guy? Meanwhile, K-jun stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Besides, after I win this show, I'm supposed to get a designer weapon from the Morax workshop. Now all I have to do is wait for my own value to go up. And if that doesn't work, forming my own team is always an option, he thought cheerfully, while humming a song to himself, which left Kim Do-run utterly confused. On the screen, an image of a metropolis was displayed. Model, the host said excitedly, I hope what the instructors taught you will be useful. Now it's time to apply what you've learned. You will participate in a 3 versus 3 match in this aerial urban combat zone. In this round, the winning teams will advance to the next match, while the losing teams will be eliminated, Ara shouted, hyping everyone up. Let's see who will emerge victorious, she announced. We've also prepared a special prize for the winner. To add some excitement to the match, they will receive a mana stone sponsored by the Hunters Association. Lee Chang-hoon thought with delight. A mana stone. He mused, it increases the quantity and potency of mana. Just what I was looking for. I need more mana to use ether, and for when I get new skills. He smiled and told himself, I have to get it, no matter what. Lee Min-sok reminded them, since this round marks the start of the true qualifiers, everything will be broadcast live. Even right now, the show is on the air, so please be mindful. Ara held up a finger and shared, your class performance will determine your team. The person with the highest score gets priority in choosing their teammates first. Lee Min-sok beamed and said, all right then, we'll see you all again as soon as the match begins. In the waiting room, please proceed with your team selection. The screen went dark. The studio director's voice cut through sharply. Cut. That's a wrap. The contestants began moving to the waiting room. Only the 3 judges remained in the room. Ara rested her chin on her hand, a hesitant look on her face. She looked at Lee Chang-hoon's image on the screen and thought, even though his performance in the survival game was impressive, he's too arrogant. He has the ability, but he lacks empathy for others. That will be an obstacle for him when it comes to forming a team. Seeing this, Lee Min-seok turned and asked, Ara, are you still thinking about Chang-hoon? Snapping her out of her thoughts, Ara chuckled and replied, what do you think? Then she explained, a team round in an aerial urban combat zone. Comment. Even though there are still 20 participants, since you prefer simplicity, your typical approach is a round that emphasizes individual skill. These kids aren't ready for teamwork, and you know it. She frowned and continued, the truth is, I want Chang-hoon to be eliminated. Ara recalled Lee Chang-hoon's image and thought, no matter how skilled he is with anchors and air blocks, if he goes solo, he'll just become the first target. The vast arena also requires contestants to cover long distances quickly. That puts Chang-hoon at a disadvantage because his stats are low. Lee Min-sok broke out in a cold sweat. He then let out a long sigh and said, it's been a while since I've seen you take such an interest in a contestant. Lee Min-seok replied, I know he possesses incredible talent. Her voice softened as she continued. However, what he needs right now isn't a victory. Min-sok spoke up. I agree with Ara. Overconfidence can kill an inexperienced hunter. Even first-rate contestants, they can still face defeat from a single moment of carelessness in a tournament. Lee Min-sok crossed his arms and explained, I believe that in the most competitive environments, especially the hunter arena, the confidence that leads to victory and the arrogance that leads to failure are 2 sides of the same coin. Then Lee Min-sok beamed and said cheerfully, let's see how he handles the plan you 2 designed. The scene shifts to the contestants' waiting room. By now, the teams seem to have been formed and were discussing their strategies. Lee Chang-hoon pointed at himself, utterly bewildered, and asked, I'm number 1? The staff replied, that's right. Since you have the highest score, you get to choose 2 teammates first. Hearing this, Lee Chang-hoon's eyes lit up. He suddenly smirked and replied, all right then. Han Ji-soo looked away, while Kim Jin-sung gave a confused look when Lee Chang-hoon stared at him. Lee Chang-hoon greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, let's do our best. Kim Jin-sung pointed at him and yelled, why did you pick me? Is this some kind of joke? Lee Chang-hoon silently sized him up. Looks like he's the arrogant type. He recalled the guy's earlier image and thought, I bet he can't accept the fact that he lost to me. Then he glanced at Han Ji-soo, who was sweating buckets, and thought, Ji-soo will behave, since I've already established my dominance over him. He's just a kid, anyway. I can handle him. After a moment of thought, he spoke in a slightly arrogant tone. I plan on taking first place in this round. Then he winked, pointed at Kim Jin-sung, and started flattering him. Among everyone here, I only trust your abilities. You're the strongest. I need your help. Kim Jin-sung was so stunned he was speechless. His face went blank, while Han Ji-soo looked like he was about to puke. He quickly covered his mouth. After saying that, Lee Chang-hoon also felt embarrassed, clenching his trembling hands, and he lamented, good heavens, the things I do for a prize. Kim Jin-sung then walked towards him and asked, so what, you got a plan? Lee Chang-hoon replied, of course I do. That's why I picked you 2. But you have to do exactly as I say. Then the 3 of them huddled together. Lee Chang-hoon said quietly, otherwise, I guarantee the 3 of us will just end up standing around, whispering to each other the whole time. The 3 of them suddenly fell silent. His 2 teammates were suddenly left completely dumbfounded. Model, Sung screamed, what? His face darkened as he clutched his head and yelled, are you trying to get us killed? Lee Tae-heon sighed in exasperation. Damn it, he thought. I can't just tell them I'm from the future. He then turned and clapped Kim Jin-sung hard on the shoulder. He grabbed both of his shoulders and growled, "You just need to do exactly as I say and not make a single mistake, got it?" He glared at Kim Jin-sung and said in a menacing tone, "If you screw this up, you're helping the enemy, so do not mess up." Kim Jin-sung hurriedly sputtered, Okay, I get it." The scene shifts to the urban area where the competition is taking place. An announcer's voice boomed. The 3 versus 3 hunter match will now begin. The arena is an aerial urban war zone. Touching the ground or becoming unable to battle will result in immediate elimination. Contestants who fail this mission will be dropped from the program. Good luck to you all. Lee Tae-heon stood frozen, staring into the void. At that moment, the system had transported him to the urban war zone. Looking down, he saw a pillar of light from the heavens shining directly on him. Lee Tae-heon let out a small smirk and said, "Let's begin." Chapter 16. Standing atop a skyscraper looking down, Lee Tae-heon thought, "This is the high-rise, located at the 3 o'clock position from the center." He hid behind a wall, looking around and sensing, "I think I'm the only one in this building." He then tapped his earpiece and asked, "Where are you two?" The others replied in turn, "Southeast sector of the arena. I'm at the 3 o'clock position from the center, somewhere between the edge and the mid-zone." As he moved, Lee Tae-heon said, "All right, proceed as planned." He didn't forget to remind them, "We'll regroup later. For now, make your way to the center. Don't get spotted, and if you run into anyone, retreat immediately." "Roger that," came the crisp reply. A gun slowly materialized in his hand. As he cautiously leaped up the stairs, Lee Tae-heon thought about the 3 teams, 3 people in an arena this massive. The chances of running into another player by chance are slim. He moved with light, silent steps, which means, he thought, I'll have to draw the enemy to me myself. An arrow suddenly flew out of nowhere, at the speed of sound, aimed straight for him. Lee Tae-heon quickly dashed forward to dodge it. Hearing the strange noise, his teammate asked worriedly, "What was that sound? Are you under attack?" Lee Tae-heon calmly reassured them, "I'm fine." He looked up at the tallest building and thought to himself, the archer definitely hasn't grouped up with their team yet. Whatever. He reminded himself to move to the tall building in the center. A foot slammed hard against a ledge, and in an instant, Lee Tae-heon was standing on the rooftop of that very high rise. His 2 teammates reported in one after another, "I've arrived. My current position is pretty good, too." He scanned his surroundings. "Can you 2 see everything clearly from outside? Do you have eyes on me?" he asked. His teammate replied, "You probably can't see me, but I can see you clearly." "Same here." Lee Tae-heon let out an amused smirk and exclaimed, "Good. Then let the games begin." He then pointed his gun straight at the sky and pulled the trigger. A deafening blast echoed out, shattering the silent atmosphere. Lee Tae-heon lowered his arm and thought, "Now, all I have to do is wait." Suddenly, someone walking towards him called out, "Chan-hyun-hyung." It was Jin Hanan. With a sword slung over his shoulder, he looked at him and asked, "What you're up to?" Lee Tae-heon glanced up and thought, "Jin Hanan?" Jin Hanan jumped down and said with a taunting smile, "Are you alone? Perfect. This is just what I was hoping for. Are you my first opponent?" "Wait. I have to report to Hanan." Jin Hanan spoke into his earpiece, his tone a little annoyed. "Quit your rambling. Your comms are still open. I can hear everything. This isn't the time to fool around, but if you think you can handle him, then go for it." Jin Hanan scratched his head in confusion and blurted out, "Oh, really?" He wondered to himself, "I can hear him perfectly fine, so what is Hanan talking about?" The voice continued over the comms, "I'm on my way to you, so don't do anything reckless." Lee Tae-heon looked worriedly toward his teammates' positions and thought, "If I waste any more time here, I'll have to face both of them. Maybe even more." Jin Hanan was now walking toward him. He chuckled and said, "Why are you here all alone? Where are your teammates? I heard you ranked first in the close combat test, but I'm pretty confident in a one-on-one fight. I've also studied up a lot on how to counter magic guns." Lee Tae-heon felt a headache coming on, his eyes rolling back as he thought in disbelief. Is this supposed to be talk no jutsu or something? Does he really think that'll work on me? After composing himself, he asked, "What makes you so sure I'm alone?" He replied, "Oh, that? Because if you weren't, you and your teammates would have attacked me by now. Basically, I just know they're not here, that's all." Then, he charged forward, saying smugly, "Sorry, but it looks like I'll have to ask you about your match with Hanan after we get this over with." Jin Hanan's sword slammed into Lee Tae-heon's gun. He was startled, his eyes widening as he thought, "Just as I predicted, he's much stronger than me. I need to keep my distance." With that, he quickly backed away and summoned an air anchor. He grabbed it and shot into the air, leaving a stunned Jin Hanan staring up from below. Jin Hanan quickly stepped onto a block of air. He scrambled after him, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Lee Tae-heon glanced back and let out a sigh. "He's a persistent one," he thought. Jin Hanan yelled, "I won't let you get away. You know, I couldn't even reach the heights of my seniors, but during the mobility test, I took everyone by surprise. I will. I'll prove it to you. Are you trying to run to the square? Stop it, Lee Tae-heon, and let's have a proper fight. Come on, I know you've got something special. Let's have a death match." Lee Tae-heon silently shook his head in exasperation. Asterisk. Geez, he can still spout nonsense all the way up here. Asterisk. After that, he gripped the air anchor tightly and launched himself backward. Jin Han was stunned, his jaw dropping as he looked up. In an instant, Lee Tae-heon was already behind Jin Han. The bewildered man turned around, only to see Lee Tae-heon's ice-cold expression as he pointed a gun at him and pulled the trigger. Jin Han quickly used his sword to block the attack. As Lee Tae-heon turned to leave, he thought, asterisk, it's no use, asterisk, asterisk. After all, he's one of the most promising hunters. I can't just distract him with a gun, asterisk. He looked at the gun in his hand and lamented internally, asterisk. My magic isn't as strong as the real deal from the survival game, asterisk. Of course, this gun isn't powerful enough to deal with him because of my meager mana reserves. He suddenly glanced up when he saw something. Jun Hanan was standing above, staring him down. He raised his sword and declared loudly, "You've lost, Lee Trang, honorable." He tapped his earpiece and called Han Jisoo. At that moment, she was hiding behind a wall on a rooftop, while Kim Jin-sung was inside another building. Lee Trang-han suddenly smirked and said, "Get ready." Jun Hanan rushed to join Jin Han. Lee Trang-han turned his head and shouted, "Jin-sung, Jisoo." At that moment, Jin Han and Jun Hanan froze, staring ahead in confusion. Jin Han looked left and right, bewildered. Where are they? Jun Hanan grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, asterisk, it's a feint, asterisk. He then threw 3 swords at Lee Trang-han simultaneously. Lee Trang-han leaned back and thought, asterisk, sword control. Asterisk. He chuckled in amusement and called out, Jun Hanan. A second ago, he was so attacking and saying confidently, asterisk, you won't fool me again, asterisk. But the next second, he faltered, asterisk, wait a minute, asterisk. He wondered, asterisk, a gravity attack, asterisk. Lee Trang-han suddenly let himself free fall. The other 2 were utterly bewildered by this. Lee Trang-han looked up and smirked. Jun Hanan shouted in shock, is he attempting a suicide attack? The block of air beneath his and Jin Han's feet also began to disappear, making them lose their footing. Both of them began to free fall, along with Lee Trang. Honorable Kim Jin-sung, inside the building, was casting some kind of spell. A stream of blue energy shot out from the spire, and a blue net appeared, catching Lee Trang Honorable. Only then did Jun Hanan realize he had fallen into Lee Trang-han's trap. The system announced, Team A's Jin Han has fallen. Team A's Jun Hanan has fallen. An air anchor flew over, and Lee Trang-han grabbed it to pull himself up. Kim Jin-seung checked in. Are you okay? Can you handle the gravity? He replied. The feeling of being squeezed from both sides isn't great, but I can take it. Good work, Jin-sung. Kim Jin-sung was watching everything from inside. He marveled. I can't believe my control can even do something like this. This plan wasn't half bad, huh? Lee Trang-han replied as he landed. Not half bad? If we had faced them head-on, it wouldn't have been this easy. He thought back to the plan. First, I'll provoke them, and at the exact moment we're all in the air, Jisoo will hit them with a surprise gravity attack, catching them off guard. Thanks to Jin-sung's control, I won't fall, but the others will. So, that was the plan Lee Trang-han had told, the 2 of them in the waiting room. Back in the present, Lee Trang-han grinned with satisfaction and reminded them, the game's not over yet, so don't lose focus, he continued. The others might have seen us fight or heard about it, so there's a high chance they'll be able to avoid that last trick. The system kept reporting, Team A's EU has died from excessive bleeding. Team B's Lee Ha-eun has died in battle. Team B's Kim Ki-ju has died in battle. Team B's Cha In-tae has died in battle. Hearing this, Lee Trang-han thought to himself, asterisk, she took on 3 of them by herself? Well, it's Yu-hee, so I'm not that surprised. Asterisk. The system announced again, announcing the survivors. Team C's Kim Jin-sung, Team C's Han Jisoo, Team C's Lee Trang Honorable. He stood proudly with his hands on his hips, looking up, feeling a surge of pride as his name was called. Meanwhile, In the waiting room, Jin-han and Jun-hanon sat in silence as Yoo-hee interrogated them. No, she faced Team B all by herself. You two chased after one guy, and then you both fell and died. She continued. Is this your first time in a fight? I was just dumbfounded. It's truly unbelievable. Jin-han quickly tried to explain. No, that's not it, Sunbae. When we found out you guys were hiding, only Lee Tae-heon was left, and it looked like he was about to lose to Jun-hanon Sunbae. He had a very sharp strategy and targeted both of our weaknesses, so we had no choice but to charge in. Even without a strategy, in terms of raw power, Jun-hanon Sunbae is still stronger than them, right? But this is just my personal opinion. Even if Yoo-hee Sunbae, had been there with Hanan Sunbae, the result wouldn't have changed. That's what I mean. You have no idea how impressive Lee Tae-heon Sunbae was at that moment. Yoo-hee Sunbae. Jun-hanon spoke up awkwardly. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I should have been more careful, even though I'd experienced their abilities before. Seeing that made me think. I went through that same feeling before my regression. Instead of moping when a mission failed or I lost a battle, I should review my mistakes and reflect on my performance. Sometimes, being a little shameless is a good thing. Just as he turned to leave, someone called out, Hey, Kim Jin-sung. Walking towards him, the guy looked embarrassed, his cheeks slightly flushed. He scratched his ear and said, Sorry for saying those harsh things to you. Lee Chang-hoon was a bit surprised and confused, his face blank. Kim Jin-sung, feeling too embarrassed, started to walk away, saying, If you've forgotten, then just forget it. Lee Chang-hoon watched his retreating back and thought to himself, He's the type of guy who'd rather die than apologize. What a tsundere. Arazo was so stunned, she nearly fell over. She never expected him to defeat them so easily. Min Soo-hyuk exclaimed, This was a tactical victory, a completely unexpected result. Min Sok chimed in, I told you that kid was special. This was never supposed to be a test of tactics in the first place. Arazo, still unable to believe her eyes, said, Even I'm surprised, she thought to herself. Even if I knew beforehand about Han Ji-soo and Kim Jin-sung's abilities. It's not easy to come up with a strategy on the spot like that. And also, the fact that he managed to persuade his former enemy is remarkable in itself. She thought, that must be what makes him special. The announcer confidently walked onto the smoke-filled stage and his voice boomed. And here they are, the next generation of hunters. The first round of the main competition has concluded. And now, for the rewards for the winners of this round, proudly. Taking the top spot with a total of 3 points for all surviving members and 2 points for 2 eliminations of Team C. Lee Chang-hoon, Kim Jin-sung, Han Ji-soo, please come up to the stage, the announcer said as he walked towards the 3 young men. Each of you will receive a mana awakening stone. Lee Chang-hoon thought with a jolt. I've just cleared the first hurdle since my regression. Looking at the brilliant blue mana stone in his hand, he thought, with this, I can level up my ultimate skill. The announcer introduced it. The Mana Awakening Stone will increase your mana pool, making you stronger. Use it and move forward. Carry the future of the Korean hunter community on your shoulders, and then conquer the tower as a top-tier hunter. No, you must become hunters who can stand on the world stage. The announcer's tone suddenly dropped. However, there are also those who do not meet the standards to be a hunter. The losing teams in the 3 versus 3 hunter match will have to face an elimination mission, and among them, any player deemed unqualified by the judges will be eliminated from the program. Lee Chang-hoon thought, since this program is a competition, of course there's an elimination mission. The participants in the elimination mission are the 13 losers from the first match, and among them, Kim Do-jun? He thought in shock. That thought crossed his mind when he saw his friend's image on the screen. The announcer continued, I will explain the elimination mission briefly. This time, the elimination mission is a triangle capture battle where 2 people will work together as a team and coordinate their actions. The rules are simple. To pass this mission within 1 minute, the 2 of you must move together and capture the point. If you can't capture the point, there's still another way. Kill points. You can collect kill points by taking down other hunters and getting your name on the leaderboard, the announcer reminded them. Since there is an odd number of participants remaining, you may invite a teammate from the group of contestants who have already passed to join you. In that case, the contestant who has already passed will not be eliminated, even if they score few points. The match will begin in 1 day. In the waiting room, Lee Chang-hoon stood listlessly, staring at the food counter and thinking, I knew it. He glanced back and thought to himself, those 2 have already teamed up. If it were me, I'd do the same. Teaming up with the strongest person is probably the easiest way. He was surprised, wondering to himself as he saw Kim Do-jun. Hasn't he found a partner yet? Could he actually get eliminated this time? Who knows what the future holds? But right now, this elimination mission is pretty risky. He inwardly screamed, "Huh?" When Kim Do-jun cheerfully ran towards him, the guy hurried over and said, "Hey, Chang-hoon, we're from the same school. You'll help me, right?" "There's no one else." Lee Chang-hoon replied coldly, "No." Kim Do-jun immediately started to manipulate him. "Come on, please." "Oh, that's right. You taught me how to use a sword. So our relationship is like master and disciple, isn't it?" What kind of master would see his disciple about to die and not save him? Lee Chang-hoon thought, bewildered. Since when did I become his master? If I'm the master, does that make the academy's instructor your grandmaster? Lee Chang-hoon glanced in surprise at Kim Do-jun, who looked like a pitiful little kitten, staring at him with shimmering eyes. He reluctantly replied, "Fine," thinking to himself, "I'll only help this one time since I have nothing better to do anyway, and I need a place to test my skills after using the Mana Awakening Stone." Lee Chang-hoon started to leave, then turned his head back and said, "But you have to follow my plan completely. This is the last time I'm helping you. Got it?" Kim Do-jun cheered joyfully. "I knew I could count on you." Lee Chang-hoon exclaimed, exasperated. "What are you even talking about?" A building glowed brightly. Lee Chang-hoon slowly took out the mana stone he had been given. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "This is it." The system introduced the Mana Awakening Stone. When possessed, it is gradually absorbed, significantly increasing the user's mana. When consumed, it can upgrade the rank of your skills. Lee Chan-hyun sat on his bed, staring intently at the stone, and he thought, just as I figured, the effects are the same as before. Then, without a single wasted motion, he dropped the stone into his mouth and swallowed it down. The system announced in quick succession, Super Sense has been upgraded to A+. Mysterious Weapon Transformation, Apex Level E, has been upgraded to D+. With the increase in Apex level skill ranks, the growth state will be accelerated. With the increase in Apex level skill ranks, the performance of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. Apex level awakening ability, Incantation Activation Enhancement. If you shout the name of a skill while using it, or announce the position you will strike before attacking, its destructive power will increase. The shout does not need to correspond with the action. Apex level awakening ability, Ether Enhancement. You can indirectly use Ether with mana, Strength 5.1, Reflexes 6.1, Agility 6.6, Stamina 5.6, Recovery 5, Mana 66. After seeing the stats, Lee Chan-hyun thought to himself, the ranks of my important skills have gone up. My mana has also increased by 1. The system continued to announce. With the increase in Apex level skill ranks, the performance of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. Lee Chan-hyun thought, what's more, the Apex level's keyword skills have been enhanced. He immediately grinned with delight and thought, at this level, the ether that could only be used for control will now have destructive power. Just like back in the survival game. Then, he turned off the screen. Perfect. He lay down flat on his bed. Looking up at the ceiling, he thought, I have a plan for tomorrow. Time to get some sleep. I have a lot to do tomorrow. Suddenly, the image of a stage appeared. On it, a boy with a sad face was operating puppets. He began to tell a story, starting with a small club. A club on the verge of bankruptcy. Not long after my first awakening, my abilities began to show. At that time, the one who made me an offer was director Kim Ui-jung. He told me, join my team, and I will nurture you. In the boy's eyes, the image of director Kim Ui-jung was like that of a monster. The man said, in return, what do you think about unlocking your apex level? With your current skills, you can't compete. The boy was a little hesitant. Unlocking it now is a bit. They said the effects are still minimal, but I still want to wait and see. He sat dejectedly on a chair and thought, they still accepted me onto the team, but because I didn't unlock my skills, I never got a chance to compete. It was an invisible form of control from the director. A voice echoed in his ear. Hey, Chan-hyun, do you really think you can go out there and compete? Players are just meant to be used. Do you think you're special just because you're a little better in practice matches? He lowered his head. And so, at the very last moment, I chose to unlock my apex level. The director looked very pleased and laughed out loud. After unlocking my apex level, I continued to grow and rise, lifting the championship trophy and carving my name into legend. But a flower forced to bloom too soon. Its crown falls, and the fragments scatter everywhere. It is bound to wither just as quickly. Lee Chan-hyun's eyes shot open in fear. He pushed himself up after waking from that nightmare. He thought in shock, the one memory I wanted to forget the most. This time, the past won't repeat itself. With that thought, he composed himself and got out of bed. Lee Tae-heon clenched his fists as he walked, thinking, more than anyone, the foundation has been laid for me to start my career. My career as a player, in a way more brilliant than anyone else's. Of course, it'll be hard for me to win against the top rookies of my generation. There are still many shortcomings. By improving my apex level and unlocking it. He opened the door, looking up at the morning light, and thought, I will reach a different place, a place far higher than that past. To hell with it. The scene shifts to the waiting room. Kim Do-jun sat with his legs crossed on a chair. As he was adjusting his shoes, a voice asked, Are you mentally prepared? Kim Do-jun turned his head and replied confidently, Me? Of course. From my warm-up to my strategy, even my mental state is prepared. Lee Tae-heon walked up beside him and asked, Strategy? You have your own strategy? Kim Do-jun eagerly explained, I'm just going to do what you said. Lee Tae-heon helplessly put his head in his hands, thinking, I knew it. Why did I even bother asking this moron? The scene shifts to the studio. The host shouted excitedly, Thank you for waiting, Next Generation Hunters. Thank you to our audience for coming to watch the Elimination mission. Which contestant will be the first to go home? Right now, the Elimination mission will now begin. Lee Tae-heon walked in with a cold expression. He slowly closed his eyes, and then the system teleported him. The screen displayed an image of the urban area A map. The scene shifts to the occupied territory. The system had brought Lee Tae-heon here. He looked around and thought to himself, this is a normal city map. Kim Do-jun was brought in right after him. He ran up to him and asked, Tae-heon, what's the plan? You've definitely got something figured out, right? Lee Tae-heon pointed towards the tallest building and said, the target is the center. What we need to do is capture the center, not some key points along the way. As soon as it starts, we have to run there and capture it. Kim Do-jun was stunned. Are you serious? He asked fearfully. Our opponents are Jun Han-jeon and Yoo-hee, and they're a team. They'll definitely stop anyone else from taking that area. Are we really going to walk into the lion's den? Lee Chan-hong waved his hand dismissively and said, if you don't think you can do it, just give up now. Kim Do-jun quickly corrected himself. No, I just mean we should think it over. Lee Chan-hong stopped and replied, okay, the waiting time is almost over. As soon as it ends, we need to move fast. Get ready, 10 seconds left. He shouted, go. Then, an air anchor flew out, and Lee Chan-hong grabbed it, launching himself into the air. Kim Do-jun panicked, sweating bullets as he screamed, hey, wait for me. As he ran, Lee Chan-hong thought to himself, no other contestant can use air blocks and air anchors as well as I can. First, I'll get close to the capture point and hit them before they know what's happening. Meanwhile, Jun Han-jeon and Yoo-hee were walking at a leisurely pace. Yoo-hee thought to herself, Lee Chan-hong, if that bastard wasn't here, I wouldn't have to face 3 other people by myself. And we wouldn't have to take part in this stupid elimination mission. Jun Han-jeon asked curiously, Yoo-hee, what are you thinking about? She clutched her head and replied in a completely helpless tone. What else? About how you got your ass kicked by Chan-hong. Jun Han-jeon's face darkened, and he hung his head low. Yoo-hee walked up, glared at him, and reminded him, stop moping and focus on what you need to do. There's no room for mistakes this time. His spirits lifted as he ran after her, saying, got it. But he's not as simple as you think, he added. Yoo-hee replied coldly, obviously. I've already thought of everything, she thought to herself. In the last match, if I hadn't intentionally hidden some of my skills, I could have survived after taking down 3 of them. This time, I'll use every skill I have to win. We won't be eliminated because of carelessness. With that thought, she turned her head slightly and said, it seems he's a mid-range fighter. From now on, use close-range attacks to take them down, with a single strike, just like our basic strategy. Jun Han-jeon looked up at her with admiration, but a second later, his head dropped again, and he let out a weary sigh. The 2 of them then began to walk forward together. Chapter 19. Lee Chan-hong spun his gun and asked, are you here yet? He was sitting inside a building, watching. Kim Do-jun replied through the earpiece, that's because you were going too fast. Lee Chan-hong went to open the window and said, I found a good spot. Let's ambush them. Once you get here, we'll move straight to the capture point. Kim Do-jun asked nervously, the other teams will notice us. Will that be okay? Lee Chan-hong spoke up, I have an idea. He smirked and said, it's too late anyway. For now, just walk there. When you use your air block and air anchor, make your movements big so the other teams notice you. Then, he decisively pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot forward. It was aimed straight at Lee Hanjin, who was walking down the street. Her teammate turned around in shock. The system announced, "Eliminated. Team F, Lee Hanjin has been taken down in action." Lee Chan-hong looked at the gun in his hand and marveled to himself. A headshot of this caliber. It's on par with the ether level I got from the hidden dungeon in the survival game, just like Ethan. No, it's even better than my past self. You have surpassed Ethan. Down below, Lee Hanjin's teammate hastily fled. Lee Chan-hong's eyes glowed crimson. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. The system announced, "Eliminated. Team F, a member has been taken down in action." Kim Do-jun asked curiously, "I just heard a loud noise up ahead. Did you hear it? Who's fighting over there? Are we even going the right way?" Lee Chan-hong replied, "That was my gunshot." He was surprised. "Huh? You were just in a fight?" Lee Chan-hong gave him directions. "From your original direction, turn right, 9 o'clock. Go past 3 blocks. I'm on the 2nd floor of the green glass building right there. Get over here." His expression darkened, and his eyes glowed red. He smirked and wondered to himself, whose kill points should I farm now? Inside the judge's room, Ara angrily clenched her fists and slammed them on the table. She couldn't seem to believe what was happening before her very eyes. "Impossible." Lee Min-sok stroked his chin and said with amusement, "What did I tell you? I heard he really has an ability related to guns, right?" Ara replied, "That's possible, but in my opinion, it's more likely a newly developed ability." Lee Min-sok asked again, "But he handled guns so well from the very first day, didn't he?" Ara looked doubtful, resting her chin on her hand. "But if that were the case, then he wouldn't have needed to find the secret dungeon in the survival game. Even during training, he only ever shot to suppress. He's never been this serious before." She came to a conclusion. It means a peak-level ability can be enhanced under certain conditions. Min-sok was surprised. "Mr. Chairman?" Ara turned and asked, "Why have you come here?" As the three of them prepared to stand up, Lee Deok said, "Please, remain seated. I came here because..." Lee Deok explained, "I heard there was an interesting character, so I came to see for myself." Lee Min-sok asked, intrigued, "Even the association's chairman? Do you want him for yourself too?" Lee Deok leaned in slightly and replied, "No, not at all. I've already been rejected once." He's very confident. "If I had known this would happen, I would have offered a higher price." "Do you regret it?" Lee Deok replied, "No. I don't regret the past. I only look for ways to move forward. I hope his future plans will include me." Hearing this, the three of them were stunned, their jaws on the floor. Model. Lee Deok stroked his beard, laughed, and said, "Isn't this a bit sudden? But I'm serious." Lee Min-seok nodded and said, "I will consider it positively. Damn it." He then glanced at Lutek's retreating back and wondered to himself, what the hell is that cunning old geezer planning? The scene shifts to the competition area. Kim Do-jun looks around and says, "I'm here. Where are you?" Lee Trong-hoon replies, "Come up to room 1701. On the 2nd floor, Kim Do-jun slowly makes his way inside the building. Lee Trang-hoon, hiding behind a wall, watches Kim Do-jun enter from below and wonders, "Have you been here this whole time?" He thinks to himself, "Just as I thought." He thinks they're the only ones in this building, that no one else is here. Kim Do-jun grins from ear to ear, thinking, "There must be a lot of people watching from the outside. It would be incredibly dangerous to walk around out there now." After a moment of thought, he asks, "So what's the plan? Aren't you going to tell me?" Lee Trang-hoon casually replies, "Just ignore everyone else." Then he asks, "Jun Han-on, Yu-hee, who's the easier target?" Kim Do-jun glances over, bewildered. Then he shouts in shock, "Don't tell me you want me to hold them off." Lee Trang-hoon quickly reassures him, "Don't worry, it'll only be for a moment." Kim Do-jun asks, "What about you?" Lee Trang-hoon smiles with amusement and replies, "While you're holding them back, I'll go capture the point." Kim Do-jun exclaims, "I see." He felt like he'd been struck by lightning, clutching his head. Lee Trang-hoon stands up to leave and says, "Let's go." Kim Do-jun panics. "What? No way. Are you serious?" Lee Trang-hoon turns his head and flashes a bright smile. Kim Do-jun gets up and follows him. He thinks dejectedly, "Oh my god, this is no different from walking to my own death." Each of Kim Do-jun's steps felt as heavy as if he were carrying a boulder on his back. Lee Trang-hoon grips the doorknob, then opens it. Kim Do-jun, standing behind him, stares wide-eyed. In front of them is the capture point room. The two of them walk in confidently. The system announces, "Point captured. Lee Trang-hoon, Kim Do-jun." The pair, Lee Trang-hoon and Kim Do-jun, have captured the point. If another person enters the capture point, or if you leave the point, the capture time will be reset. Yu-hee frowns upon hearing this. Jun Han-on is also listening intently. The remaining time until the capture is complete is 1 minute. Lee Trang-hoon grins widely. He thinks to himself, the real fight starts now. Chapter 20. Jun Han-on and Yoo-hee look up at the notification. Team Lee Trang-hoon and Kim Do-jun have taken control of the capture point. Yoo-hee grits her teeth in frustration, thinking, what does he want? Isn't hiding and sniping enough for him? Now he's capturing the point too? Jun Han-on wonders, could there be one on this map too? Like a secret dungeon? Yoo-hee immediately replies, no way. She explains, this survival map isn't based on the dungeon tower. This is just a normal urban area. There aren't any secret zones. She asks Han-on curiously, based on your combat experience, what do you think? Going into the capture zone now is no different from walking into a trap. Jun Han-on rests his chin on his hand and replies with a thoughtful expression. In a survival game, if there's no secret area, we can easily overpower him. I have a feeling about him. His concentration and mobility seem to be quite good. But Yoo-hee thinks to herself, we lost him last time because of that mobility. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap. But entering the capture point is like giving up that mobility. She suspects, or maybe his intention isn't to hold that place. Maybe he's just drawing attention and will leave in the middle of it all. Yoo-hee's eyes widen as if she's just realized something. Then she turns to her teammate and says, Han-on, listen carefully. I know what Trang-hoon's goal is. She explains, he's not strong in a straight fight, so if the battle is inside a room, he won't be able to use his mobility to his advantage. In other words, when everyone else arrives and fights over the capture point, he'll take advantage of the chaos. Jun Han-on asks, so what do we do? Yoo-hee replies, the capture point isn't our goal anyway. We just need to ruin his plan to take advantage of the chaos. Then, the two of them rush towards the capture point. Yoo-hee thinks to herself, if this works, victory will be ours. A massive, giant eliminated text appears, leaving them both stunned. The system announces, eliminated. Team A's Kim Yul has been defeated in combat. Team C's Hong Tae has been defeated in combat. Team C's Bae Ho has been defeated in combat. Yoo-hee's jaw drops as she gasps, what? Everyone who went in there has been taken out. She thinks, if he wanted to use the chaos, he'd have to escape from them, and instead of capturing the point, the others would try to chase him. It should have turned into a non-stop battle. Jun Han-on exclaims in shock, Yoo-hee, look. The screen shows 20 seconds remaining. Yoo-hee breaks into a cold sweat, completely bewildered, and thinks, what are you doing, Lee Trang-hoon? Lee Trang-hoon is hiding under a table, ready to attack. Kim Do-jun glances at him, thinking nervously, having to fight all of them to the death. I don't know if I can do it. When someone comes in, Trang-hoon will shoot. If they dodge it, I'll charge out and attack. Kim Do-jun lets out a weary sigh. Is this really going to be okay? The door flies open. Kim Ye-run kicks the door in and shouts aggressively, get out here and fight me fair and square. Without a single wasted movement, Lee Trang-hoon pops up and shoots him with perfect accuracy. Kim Do-jun frowns as he looks up at the system notification. Eliminated. Team A's Kim Ye-run has been defeated in combat. A strange sound comes from the wall, making Lee Trang-hoon and Kim Do-jun look over curiously. A sharp spear is flying towards them like a rocket. Lee Trang-hoon aims with a gun in each hand and fires. He fired. Lee Hung-tae quickly hid behind a rock. Lee Chan-hoon thought to himself, I can't see through walls. Lee Hung-tae looked at him with an amused expression. Lee Chan-hoon smirked, thinking, all right, so that's why Kim Do-jun is here. The tip of Kim Do-jun's sword was lunging forward. Kim Do-jun leaped up and brought his sword down on Lee Hung-tae, but he blocked it with his spear. Bae Han-soo rushed from behind Lee Chan-hoon, trying to ambush him, but he was detected. Lee Chan-hoon's eyes glowed crimson. He used his super eyes skill, then calculated the perfect angle, and in the next second, Lee Chan-hoon pulled both triggers, firing in two different directions. The system announced, Team Choi Hung-tae has been eliminated in combat. Team C's Bae Han-soo has been eliminated in combat. Lee Chan-hoon glanced over curiously. How much time is left? The screen displayed the remaining time, 32 seconds. He remarked, still half the time left. He thought to himself, with our current score, we'll win the elimination mission, but that's not what I want. The goal is to wipe them all out. Jun Han-on and Yoo Hae-ru arrived right on time. Yoo Hae-ru's eyes widened at the scene of devastation before her. Lee Chan-hoon and Kim Do-jun were obscured by a cloud of dust. Yoo Hae-ru shouted loudly, Jun Han-on. He replied, got it. Lee Chan-hoon aimed his gun at them. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. a bullet shot out with terrifying speed. Jun Han-on and Yu Hai-ru leaped up to attack him. A large crack appeared on the ceiling, and it began to fall. Kim Do-jun was both bewildered and terrified. Lee Chan-hon suddenly let out a smirk. Huge chunks of rock were falling on their heads. The building was collapsing. Yu Hai-ru wondered to herself, is the occupation point collapsing? What would the outcome be? The screen showed 17 seconds remaining. Yu Hai-ru shrieked in shock. The countdown continued. Time's almost up. Let's go. Jun Han-on yelled from within the thick dust cloud as 3 bullets shot straight toward him. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Yu Hai-ru turned her head in surprise. The system announced, Team B's Aza has been eliminated in combat. Team B's Lee Hyunju has been eliminated in combat. Team D's Jaeyeon-dong has been eliminated in combat. Yu Hai-ru thought anxiously, it's over. How? Where did that come from? Lee Chan-hon's guns were still actively aiming and firing. The system reported, Team D's Lee Han-ul has been eliminated in combat. Squinting amidst the wreckage, Yu Hai-ru thought to herself. She wondered, where am I supposed to find Lee Chan-hon in this mess? Chapter 21. Before him now was a pile of rubble, with thick dust and smoke swirling everywhere. Lee Chan-hon summoned his gun. He tensed up and raised his weapon, his eyes scanning his surroundings with extreme caution, ready to fight at any moment. Lee Chan-hon thought grimly, no matter how good I am, I can't handle this many people at once. Then, Lee Chan-hon used super eyes. His eyes turned red, flashing with a strange light. Lee Chan-hon glared ruthlessly in a specific direction, his expression utterly serious and cold. Then, he leaped forward. Using both his hands and his agile body, he dashed to the side, but didn't forget to accurately shoot a person nearby. The other person was taken down, letting out a pitiful cry. He was completely shocked to suddenly encounter someone so godlike, someone with such incredible skills. Lee Chan-hon flashed a cold, belligerent smile. With 2 guns in hand, and a movement speed far exceeding that of a normal person, Lee Chan-hon had every reason to be confident in himself. Lee Chan-hon gave a wicked smile, thinking, just like that time. He recalled a specific moment from the past. It was a moment of crisis for the entire team, when newspapers were constantly reporting that LTD was facing difficulties. 2 articles circulated, speculating whether they could turn the tables. Another 2 articles talked about R10 strengthening their ranks, telling the audience to look forward to their performance in this match. Lee Chan-hon thought, someone has to step up to stop us from dropping to 9th place. Walls crumbled everywhere from the gunfire, kicking up clouds of dust. And then, it happened. The scene showed someone holding a heavy sniper rifle, firing all over the place. The commentator spoke up. Meanwhile, R1S is still maintaining their full team roster. Right now, the 2 remaining LTD members are being hunted down and eliminated one by one. Only Lee Chan-hon was left. Hiding behind a door, he scanned his surroundings with extremely vigilant eyes. His throat burned with exhaustion. Lee Chan-hon panted, clutching the gun in his hand, his face showing clear distress. Lee Chan-hon gritted his teeth, thinking, I have to win. I can't let us drop to 9th place. Lee Chan-hon got into position, ready to fire at any moment. He launched himself out to his left. With a loud bang, he fired, shattering the wall. That time, he brought down the building too, the commentator said. What is going on? Is this a suicide mission? A suicide mission, similar to a suicide attack. It looks like he's about to give up. Lee Chan-hon now stood silently, frozen amidst the rubble he had created, not saying a single word. A silent resolve formed in Lee Chan-hon's heart. He raised his gun into position, thinking, no, he hasn't given up. And then, with a bang, Lee Chan-hon took down another person. The commentator was stunned. It's the exact opposite. In a collapsed building where you can't see an inch in front of you, Lee Chan-hon can still snipe with perfect accuracy. Lee Chan-hon fired his gun, shot after shot. He held his gun steady, his aim locked on the target. The commentator screamed, an all-kill. No, a chip kill. Through the hazy smoke and dust, Lee Trang-hon strode forward with cold, steady steps. The commentator exclaimed, what an unbelievable sight. Now it's a one-on-one. Will he be able to achieve a perfect kill, a record never before seen in history? Lee Trang-hon gritted his teeth, holding on. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. A wave of panic hit Lee Trang. Honorable, damn it, I'm out of mana. The next thing he saw was the victory celebration for Team Rick. The commentator lamented. What a shame. The attempt to set a new record ends here. Lee Trang-hon has fallen to Lee Jane's blade. With this result, LTD dropped to 9th place, while Kim Do-jun's team held their position. Lee Trang-hon sat in the waiting room, completely crushed. One step, just one, single step. That one step led to this outcome. Back in the present, Lee Tae-heon had his gun trained on Do Hai from behind. Do Hai Do was completely stunned at being outplayed. Lee Tae-heon thought, he's no match for me now. Do Hai Do spun around and dashed back, cursing under his breath, son of a bitch. But when he turned, he froze. There was no one in front of him. Not a single soul, just piles of rubble. Lee Tae-heon opened fire, taking Do Hai Do down. He smirked. I'm not running out of mana this time. A notification popped up. Team Lee Jung-won has been eliminated. The scene shifts to another office, where everyone was staring in disbelief at what was unfolding before them. On the monitor, Ao gasped in shock. A total wipeout? This was supposed to be a capture the point mission to force a fight, but he managed to capture the point, times and times eliminate everyone else at the same time. Ao sighed, thinking, I have to admit, that kid is at a pro level, at the very least. Ryun Hyung-eo let out a helpless, wry laugh and crossed his arms, then said to everyone in the room, come on, my juniors. Didn't I tell you the kid could use a gun? Just look at him. There's no way he's someone who can't handle a gun. I knew it from the very first round. I saw his potential. Min Soo-hyuk spoke up. Yes, Sunbae Nim, I get that he can use a gun as you said, but what I don't understand is how he managed to shoot and hit his target through all that smoke and dust. Ryun Hyung-eo replied, so Wook, to make a shot like that at his age, you need what skills? When you awaken, accuracy is just as important as your mana reserves. It's possible Lee Tae-heon has some skill that guarantees his aim. He pointed at the screen. The confidence to hit his mark under any circumstances. That's what he has. Back in the auditorium, everyone was seated and focused, including Lee Tae-heon, Kim Do-jun, and the members of the other teams. Lee Tae-heon was scrolling through the news on his phone, remarking, the community forums are blowing up. On the screen were comments like, this match is on a whole different level. So fun to watch. Whoa, South Korea, finally, has a real long-range DPS. Someone else commented, whoa, if next year's third division league is going to be like this, then it'll be worth the hype. Lee Tae-heon thought, if I were just a spectator, I'd be excited too. It was a complete wipeout, after all. Then, he turned off his phone. That's just how the audience sees it. It wasn't a completely one-sided fight. The fact that I'd used a similar strategy in the past was a huge advantage. If we'd fought them head-on, we wouldn't have wiped them all out. We probably wouldn't have even gotten half of them. A notification window appeared. Achieved a total wipeout in the elimination and capture mission. Peak level. Upgraded to C rank. With the increase in skill levels, your peak level growth status will be accelerated. Peak level awakening unique. Ability, legendary sharpshooter. Long-range sniping accuracy has significantly increased. Weak shooting guide. You can now use a weak version of shooting guide. Lee Tae-heon was amazed. This is a pretty huge achievement. My peak level's rank actually increased. Kim Do-jun, who was sitting next to him, nudged him and said, hey, you've been hiding your skills this whole time, huh? Man, those moves you just pulled were insane. Can I touch your gun? Lee Tae-heon let out a long sigh. Seeing his reaction, Kim Do-jun pressed on. Come on, man. If you had enough mana to mow everyone down with a gun, you should have told me sooner. Also, how did you manage to aim through all that smoke and hit everything? Lee Tae-heon replied curtly, instinct. Kim Do-jun whined. Aw, come on, he said angrily. Is this how you treat your one and only friend? I never thought you were like this. Lee Trang, honorable. Lee Tae-heon asked coolly. So, what do you think of me now? Kim Do-jun shot back. A total cheapskate. Lee Trang, honorable. Suddenly realized something. Wait a second. Did he just say only friend? Staring intently at Kim Do-jun, he thought, come to think of it, since I regressed, this guy has been the only person I could call a friend. With that thought, he sighed. Are my social skills really that bad? On stage, the hosts had gathered. Ao took the mic and began, not just anyone can become a hunter. Talent is the deciding factor, which makes it an incredibly tough path. The search for the next generation of hunters is all about finding talents who can dominate the field. This makes the competition even more brutal. It was brutal, but that's why you survived and earned the chance to move on. Congratulations. Oh, but should you be setting off celebratory fireworks? No, you're just at the starting line. Welcome to the Dungeon Hunter Tournament. To put it simply and intensely, we choose the best of the best, and these are the next generation of hunters. It hasn't been long, but the judges have already selected the candidates qualified to become the greatest. Lee Jung-han and Kim Do-run were ecstatic. The announcers continued, Therefore, this evaluation will be the final match. In other words, this is the final combat evaluation. It will, of course, be a standard 7 versus 7 hunter match. The teams will be formed today, and the match will begin in 1 week. The MVP of the winning team will be crowned the champion, and the runner-up will be the standout performer from the winning team. And for this final match, there will be a special guest. Please look forward to it. Lee Jong-hoon was curious. A special guest? The scene changes to Lee Jong-hoon and Kim Do-run standing side by side. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Jong-hoon. I'm Hee-hyun. I'm representing the LHL club to recruit new members. Could you spare a few minutes?" Before he could finish, someone else cut in. "Hey, you, didn't you see I was waiting here first?" "Jong-hoon, I'm Lee Dong-gu. I'm recruiting for the Butter Club." Lee Jong-hoon was surprised. Recruiting? It would be good to find a team that fits my conditions. Lee Jong-hoon smiled brightly and said, "Let's go inside and talk." The scene shifts to a room. Lee Jang-hoon sat in a chair placed in the center. In front of him were the people who wanted to recruit him for their clubs. He said, "All right, well then." Lee Jang-hoon smiled. "First of all, since so many of you have come to see me," Lee Jong-hoon rested his chin on his hand, smiled, and said, "Let's start with you presenting your conditions, and we can talk after that." Chapter 22. The coach, Shin Ul-cheon, introduced himself. "I am Shin Ul-cheon, a coach at the SMA Private Academy. I've been watching your matches and have taken note of your incredible talent. You've surely heard of our academy. We can help you debut in the 2nd division, the 1st division, and even get you international exposure through our school's exchange programs." Shin Ul-cheon continued, "If you join our academy, we will arrange an international exchange program for you and assign a coach to personally train you overseas." Lee Jang-hoon cut him off. "Excuse me, but there are a lot of people here. Could you summarize your most special terms?" Shin Ul-cheon was a bit flustered. He stammered for a moment, then said, "We will offer you a signing bonus worth 100 million won and an annual salary of 200 million won. That's about 70,000 US dollars. What do you think?" Lee Gongdi jumped in and said, "A 300 million won signing bonus, lump sum, and that's not including the salary. We can't disclose the exact salary, but I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Lee Jang-hoon thought to himself, "A 300 million won signing bonus. The offer is good, but what I really want is the right to choose my own teammates." He looked at the coaches eagerly, trying to recruit him, and thought, perhaps, he smirked, "It's best if I don't join any team at all." Another coach, not to be outdone, shot up and said, "We can also offer you a 300 million won signing bonus. As for the salary, we can negotiate. Furthermore, my team is willing to meet any additional conditions you might have." Lee Jang-hoon said, "How about this? I want to form a team with members that I choose myself. Can any of you do that?" The room suddenly fell silent. The coach who had just spoken froze. "About that?" Seeing their faces, Lee Jang-hoon thought, "I guess not." A while later, after the discussions were over, Lee Jang-hoon said, "Let's end it here for today." They all rushed to give him their business cards. "Here's my card. Please contact me anytime if you change your mind. I'll consult with my director and get back to you if we can change our offer." Afterwards, Lee Jang-hoon sat back down in his chair, and he thought, for a rookie, those offers are very impressive. But then, he suddenly noticed one coach hadn't left yet. Extremely puzzled, he let out a, "Huh?" In his mind, Lee Jang-hoon asked, "Is there something else you want to discuss?" The man pushed his business card forward and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lee Gong-di, a recruiter for the Butter team. We can meet the condition you just mentioned." Picking up the card, Lee Jang-hoon was curious. "Oh?" He thought, if they had ever participated in the 1st or 2nd division, I would have at least heard their name. Otherwise, they must be a 3rd division team, and a mediocre one at that. Lee Gong-di said, "We don't have a large budget, so we can't offer a large signing bonus like the other teams, but I guarantee we can build a team centered around you." Lee Jang-hoon asked, "You can? What about your current players?" Lee Gong-di replied, "Most of our players' contracts are ending next season. I'm not sure if they will renew or not." Then he continued, "That's precisely why we're willing to consider your opinion when recruiting new members." Lee Jang-hoon thought to himself, I see. They don't have a big budget, but they're willing to give me a certain degree of control." Lee Jang-hoon asked, "What do you mean by consider? My proposal might sound a bit vague. It's not exactly a promise, is it? Also, I can only choose rookie players, right? That means the team will be full of rookies." Lee Gong-di's face turned pale as he said, "You two should discuss this directly with our director. It seems he really likes you. He insisted that I recruit you at all costs." Lee Trang-hoon fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Lee Gongdi stood up and said, "We would be grateful if you would consider our offer. If possible, please at least meet with our director in person." Lee Trang-hoon replied, "Of course, I'll think about it." The sound of the door closing echoed, leaving Lee Trang-han alone with his thoughts. He looked at the pile of business cards on the table. I can choose from reputable 3rd Division teams with a huge signing bonus, and the option to pick 1 or 2 teammates, or Team Butter, a lower-tier team in the 3rd Division, which would allow me to form a team of rookies. In the end, it all depends on how well I perform. Lee Trang-han left the room. Kim Do-run hurriedly asked, "So, how did it go?" He ran over and asked excitedly, "Did you get anything?" Seeing Kim Do-run approach so quickly, Lee Trang-hoon asked, "Have you been waiting for me this whole time?" Kim Do-run replied cheerfully, "Yeah, I'm from the S.E. private academy anyway. I was just waiting outside." As Kim Do-run trotted behind Lee Trang-hoon, he asked, "So, have you picked a team? What are the benefits?" Lee Trang-hoon said, "Well, a 300 million won signing bonus, not including salary. That's about the average offer." Kim Do-run was so shocked he broke into a sweat, exclaiming, "Oh my god." Lee Trang-hoon thought, that must be much higher than what Kim Do-run receives at the academy. But the academy's role is to nurture talent, while the benefits I'm being offered are for competing in the 3rd Division. Kim Do-run asked, "So which team did you choose?" Lee Trang-hoon said, "I'm not sure yet." Kim Do-run was completely taken aback. "What? The offer is fantastic, isn't it?" Lee Trang-hoon replied, "I told them I want to choose my own teammates." Kim Do-run was astounded. "For real? Even though you're a standout, you're still just a rookie." Lee Trang-hoon walked on, calmly replying, "Yeah, I admit that's a tough demand." Kim Do-run asserted, "You're asking for way too much." Hearing that, Lee Trang-hoon thought to himself, "Am I? Maybe for my current position, but what if I prove my abilities even more? Then the teams will have to accept my demands." Lee Trang-hoon turned to Kim Do-run and said, "You're probably right." Kim Do-run asked happily, "So you'll reconsider, right?" Lee Trang-hoon smiled slightly and said, "Of course not." He looked up with a cunning glint in his eye. "If I'm asking for too much for my current position, then I just need to climb higher, right?" Elsewhere, Jun-hung-eo had just left a room. He let out a long sigh as he recalled the recent scene. Jun-hung-eo had been suffocated by the pressure from the club recruiters. "Mr. Hang-eo, what do you think?" "I guarantee no other team will give you such a generous offer," Jun-hung-eo replied awkwardly. "Wait a minute. I'm still a member of the S.E. private academy." The other person quickly replied, "Besides the signing bonus, we'll also cover your contract termination fee. Please give us a chance." Back in the present, Jun-hung-eo felt helpless. They didn't even bother to listen to me. Suddenly, a message notification sound went off. Ting. Jun-hung-eo wondered, "Who's texting me?" It was from Hi-E-Do-You. The message read, "See, you shouldn't have given them a chance to talk to you." Jun-hung-eo was a little surprised. Ah, what timing. Then he looked off into the distance, lost in thought. I wonder where he'll end up. He thought of Lee Trang-hoon, thinking, he really is the #1 marksman in the Korean Hunter League. Jun-hung-eo recalled Lee Trang-hoon's incredibly cool moments during the competition. I can't believe he could pull off those things under such high pressure. It'll be interesting when he finishes the competition and we meet again on the battlefield in the 3rd Division, or maybe even higher. Jun-hung-eo imagined himself and Lee Trang-hoon standing shoulder to shoulder, feeling a thrill of excitement. I'll be waiting for that day. The scene changes to another location. This is a place where people trade goods. Kim Do-run looked around blankly and asked, "A maintenance shop? You have something that needs fixing here?" Lee Trang-hoon turned his head back in confusion and asked, "Huh?" Lee Trang-hoon said, "We're about to compete. Of course, we need to prepare some mana equipment." Kim Do-run asked in surprise, "Huh? But we already have air anchors and air blocks, don't we?" Hearing Kim Do-run's incredibly naive question left Lee Trang-hoon speechless. He asked, "Have you ever even watched a professional match? Mana equipment comes in many shapes and sizes. Choosing the right equipment for the opponent and the situation is also a critical skill." As they entered the shop, a saleswoman asked with a smile, "Hello, is this your first time here?" She asked, "How can I help you? Equipment maintenance, weapon repair, or..." The saleswoman led the way warmly. "Since it's your first time, perhaps you're looking to buy some new equipment?" Kim Do-run stared excitedly at the item in front of him, just like a child. His eyes flashed brightly, a clear sign of his extreme excitement. Not only that, but he was even blushing with joy. The two of them were standing there talking, while Kim Do-run was hunched over, pressing his face against the glass display case like a kid seeing candy for the very first time. Looking absolutely adorable, the saleswoman asked, "Would you like some guidance on how to choose your mana equipment?" Lee Jang-hoon, who had been watching Kim Do-run, turned to her and replied, "Ah, yes, please." He then gestured to Kim Do-run and said, "We've got an idiot over here who knows absolutely nothing about mana equipment." Hearing that, Kim Do-run shot him a wounded look. His eyes filled with indignation, but before he could protest, the saleswoman started her explanation. The saleswoman explained, "I'm sure you're familiar with air anchors and air blocks, right? But there are many other types of mana equipment besides those. The equipment can be divided into 4 general categories: devices for offense, gear for defense, and equipment for mobility, like the air anchor." Hearing this, Kim Do-run finally lifted his head, tearing his eyes away from the display. He asked, confused, "Wait, aren't there only 3 types?" The saleswoman answered, "The last one isn't a category, per se. It's more of a catch-all for anything that doesn't fit into the other 3. They're called specialized mana devices." The saleswoman continued her explanation. "Their performance varies wildly, and they're usually custom-made, so it's difficult to go into detail about them." Kim Do-run suddenly turned and asked, "Oh, so are we here to pick out some of those specialized mana devices?" The saleswoman just stood there, smiling silently. Lee Jang-hoon was the one who answered, "Of course not. Weren't you listening? Specialized mana devices are custom-made. They aren't just sitting on a shelf waiting for you. We should obviously stick to the most common items." The saleswoman chimed in, "Exactly. Specialized mana devices are typically prepared for specific strategies or to counter particular opponents in a match. In contrast, basic mana devices like the air anchor can be used effectively by just about anyone." As she spoke, she pulled something from her pocket and said, "This is a mana shield, a type of mana device." In her hand was a beautiful, brilliant blue gem. It was polished and gleamed with a dazzling light. You could tell just by looking at it that it held some incredible hidden power. The saleswoman explained, "When activated, it deploys a mana shield around the user." Kim Do-run stared intently at the gem and asked, "So with this, you won't get hit by any attacks, right?" Then, answering his own question, he muttered, "No, that can't be right. I don't see them used that often in matches, so that must not be it." The saleswoman held the gem up to her eye level and said, "Precisely. Once it breaks, it needs time to recover. It's something you use in emergencies." Seeing Kim Do-run's curious and utterly clueless expression, Lee Jang-hoon, who had been standing by and sizing him up this whole time, couldn't help but exclaim, "You really don't know the first thing about mana devices, do you?" Hearing this, Kim Do-run shot up and retorted, "Well, that's because I've never had a chance to use them before." Lee Jang-hoon pointed to the gem and said, "First of all, this is something used almost exclusively by long-range warriors. Close-range warriors typically have their own methods of self-defense, but long and mid-range warriors often don't, so they need these to hold their ground and create an opening for a counterattack." His knowledgeable, almost scholarly demeanor as he explained these concepts was incredibly attractive. His calm expression, 3 parts cool detachment, 1 part ordinary, 2 parts wicked, and 6 parts thoughtful, all came together to create this perfect 10 of a guy. He explained everything to Kim Do-run as meticulously as if he were talking to a lover. "So, you need to understand the principles. Which type of device is suitable for which type of opponent, or for users with unique traits? How do you maximize their effectiveness? How do you get them to synergize, to work together like gears in a machine?" The scene shifts. A moment later, a monobomber plane shoots into the air. Its speed was so incredible that it was hard to even track its silhouette. When the monobomber plane hit the ground, it created a massive explosion. Right in front of Lee Jang-hoon and Kim Do-run. Lee Jang-hoon held a bomb in his hand and said, "This is an explosive-type mana device, a monobomber plane. In what kind of situation do you think this would be useful?" Hearing Lee Jang-hoon's question, Kim Do-run fell into deep thought. Then he said, "It looks like it's designed to be attached to something. Maybe it's for a long-range warrior, to attach to an arrow or something like that, and then make it explode like a missile?" Lee Jang-hoon picked up the bomb and said, "No, at least I couldn't fire it from my gun. How am I supposed to attach something this big to a bullet?" Hearing that, Kim Do-run replied, "Oh, right." After a moment's thought, an idea suddenly struck Lee Jang-hoon. He looked at the bomb in his hand. "Wait a minute. It's impossible with a regular bullet. But I shoot with ether, something that can transform into any shape." A bold thought suddenly crossed Lee Jang-hoon's mind. If that's the case, then maybe. Just then, Kim Do-run asked, "Hey, what about this one? Did you say it can teleport? Is it meant for long-range warriors to maintain their distance?" In Kim Do-run's hand was a mana tool called an air throw. Lee Jang-hoon glanced over and took the device from him. He said, "Ah, this one's good, but..." And in a flash, Lee Jang-hoon appeared right behind Kim Do-run, Kim Do-run was mid-sentence when he realized Lee Jong-hoon was no longer in front of him, leaving him stunned and confused. Then, Kim Do-run felt a presence behind him. Something hard and cold was pressed against his head. It was just as he thought, Lee Jong-hoon's gun. Lee Jang-hoon had quickly taken control of Kim Do-run from behind the moment he'd reached the Manitool. Just a second ago, he had arrogantly said, "This one is better." Meanwhile, Kim Do-run was still in shock, not daring to turn around. Lee Jong-hoon continued, "You can use them to fly in close combat without needing a mana shield." Kim Do-run turned to look at Lee Jang-hoon and said with a laugh, "Whoa, they've got everything here. Can we take it all?" Lee Jang-hoon spun the gun expertly. He calmly said, "There's a limit to the amount of mana that can be used, and the number of items you're allowed to bring into a match, so no. That's why you can usually only take 1 or 2 items." Kim Do-run asked, "So, what are you planning to get?" Lee Jong-hoon hesitated for a moment, then said, "Air throw is enough for me. It's your turn to choose." Hearing that, Kim Do-run got a little flustered. He scratched his head and said, Right. I have a few ideas, but it's a tough choice. I'm not a long-range fighter, so I don't need a mana shield or a mana bomber. And air throw is a little weird." While Kim Do-run was weighing his options, thinking, which one? Lee Jong-hoon stood silently, his attention suddenly fixed on something. It looked like he had another idea. Then he reached out, grabbed it, and asked Kim Do-run, "How about this one?" Kim Do-run looked at what Lee Jong-hoon was holding. He looked pretty shocked, asking in disbelief, "That one?" His face was a picture of pure astonishment, as if he never saw it coming. The scene changes to the grandstand, where everyone is gathered together. The Hunter tournament is displayed on the screen. The MC held the mic and announced, "Thank you all for waiting. The final match will be held in 6 days. From now on, we will announce the team members and the map for the final round. The finals will be held in a rugged forest. With its vast and diverse terrain, it will be held on the battlefield of the gods." Looking up at the screen, Lee Jong-hoon exclaimed, "This is going to be fun. A dungeon inspired by the Tower Dungeon." Lee Jang-hoon thought to himself, "I've fought here a few times, so I already know its features." Min Soo-hyuk continued, "Next, based on the results, we will introduce the members who have been divided into 2 teams. First up, the blue team. The members of the blue team appeared on the screen one by one. Lee Min-sok followed up. Next, the red team. The members of the red team appeared on the screen one by one. The MC said, "Now that the teams have been announced, we're hoping to see some great teamwork." Lee Jong-hoon thought to himself, "Teamwork? With a team that was just formed a week ago?" At the same time, Lee Min-sok said, "And next up is a surprise announcement." Min Soo-hyuk added, "The match will have a special rule. Participating as a monster will be a first-generation hunter." The chairman of the Hunters Association, Lee Tae-heon. The entire audience was completely stunned by this information. Lee Jong-hoon was in utter disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears, letting out a shocked, "Huh?" The spotlight slowly moved in a certain direction, heralding the appearance of the veteran figure. Lee Tae, mic in hand, slowly walked out in an incredibly plain outfit, but his reputation was known to everyone. Lee Tae gave a warm greeting and said, "I have high expectations for the next generation of hunters, so this old man decided to participate and give you all some experience as a little gift. Don't be too nervous, and give it your all in the finals." The people there were completely stunned to see this legendary figure. Their jaws dropped. Lee Tae said his goodbyes. "See you next week on the stage prepared for you." Lee Jong-hoon watched with a serious expression. "I hope you will be the one who shines the brightest." A while later, after it was over, Lee Tae started to walk away. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." Lee Tae turned his head in curiosity. He asked. "What is it, Lee Jong-hoon?" Turns out, it was Lee Jong-hoon who had called out to meet with him privately. He handed Team P's business card back to Lee Tae, saying, "I'm returning this to you." Lee Tae asked, puzzled. "To me?" Lee Jong-hoon said. "Mr. Lee Gongji told me I should meet the team owner." Lee Jong-hoon thought to himself, "A team that's been at the bottom of the 3rd Division League for years. Even before I regressed, I couldn't even remember this team. But thinking back carefully, I found out about this team much later. The fact that Lee Tae was the one who founded the team was eventually revealed, and it became a huge topic." He recalled the article that reported it. Owner of Team P revealed to be Chairman Lee Tae. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and laughed, "Ha ha," but then seemed to realize something was wrong. Lee Tae's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Seeing that look, Lee Jong-hoon realized he had misspoken. He had revealed too much. Lee Tae's face darkened as he asked, "The owner on paper is Hunter Lee Gongji. How did you know?" Lee Jong-hoon replied, Because I can see everything. After saying this, Lee Jong-hoon broke into a smile. He thought, that sentence has a double meaning. My ability can see right through you. It shows me your detailed personal information. So, in a way, it's the truth. Lee Jeon-tae's expression was now one of pure astonishment. His eyes went wide when he heard that answer. Lee Jong-hoon wondered, so, what are you going to do now? Chapter 24. Liu Ji-taek's face darkened. He let out a ha, and then said, excellent. I didn't expect that skill, but his face remained cold and emotionless. Looking at Lee Jang-hoon, he continued, allow me to formally introduce myself, even though I'm not standing in front of you right now. A smiling Liu Ji-taek then said, I'm Liu Ji-taek, the team's true owner, P.E. and the Hunter Association's president. Thought my recruitment efforts and Lee Jeon-ju's offer had failed, but you've changed your mind? Liu Tae smiled smugly to himself. Pointing to himself, Liu Tae said frankly, in return, I want to be in a different room. Fingers tapped rhythmically on the tabletop. It was Liu Tae. Beside him, Lee Jeon-ju asked, did you give him my business card? Liu Tae replied, I did. Lee Jeon-ju said worriedly, but with those conditions, it's a really tough sell, isn't it? I'm not sure Lee Chang-hoon's current value is really that high. Liu Tae fell into deep thought. I never thought he would demand full control over the team's operations and business rights in exchange for joining. Even if he is Korea's #1 sniper, that condition is a bit much. An image of a smiling Lee Chang-hoon holding a gun suddenly appeared in Liu Tae's mind. Although he performed very well on the show, it was still only at an amateur level. With that thought, Liu Tae stood up and said, you're right. That's why he made a new proposal. Lee Jeon-ju asked, a new proposal? Liu Tae walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and replied, he's betting that he can beat me in the finals. And not just win the finals, but defeat me personally. Lee Jeon-ju was stunned. That's insane. Liu Tae, his face expressionless, glanced at the astonished Lee Jeon-ju. Liu Tae turned back and said, of course, I won't be going all out. But if he can pull it off, perhaps getting him at that price isn't too much to ask. Lee Jeon-ju, still a bit worried, replied, that's fine, if it's even possible. Liu Tae went to pour a glass of water, his voice tinged with amusement. The funniest part is, when I said deal to accept his offer. You know what he said? He said, deal? If that happens, you won't be recruiting me, I'll be recruiting you. Liu Tae recalled Lee Chang-hoon's face as he said it. Lee Jeon-ju, still reeling from one shock, was hit by another. What? He really said that? Hearing this, Liu Tae burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, hilarious, isn't it? Liu Tae then turned serious and said, if that really happens, he'll have been right. But do you think it'll be that easy? Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Elsewhere, Lee Chang-hoon was saying, so, no one objects to me being the captain, right? Lee Chang-hoon was now standing on a platform, with his 6 teammates sitting below, listening. Lee Chang-hoon looked at them and thought to himself, I thought for sure Jun Hanan would want to be captain. Jun Hanan looked at Lee Chang-hoon, his eyes sparkling with admiration, making Lee Chang-hoon think nervously. The way he keeps looking at me with those earnest eyes is stressing me out. Lee Chang-hoon rubbed his head and turned away. All right, let's start planning our strategy. The 6 of them responded in unison. Okay. Lee Chang-hoon began drawing a monster on the board to illustrate his point and explained, everyone agrees that Jun Hanan and I are the strongest, right? So I'm proposing a strategy that revolves around us. Lee Chang-hoon continued drawing, adding a circle to the board. In the middle was a neutral zone, and at both ends were 2 rectangles representing the blue and red teams. Then, he said, first off, just like our opponents, the best strategy in this battlefield of the gods is to farm and grow stronger, then engage in team fights. We'll build our strategy based on that. However, because Chairman Liu Tae is on this battlefield, a few of us, myself included, will be using a slightly unconventional strategy. Right when the match starts, everyone except for me, Jun Hanan, and Ki-jun will gather items or hunt monsters to level up. They'll be like characters in a game grinding monsters. The 3 of us will charge straight into the neutral monster territory from the very beginning. Our first goal is to find Chairman Liu Tae. The 3 of them would be like arrows, heading straight for Liu Tae. At this, a few of them stared, with their mouths hanging open. Chairman Liu Tae? Lee Chang-hoon nodded and said, yep, I'm going to take down Chairman Liu Tae. A guy in a white hoodie spoke up doubtfully. You want to fight Chairman Liu Tae? Are you crazy? What can the 3 of you possibly do to him? Even if he said he won't go all out. I know you dominated the elimination mission and did great in the survival mission, but just because of that, you think you're one of the best hunters in Korea? Lee Chang-hoon listened in silence. Then the guy added, his tone dripping with sarcasm, Don't try to show off in front of actual professionals. Lee Tae-heon closed his eyes, lost in thought. Looks like you made quite a few enemies during the elimination mission. There's not much time, so I'll just ignore it and move on. Suddenly, Jun Hanan spoke up. Everyone knows how strong Chairman Lee Tae is. You think Chung-hoon doesn't? He's the one who led us through the elimination mission and everything else. He must have some kind of plan. Seeing Jun Hanan's reaction, Lee Chang-hoon wondered, this guy, we were at each other's throats from start to finish, and now he's defending me? How weird. Finally, Lee Chang-hoon spoke. Of course, I don't plan on fighting Chairman Lee Tae head-on. Chang-hoon smiled brightly and slapped his hand on the board. Listen, this isn't a completely ridiculous plan. Chang-hoon's eyes were filled with firm determination. The scene changes to another room. A woman's voice is heard. Welcome, viewers across the nation. I am your commentator, Jo Ara. I'll give a brief explanation before the upcoming final match. On the table was a figurine made of blue light. Jo Ara said, Hunter tournaments typically consist of 7 versus 7 matches. 7 pairs of figures appeared facing each other, symbolizing this. 7 versus 7, and depending on the map, there's a farming phase where you'll kill monsters, level up, and farm for items. The figure also simulates a slashing motion. After that is the objective phase, where you capture neutral monsters or secure strongholds. The figures then simulate a scene of fighting a giant bear. Finally, the team fight phase is where the 7 versus 7 battle unfolds. The 7 figures once again point their swords at each other. Joara pointed at the map simulation and said, since the objectives vary depending on the map's features, the game will unfold in many different ways. A man continued, for this final match, we have a special guest. The chairman of Lutech will also be participating. We know the roles of the participants, but what role will Chairman Lee Tae-heon play? The 3 of them looked at the map on the screen. An AI-generated image of Lee Tae-heon appeared. One of them said, very interesting. This time, he's chosen the role of a neutral monster. So he's basically taking on a role similar to a monster. But compared to the rookies, the chairman is one of the pro hunters. A first-generation hunter. Do they even stand a chance against him? That's why Chairman Lee Tae-heon will have some restrictions imposed on him. A simulation of Chairman Lee Tae-heon appeared with red eyes. First restriction, all of his stats will be reduced by about 2 tiers. Even just the difference in class level is significant at the professional level. So, even with higher stats, he won't completely overpower the participants. Joara continued. Furthermore, there are 14 participants, and only 1 Chairman Lee Tae. I can't wait to see how things will unfold. Lee Min-seok replied, yes, there are a lot of eager spectators. We've prepared a lot for this week's finals. With the top rookies and Lutech's top veteran hunter facing off, this promises to be an incredibly exciting match. A moment later, a voice was heard. Everyone's worked hard. Someone was organizing documents. Joara called out, Sunbae, what do you think about the finals? Sunbae Lee Min-seok has always been a supporter of Lee Chung Honorable. You're basically his biggest fan, aren't you? You think Lee Chang-hoon will win this time too, right? I'm not in the mood to argue with you today. Lee Min-seok replied, no, I don't think he'll win. What do you think it means that the chairman of Lutech chose to enter the neutral monster's territory? The image of Lee Tae-heon's back appeared in Joara's mind, and she replied, I think he wants to face each opponent and judge the winner for himself. Lee Min-seok said, exactly. If that's the case, there's no room for Lee Chung-hoon to shine. Joara wondered, why? Lee Chung-hoon's strengths are his mobility and long-range targeting. Those things won't affect the chairman at all. Chairman Lutech's strengths are his powerful close-quarters combat skills and incredible pursuit ability. A long-range fighter has no chance against him unless they can take him down in a single shot. Joara replied, but this time, Chairman Lee Tae-heon has imposed restrictions on himself to limit his power. The difference in their physical condition won't be that large. Is it worth the gamble? Min-seok said. The fact that the chairman's abilities are limited isn't a big deal. Even so, the chairman won't go easy on them. In the Hunter tournament, the word never doesn't exist. You never know what might happen. Joara rested her chin on her hand, listening with a bored expression. Min-soo, beside her, also spoke up. I completely agree with Sunbae, but I think the chances in this match are still very slim. Looking at the map, he continued, this arena is the battleground of the gods. Chapter 25. A colorful board appeared with a countdown timer showing 9 seconds. It counted down to 0. It displayed the word Hunters. Asterisk. Ring. 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 Asterisk. Countless comments flooded the comment section. Someone said, haha, for real? Chairman Lee is joining the match? He's never even participated in exhibition matches before. Another person replied, Why is that old geezer playing with a bunch of kids? Someone else answered, Chairman Lee is definitely just showing off. Another person said, come on, they're just high school students. Someone else said, I wonder what kind of skills and weapons a first-generation hunter will use. So curious. Among the comments, another one popped up. This is the first time Chairman Lee has shown himself as a hunter on a broadcast. Someone else replied, really? Okay, this is getting more and more interesting. Honestly, this is way more fun than watching the rookies. The comment got a whole 14 likes. Another person replied, everyone is definitely looking forward to his performance. On the stage of the Hunter Arena, bathed in mystical blue light, the arena map was projected in the center. The stands were packed with spectators. On the judges' panel were 3 people, Jawara, Min-soo, and Min-sok. Chang-han walked onto the stage, followed by his teammates. Chang-han looked up at the map. He thought, what a relief. The arena is exactly as I remember, which means we can stick to the plan we've laid out. Lee Min-sok walked to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and said, it's time for the final match of the competition. The arena is the battleground of the gods. The rules are the same as a standard 7 versus 7 match in the Hunter tournament. The match will continue until one team is annihilated. Now, let the games begin. As he spoke, Min-sok pointed to the sky, and the moment he finished, the entire stadium erupted. The crowd roared, and the scene shifted to a gloomy castle shrouded in a dark red aura. In the past, dungeons were also known as towers, and they appeared all over the world. This led to conflict between hunters from different nations vying for the top spot, forming the foundation of today's Hunter tournament. These towers contained artifacts of immense power, like swords, necklaces, and shields. Naturally, disputes were unavoidable, and hunters had to fight each other to claim the treasures in battlefields swarming with monsters like goblins. This was the origin of the Hunter tournament. That's why most of the tournament arenas are exact replicas of real towers. Of course, this also means that first-generation hunters are more familiar with the arenas than the newer ones. The camera focuses on Lee Do-sok, his eyes burning with intensity. Jong-hoon had now been transported into the arena. Before him were green trees and mounds of earth. Jun Hanan approached and asked, are we proceeding with the plan? Jang-hoon replied, yeah. Then he turned his head and called out, Hanan, Do-jun, let's go. With a determined gaze, Hoon thought, asterisk. There's no turning back now, asterisk. Over at the stage, a commentator on the large screen said, all right, let's check in on the players. Team B is clearing out monsters with Yoo-hee in the lead. She's currently wielding a giant hammer. It seems their plan is to hunt monsters to increase their power before confronting Chairman Lee. Another commentator replied, exactly. That's the most basic and effective strategy. Even with all of Chairman Lee's stats reduced by 2 points, he still holds an advantage over our contestants. The scene shifts to Jong-hoon's team, Team A. In contrast, they're following a completely different strategy. Only 4 members are hunting monsters. And there are the other 3 players. They're now 100 meters away from the starting point. Jong-hoon, Jun Han-on, and Kim Do-jun are completely deviating from the standard path. Min-seok paused, thinking nervously. Asterisk. They're heading towards the chairman. Asterisk. Jawara broke the silence, asking, what do you think they'll do next? Min-seok replied, it's clear they're targeting Chairman Lee. Jawara then said, considering their current stats, and with only 3 members, defeating Chairman Lee is nearly impossible, isn't it? Min-seok replied, I agree, but let's wait and see what they have planned. Han was running at full speed, and soon, the 3 of them reached the neutral monster zone. Lee Do-sok was standing right there, a spear and shield in hand. Do-sok's eyes narrowed. Looking into the forest, he thought, asterisk, someone's here already? Asterisk. Taking a step forward, Do-sok grinned broadly, thinking, asterisk, how interesting. Asterisk, asterisk, what are you kids plotting? Do you think I wouldn't notice? They're all hiding. Asterisk. He looked ahead at the area, where there were only a few stone statues. Asterisk. Bang, asterisk. A bullet flew out and hit Lee Do-sok's shield, ricocheting off with a times ting asterisk. Immediately, a few more bullets flew towards him, but Do-sok blocked them all. The bullets clanged against the shield with a series of times tings asterisk. Do-sok thought to himself, asterisk, I don't think so. Asterisk. Then Do-sok grinned, pushing his shield aside and saying, is that all you've got? Jang. Han raised his gun again. Asterisk, bang, 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 asterisk. He fired at Do-sok, but every shot was blocked by the shield, behind Do-sok's back. Dojun was closing in. He then leaped up with a shout, his two flying swords rapidly approaching Dusok from behind. Dusok reacted instantly, raising his spear to block Dojun's strike, and then using his shield to parry the two flying swords. Dusok even found time to taunt him. Too slow. Dojun was knocked back. Dusok said, "I had high expectations for you, Jong Honorable. If this is all you can do, it's quite disappointing. I was hoping you'd surprise me with something interesting. Not these boring attacks." Dojun listened in silence. As Dusok spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted. Surprised, Dusok thought. A giant shadow fell over him. He let out a curious, "Huh?" The statue from before had come to life and was now standing in front of Dusok. The battlefield of the gods. The statues stood tall, their eye sockets glowing. They were the civilization of giants, who once fought in this tower but were turned to stone for some unknown reason. The interesting thing is that these giants are still alive, despite being petrified. The final round of the Hunter tournament is usually held in a real tower, so I am very familiar with this arena. That's how I know how to awaken the giants. Cutting back to a few moments earlier, Dojun asked in surprise, "Are you planning to wake up those statues?" Hanan asked curiously. "Did you figure something out, like back in the survival game?" Han replied, "I can feel it." The three of them continued to run at full speed as he spoke. Someone asked, "Feel what?" Han pointed towards the statues and said, "The cracks. If we precisely break the cracks on those statues, they'll crumble, and the giants inside will awaken, like they're breaking out of a shell," Dojun said skeptically. "Really? Or is that just a guess?" Hanan glanced at Dojun, then turned back to Han with sparkling eyes and said, "Of course, it's not a guess. That's probably one of his skills, right?" Hearing this, and seeing Hanan's expression, Jong Honorable replied awkwardly, yeah, something like that." Looking at the statues, Dojun asked, "Will the giants underneath the statues, will they help us?" Han shook his head and replied, "No, they've been petrified for so long, they've practically lost their minds. They might attack. It would attack anything in sight." Dojun then voiced his thoughts. "You don't sound too confident, do you? But isn't Chairman Lee a neutral monster? I get your point, but what if it doesn't go after the chairman when it wakes up?" Han replied, "Well, if I'm right, that won't happen." Dojun continued, "Okay, let's just say you're right. We'll be in danger too, won't we?" Han immediately replied, "That's why we brought this gear." Hearing that, it was like a light bulb went off in Dojun's head. His jaw dropped as he said, "You're right, I think this could actually work." Back in the presence, Lutek had a worried expression on his face, his entire body covered by the giant's shadow. He looked up at the giant, whose glowing eyes were absolutely terrifying. Crack! A bullet slammed into the statue's arm. Another shot rang out in quick succession. It was only then that Lutek realized they had never been aiming for him. It was all a feint. Lutek muttered to himself, "The thing they're aiming for is the crack." But even if they knew how to wake it, they could have only found out after entering this map. Lutek fell back into a defensive stance, wondering, these kids are acting as if they had this all planned out. Waking the statue. How? The statue's eyes flared to life, and its mouth opened in a huge, echoing roar, as if it had been fully awakened. The colossal statue charged at Lutek, brandishing the greatsword in its hand to attack him. Lutek raised his shield to protect himself. At that moment, Lee Jutek felt something was off. Dodging the attack was easy enough, but the real problem was that the people he'd just been fighting had vanished. Where could they have gone? Just a moment ago, Kim Do-jun had been right there in front of him. Lutek's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking. No way. Could that be it? Perhaps they used an invisibility cloak. It could help them hide for a while, but it's not very practical and can be detected if given enough time. While Lutek was lost in thought, the statue's greatsword was already swinging down on him. The shield in Lutek's hand and the statue's blade clashed with a deafening impact, and Lutek struggled to hold his ground. Lee Chung-hoon was, in fact, wearing an invisibility cloak, hidden behind an obstacle, aiming his rifle at the spot where the statue and Lutek were clashing. While Lutek was off balance, they weren't about to give him time to find them. The bullet flew towards him like an unpredictable gust of wind. Lutek gritted his teeth, helpless. This time, I'm done for. A bullet from the side, a giant statue in front. The outmatched Lutek had no choice but to accept defeat. But then, everything seemed to move in slow motion, because Lutek was so fast that he managed to parry the bullet, deflecting it in another direction. Lutek raised his sword high and shouted, "You've pushed me this far, so don't blame me for not holding back." Lutek drew his sharp sword, not forgetting to praise his opponent. "It's been a while. A long time, actually. I'm truly impressed. Lutek raised his sword, facing the statue, and spoke to Lee Chang-hun, who was hiding somewhere out of sight. All right, you win this round. Lutek returned to a defensive stance, ready, and said to Lee Chang-hun, even if you won this round, isn't it a bit too early to say you've actually defeated me? Lutek boldly declared, now we're on equal footing. Let's have a proper fight. Lutek's image flashed clearly on the large screen in the stadium, sparkling with a blue light. Lee Min-soo's jaw hung open in shock as he witnessed these scenes. The female commentator began her analysis. We thought Lee Chang-hun was just shooting randomly, but it turns out he'd found the trick to reviving the statue. Chairman Lee Ju-taek dodged the bullets, but they were actually aimed at the statue, putting him in an even more difficult situation. Kim Do-jun silently pieced it all together. By attacking the statue's cracks with bullets to put pressure on the chairman and using an invisibility cloak to hide, he's redirected all the statue's aggro towards the chairman. Lee Soo also broke out in a sweat as he praised him internally. That kid, he actually pulled it off. An image of Lee Chang-hun in his invisibility cloak, hiding behind an obstacle, appeared on the large screen in the stands. Lee Chang-hun gripped his rifle tightly, whispering, he's a first-generation hunter, all right, but that's not going to be enough. On the other side, Lutek was still fighting the statue. Lee Chang-hun watched silently from his hiding spot, then burst out from cover, aiming his rifle and firing straight at his target. The bullet was aimed precisely, flying toward the center of the statue's head, but Lutek was quick and leaped up, using his shield to protect the statue. After blocking the bullet, Lutek quickly used his momentum to jump onto the statue's head. He planted his feet on its head, and the statue swung its blade down in a mighty slash. Lee Ju-taek leaped off, not forgetting to taunt Lee Chang-hun. That might work once, but not a second time. Got any other tricks up your sleeve? Lee Chang-hun stood, hidden behind a wall, silently accepting the challenge. Is that so? We'll see about that. This time, Lee Chang-hun had to use his super sight, and his eyes began to glow red. Lutek charged forward, shield and sword in hand. Lee Chang-hun had already used super sight on Lutek's shield. Lee Chang-hun peeked out and fired a bullet, asking, then how about this? A blue bullet shot out, and Lutek blocked it with his shield. The bullet ricocheted and flew off in another direction. Lutek said smugly, told you, it won't work. The bullet spun several times, in mid-air, when another bullet was fired, striking the side of the first deflected bullet. The two collided, and then shot off in two different directions. Lutek was surprised as they flew erratically behind him. The ricocheted shot then scored a direct hit. Shoulder of another statue. The two statues were hit by two bullets, and their eyes lit up. They had been awakened. Lutek ground his teeth and clicked his tongue in annoyance. This was getting troublesome. Lee Chang-hun thought to himself that even a first-generation hunter like him couldn't handle those two. It looked like they were planning to take him down for good. Lee Chang-hun used his earpiece to contact his teammates. Kim Do-jun, Jun Hanon, can you hear me? The two of them were also wearing invisibility cloaks, hiding behind a bush. Hearing Lee Chang-hun, they knew Kim Jin-sung would be bringing the others soon. You know what to do, right? Kim Do-jun and Jun Hanon glanced at each other, understanding, and replied softly, yeah. Kim Jin-sung's group of 4 was standing in front of the corpses of a pack of wolves they had just defeated. Kim Jin-sung stood still, watching them, and letting out a sigh, thinking, I don't even know what to do with this much growth anymore. Lee Chang-hun placed a hand on Kim Jin-sung's shoulder, asking for a favor. Among the 4 of you, you're the number 1, the person I've always trusted. Kim Jin-sung. Kim Jin-sung closed his eyes and reluctantly accepted. Since you put it that way, I guess I have to help you. He gave us 3 instructions. The first was to gather as many minions and resources as possible, and we had to preserve our numbers. The second was to be careful not to enter the Yiru team's territory. The third was that if we encountered them, we had to run. Kim Jin-sung held the instruction paper and read. He even drew out an escape route for us. While Kim Jin-sung's group was still hiding, a group of people led by a blonde girl from the blue team arrived, pointing around and saying, they're just around here, find them. Kim Jin-sung frowned, thinking his prediction was right. The blonde girl leading the blue team, with her hot body, slung a club over her shoulder and said confidently, we won't lose this time. Kim Jin-sung turned to his side and ordered everyone to retreat. As they fled their hiding spot, the blonde girl spotted them and yelled out an order to her people. Over there, after them. Kim Jin-sung remembered the instructions. If you encounter the blue team, lure them away while escaping. At that moment, Kim Jin-sung was extremely worried, as the leader of the blue team was chasing him down. Can I even lure them away? Good heavens, Lee Trang, Honorable Kim Jin-sung, ordered the others. Keep running to the meeting point. They replied, got it. and quickly followed his command. As they were running, the members of the blue team were forced to stop. The blonde leader stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Huh? These are statues. The area where the blue team stood was suddenly hit by bullets from afar, awakening them. Only then did the blonde girl realize with a jolt that this was the territory of the C-27 neutral monsters. A rock exploded and flew from the awakened statue, its eyes glowing as it let out a fierce growl. The blonde girl was hit by the flying rock and scrambled to the side in a panic. Startled, Kim Jin-sung looked behind him and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" He thought in surprise. "You said you were going to attack, Chairman Lutek." Huh? Over with Lutek. He was struggling to fight the two statues that had just been awakened by Lee Trang. Honorable. Kim Jin-sung asked himself in confusion. "What have you done, Lee Trang-hun?" Lee Trang-hun contacted Kim Jin-sung through his earpiece. He asked, "How long can you maintain this chaos?" Kim Jin-sung received the signal and hurriedly replied, "Not for long." Lee Trang-hun calmly calculated, then answered, 3 minutes is all we need." Kim Jin-sung, while running from their hiding place, asked, "What can you do in 3 minutes?" Lee Trang-hun didn't elaborate, simply saying, "You'll see." Lee Trang-hun disconnected from Kim Jin-sung and turned to call Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-un. He said, "This is our best chance, while we're still hidden. Understand?" The other two quickly caught on and replied, "Roger." Lee Trang-hun calmly gave the order, "On my signal, we'll take down the Hua team first." Kim Do-jun had his sword ready, listening for Lee Trang-hun's countdown to advance. Together, Jun Han-un was also in position, ready for battle. Lee Trang-hun counted down, 3, 2, 1. They all threw off their Action Zero invisibility cloaks. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-un charged forward together, attacking the blue team members, caught by surprise and unable to defend themselves. They were stabbed and wounded by their blades. The blonde girl was completely stunned, unable to react. She broke out in a cold sweat and looked behind her. The blonde girl ordered her team, avoid clashing with the giants as much as possible. Stick close to the red team in the chaos. She slammed one hand on the ground, creating a red-yellow circle of light on the ground for defense. On the other side, Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-un immediately recognized it as sacred ground, a healing domain. Lee Trang-hun told himself that he couldn't let that happen. He immediately pulled out his gun and aimed at the blonde girl. The bullet flew swiftly toward the exact spot where her heart was. However, the moment it was about to hit her, the ring on her hand glowed. It deflected the bullet in another direction. She looked smugly in Lee Trang-hun's direction and said, "Did you think I would come out without a countermeasure for guns?" Lee Trang-hun closed his eyes, trying to calm down and solve the problem. "I slightly underestimated my opponent." Out of options, Lee Trang-hun had to use a different method. He took out the monobomb drones. Then he divided them up. A monobomb drone is a mono device that can be activated to cause an explosion. A pack contains 8 of them, and Lee Trang-hun was splitting them up. Next, he had to load them into the magazine and change their form. Lee Trang-hun loaded it into his gun. It felt a bit heavy. He pulled the trigger, and the gun immediately fired. 1,000 electric-like beams shot straight at the blue team, sending them flying. The blonde girl struggled to stay on her feet, angrily cursing, "Damn it." The voices of Lee Trang-hun's teammates crackled through his earpiece. "What did you just shoot? Was that you? Whoa, that's insane. Did you shoot down the entire monobomber?" Lee Trang-hun smiled, satisfied. That shot was clearly effective. The blonde girl stood her ground, but blood was already dripping non-stop, forming puddles beneath her. The blonde girl gritted her teeth in anger, looking at the bleeding wound on her arm. Damn it. The wounds heal quickly thanks to the sanctuary. But before she could compose herself, another blade slashed past, forcing her to dodge. She had to remind herself that they weren't just fighting one person. The blonde girl remained within the sanctuary for protection. She was facing Kim Do-jun and Jun Han head-on. Lee Trang-hun reloaded his gun. He knew very well that there were 2 ways to advance in the Hunter tournament. First, by killing monsters or minions that appeared in the map's dungeons. He aimed his gun at the blonde girl, and the second way was to eliminate his opponents. A shot rang out, knocking her backward. Lee Trang-hun, still hidden by his invisibility cloak, thought, "The formation is almost complete." Over here, Lich is still fighting fiercely with the statue. Looks like things are wrapping up over there too. Lich had destroyed 2 statues. His face was grimy, but he stood there with a refreshed smile. "It's been a while since I've had a proper fight." Lich looked around and said, "Back to the main topic, should we talk some more?" Lee Tae-heon pulled his cloak tighter and replied, "Is there anything for us to talk about here?" Lich chuckled. "Don't be like that. I'm very impressed. Speaking of tactics, Ona, the Hunter tournament is about to become a brutal war." Lich stood there, seemingly ablaze, and said, "But in the beginning, tactics were the key to conquering the towers, right?" Lich's entire body suddenly lit up, surrounded by fiery red auras that blazed to life. Then, he launched a precise attack right at Lee Tae-heon's location, even though he was wearing an invisibility cloak. Lee Tae-heon's cloak was blown away, leaving him completely stunned. Did he pinpoint my location using my voice? Lee Tae-heon stepped on a spider thread he had created to jump high into the air, swinging on it to evade. Lich watched him go. Lich stood there sluggishly, unable to give chase. He guessed inwardly, "Looks like the chairman doesn't have much stamina left. We can overwhelm him." Lich was stunned when he saw Kim Jin-sung and Kim Do-jun approaching him from below. Kim Do-jun was as fast as a flash, executing several masterful sword strikes, but Lich was also quick enough to dodge them. He even managed to land a critical blow on Kim Do-jun. Bullets flew and blades slashed wildly, but Lich quickly used his shield to block the attacks. Junhan was completely surprised by his power. No way. They didn't say it out loud, but they had to silently admit this was the difference between a top-ranked hunter and a newcomer in the 3rd division. The next person Lich took down was Kim Jum. "We tried so hard to keep you with us." Lich's eyes glowed a terrifying red after his recent victory. Lee Tae-heon still had his gun aimed at Lich. He was quite shocked, his heart in turmoil. "Is it just me and Junhan left now?" Lich asked smugly. Surprised? Lee Tae-heon replied with a calm smile, not showing a hint of emotion. "No, this is all part of the plan." Junhan was also surprised by Lee Tae-heon's answer. Lich asked another question. "Then I suppose you have a way to deal with this situation, don't you?" Lee Tae-heon calmly replied. "Of course." The next moment, Lee Tae-heon had to scream in horror. Junhan. The swords controlled by Junhan levitated into the air and shot directly at Lich. He once again used his shield to block the attack. Taking advantage of the opening, Lich charged straight forward. He struck Junhan with another slash, before he could even react, completely unarmed. Now, Junhan had also been eliminated. Lich calmly said, "All right, now it's just you left." Lee Tae-heon still had his gun aimed at Lich, but inside, he was becoming extremely anxious. Lee Tae-heon aimed his gun at Lich, and the surrounding air fell silent. Lee Tae-heon stared intently at Lich, silently assessing him. The chairman is a close combat hunter and, above all, a perfect tank to counter a long-range fighter. I'm at a huge disadvantage. Lee Tae-heon felt a pang of worry, his resolve wavering slightly now that he was the sole survivor of the recent clash. In this situation, Lich moved forward, shattering the silence. He leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down on Lee Tae-heon, and brazenly declared, "Victory will be mine." The tip of Lich's sword pierced Lee Tae-heon, but a mysterious smile crept onto Lee Tae-heon's lips. Lee Tae-heon took out another monobomb, smiling as he asked Lich, "Are you sure?" Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted. The audience in the stands fell silent, completely focused on the scene unfolding on the large screen. The commentators were a bit bewildered, because everything happened in a flash. After the huge explosion, smoke and dust filled the air. The blast left a large, cracked crater in the ground. Beside it lay the bodies of Lee Tae-heon and Lich. They were both dead. Lee Min-sok slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet. So that means the big screen showed the red team as the winner, and the entire stadium erupted with the cheers of the audience. Lee Min-sok was still stunned, thinking about Lee Chang-han. That guy was dead set on winning. In the moment it looked like Lee Chang-han had lost to Lee Ju-taek, he used a mana bomber drone and managed to force a draw. Lee Min-sok was still in shock, unable to believe Lee Chang-han's reckless move. Maybe that kid is the real monster. After that spectacular fight, Lee Chang-han trudged up the stairs, panting heavily. He was still bitter and far from satisfied with the match's result. He cursed himself. Damn it, if I had just dodged the spear and thrown the bomb, I could have won. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-on walked over. Kim Do-jun slung an arm around Lee Chang-han's shoulder and asked, "What's on your mind? Shouldn't you be happy?" Lee Chang-han replied dejectedly, "How can I be happy? I tied with the chairman." Jun Han-on asked in surprise, "You didn't hear?" Lee Chang-han turned back, confused and asked, "Hear what?" Jun Han-on just smiled and said, "Nothing." Back at the stadium, the match was followed by the award ceremony for the winner. Lee Ju-taek walked onto the stage wearing a sharp suit. He didn't forget to shoot a small smile over at Lee Chang-han. Ara stood at the podium with a microphone and said, "Do you know how many people awaken each year? About 100,000 people, regardless of age, and every single one of them has dreamed at least once. I want to be a hunter. However, being a hunter is a difficult profession, even if they aren't the first-generation hunters who directly attack the towers. Even if they're just athletes in the Hunter League, a hunter must be courageous, wise, and lucky. Only those who possess all of those qualities can become a true hunter, and that prestigious golden trophy over there is reserved for such a person." Arazo approached the trophy. She placed one hand on it as she prepared to announce, "And now, in the next generation of hunters, one more person has proven that they are a true hunter." Despite drawing with Chairman Lee Ju-taek, Lee Chang-han still felt a little hopeful to hear his name called, and sure enough, Ara shouted his name, Lee Chang-hun. A spotlight shone down on Lee Chang-hun. Ara said, "Congratulations, you are the best hunter of the next generation hunters." And just like that, Lee Chang-hun had finally reached the trophy he had always longed for. Standing before it, Lee Chang-hun felt a wave of elation and strange emotions welling up inside him. Arazo handed the trophy directly to Lee Chang-hun. He took the trophy that was rightfully his, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion. Lee Chang-hun raised the trophy high above his head, a bright, satisfied smile on his face. "I've lifted countless trophies before, but this feeling, man, it's been way too long." After winning the Next Generation Hunter tournament, Lee Chang-hun returned home to his overjoyed parents. My mother, who had always been opposed and skeptical, had completely changed her tune. Lee Chang-hun's father grinned from ear to ear and said, "Your mother watched Next Generation Hunter with our relatives, and everyone was blown away. Our boy is really something else." Lee Chang-hun's mother added, "Your father was the most excited one, but he won't admit it. Every time you did something impressive, he'd yell, 'That's my son,' and brag about you to all his brothers and friends. It was insane. They might not know much about hunters, but they sure as hell know who you are. In my past life, I had to compete in low-tier leagues under terrible conditions, which made my parents worry a lot. But now, things are completely different. There was just one thing left to resolve: the issue with my team." Lee Chang-hun went to a certain location where 2 cups of tea were placed on a table. Lee Chang-hun sat down and picked up a teacup. Turns out, he was there to see Lee Ju-taek. Lee Ju-taek sat sternly across from Lee Chang-hun and asked his reason for being there. "What brings you here?" Lee Chang-hun silently cursed him. "Sly old fox." But of course, he would never say such a thing out loud. Lee Chang-hun answered him, "I won, so I'm here to claim the bear team." Lee Ju-taek asked in a mocking tone, "Is that so?" He gestured theatrically and said, "Don't you think that win wasn't entirely fair? You used a giant, and we both know the match was a draw." Losing his patience, Lee Chang-hun slammed his hand on the table and said, "Fine, I get it, then I'm leaving." Lee Ju-taek stopped him again. "Whoa, hold on." Lee Ju-taek grabbed Lee Chang-hun's hand, holding him back. The cunning Lee Ju-taek said, "Ha ha, calm down, young man. I was just joking. Don't be so tense. We're on the same boat now." Lee Chang-hun pulled his hand back, crossed his arms, and asked, "So, what does that mean?" Lee Ju-taek retracted his hand and said politely, "I'll give you the Burr team. I was truly impressed with your performance in our match." Lee Chang-hun frowned slightly. What is this old geezer planning now? He felt he had to concede and politely extended his hand for a handshake. Lee Ju-taek said, "I look forward to working with you." He too was secretly scheming something in his mind. A few seconds later, he slowly extended his own hand. The two shook hands as if they were the best of friends. Lee Ju-taek said, "Likewise, I look forward to working with you." The scene shifts to Lee Chang-hun arriving at a workshop. This is the Morax Workshop, a world-renowned business for high-end hunter weapons that also provides comprehensive evaluations for hunters. Lee Chang-hun thought about why he was here. "I'm here today to place an order for my prize." Lee Chang-hun then asked Kim Do-jun when he saw him, "By the way, what are you doing here?" Kim Do-jun smiled and replied, I'm about to compete in the 3rd Division League, so I figured I should get a custom weapon too." Lee Chang-hun offered a cold compliment. From a distance, Lee Min-sok walked over waving, saying, "You're here early?" Lee Chang-hun looked at him, thinking that for some reason, Lee Min-sok would be his guide throughout this process. On their way, Kim Do-jun asked Lee Min-sok, "Examiner Lee, what's the difference between a custom-designed weapon and a standard one?" Lee Min-sok replied, "Just call me Min-sok. I'm not your examiner anymore." As they walked, Lee Min-sok explained to Kim Do-jun and Lee Chang-hun the huge difference between custom and standard weapons. Of course, a custom weapon is like an extension of yourself. It also represents your fighting style. Standing beneath the Mora's workshop building, Lee Chang-hoon looked up. It had been a long time since he'd been to this place. It felt nostalgic. Next, they quickly entered a large, empty hall. A receptionist saw them and looked over, startled. She looked at the three of them, Lee Chang-hoon, Lee Min-seok, and Kim Do-jun, before asking, "Hello, are you Hunter Lee Min-seok, the one with the reservation?" They calmly smiled and walked over to her. Lee Min-seok then smiled and confirmed, "Yes, may we go in?" Hearing this, the receptionist announced, "Please proceed straight to workshop B3. They looked at the zone map in front of them, while Lee Chang-hoon, walking behind the other two, observed his surroundings and thought. The Mora's workshop is divided into sections from A to D, with the weapon quality classified alphabetically. Lee Min-seok and Kim Do-jun were already ahead of him. He finally averted his gaze, looked down, and confirmed, "Rank B isn't bad." Soon after, they quickly arrived at the research lab. A group of people in white lab coats were busy with their work, surrounded by a pile of equipment. One of them was typing non-stop on a computer. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun smiled enthusiastically and let out an ooh. Meanwhile, our protagonist and Lee Min-seok were walking ahead. A researcher was intently looking at the stats on a computer screen. Seeing this, Lee Min-seok turned his head and casually asked the two of them, "Is this the first time you two have set foot in a workshop?" Hearing this, Kim Do-jun excitedly clenched his fists, his eyes wide as he grinned. He then confirmed, "Yes, it's my first time seeing one up close. This is so cool." Meanwhile, our protagonist standing beside him didn't say a word, just glancing away. The boy asked another curious question. "How much do the weapons here cost? Are the custom ones more expensive?" Lee Min-seok gave a kind, crinkly-eyed smile and replied, "Haha, you'll find out soon enough." He added, "First, let me explain the important stuff." Finally, they arrived at a place displaying a series of weapons and armor. Lee Min-seok began, "Weapon creation usually starts with a prototype." He then explained further, "It's like something close to the original, before adding any personal touches. Take my Cheeto, for example." He paused, then raised his sharp sword as he spoke. Next, Lee Min-seok smiled, casually holding the sword vertically, parallel to his body, and looked at the two of them. "A normal sword is the basic model, right?" His voice continued. "And with a custom-designed weapon." He paused, then slowly continued. "You add extra options based on your abilities and fighting style." Beside him, Kim Do-jun's eyes widened and he clenched his fists, looking on with excitement and admiration. Lee Chang-hoon, standing next to him, also watched with wide-eyed amazement. Right after that, Min-seok reached out to a nearby glass shelf and added, "As for me." He paused again. "I took a pen and paper and sketched the outline of a weapon, describing it as I drew. I'm adding 6 extra blades to the original sword. We'll sketch out the first draft like this." Behind them, Kim Do-jun's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Lee Min-seok's sketch. Our protagonist just crossed his arms and calmly watched him, letting out a Min-seok continued to write diligently, then confirmed, "And you end up with a total of 7 blades." A note was clearly written on the paper, a total of 7. Blades must be designed so that when stabbing and withdrawing, the wound will be torn open by the curved blade tips. Finally, he confirmed aloud, "The tips of the blades must be curved so that when you stab and pull it out, the wound gets torn open." After finishing the sketch, Lee Min-seok quickly picked up the paper and handed it to a female employee, instructing, "Please follow this template." She smiled and nodded. Next, the paper was fed into a machine, and the equipment started to whir. A moment later, a sword with 6 sharp spikes was completed on a stand. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun leaned forward excitedly, resting his hands on his knees, his eyes wide with amazement as he looked at the new sword and exclaimed, "Whoa, you can make something like that from just a sketch?" Immediately, Lee Min-seok smiled and quickly picked up the blade, his eyes crinkling as he confirmed, "Of course, that drawing was just a rough idea of what I wanted. They interpret it and bring it to life." He rested a hand on his hip, looking at the other two, who were staring right back at him. Finally, Lee Min-seok pointed a finger to the sky, smiling harmlessly as he explained further. "The important thing is knowing what kind of weapon you want, or what suits you best, and how you want to use it." Then, he posed a question. "Have you ever thought about it?" Hearing this, Kim Do-jun seriously raised a hand to his chin and let out a thoughtful, sinking into his thoughts. On the other side, our hero stared at Kim Do-jun with a frown, thinking to himself, I'll use the weapon from my past life. He crossed his arms, his expression sullen. He then glanced back at Kim Do-jun, who was deep in thought, and mused, I'm quite curious what kind of idea that Kim Do-jun guy will come up with. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened with excitement, and he finally reached for a glowing sword in front of him. Seeing this, Lee Tae-heon's eyes also widened as he watched him, screaming internally, That's a weapon specialized for piercing. Next, Kim Do-jun walked over to write something on a piece of paper, and as Lee Tae-heon realized what was happening, he screamed in his mind, Wait a minute. Beside them, Lee Min-seok leaned against a weapon crate and turned to look. As he made out the words on the paper, a single thought yelled in his mind, Acceleration magic. The kid was still writing, while Chan-hoon could only stare in utter amazement. He's requesting an acceleration magic enchant. What? Up ahead, Kim Do-jun continued with his requests. Looking at the proposal on the paper, Lee Min-seok grinned from ear to ear and remarked, Haha, adding a little flair while showing off is pretty important, huh? Then he added, There are quite a few players like that in the higher level tournaments. Next, Lee Min-seok looked over at Chan-hoon, who was standing with his arms crossed and a frown, and asked, Have you pictured a specific weapon yet, Chan-hoon? And he just silently looked at the guy. Finally, he glanced at the pile of weapons in front of him, then mumbled, yeah. Oh, his eyes were full of nonchalance as he thought, No one in Korea really uses guns anymore, so there aren't any gun prototypes here. Then, he looked at the system window in front of him and thought, Anyway, with the magical weapon transformation technology here, I can create anything I need. The system window read, A. Magical weapon transformation technology, A+. S. Transcendent, reveals the target's true essence. And finally C. Apex grade, Lotus, locked. Right after, he reached for the weapon rack and thought to himself, so a base model isn't really necessary. Back in reality, Lee Chan-hoon picked up a block of iron, his face filled with determination as he smiled, and asked, I can use this however I want, right? Seeing this, Lee Min-seok crossed his arms, smiled, and nodded. In confirmation, of course, that's the winner's privilege. Beside them, Kim Do-jun was utterly astonished, staring with wide eyes and his mouth agape. A moment later, the iron bar in Chan-hoon's hand began to glow with a blue light. Finally, he used magical weapon transformation. You can transform the weapon into any shape you desire. Immediately, his eyes widened in an excited smile as the iron bar in his hand quickly morphed into a long, glowing rifle. Soon after, the light gradually faded. Lee Chan-hoon quickly raised the gun, letting out a humph as he assessed it. Seeing this, the female staff member and Kim Do-jun stared at him in wide-eyed awe, while Lee Min-seok remained calm beside them, smiling, as if he'd known all along. It was only then that Kim Do-jun finally reacted, exclaiming, That's incredible. To be able to just create a weapon like that. The receptionist beside him also gasped, Whoa! Seeing their reactions, Chan-hoon glanced over at them, holding the gun. Then, he blushed slightly in embarrassment and thought to himself, I've seen plenty of people react like this in my past life, but it's still a bit embarrassing. His brow furrowed. All across the world, from the skyscrapers to the cars on the streets, Lee Chan-hoon narrated, Wherever there's a hunter tournament, there's a branch of the Moraz workshop. Because of that, competition between branches is inevitable. Weapons clashed, killing one another. Blood stained everything red, and that competition led to two questions. In the end, a creed was born. Who forges the better weapon? A shadowy figure raised a sword he had crafted, his entire body radiating a daunting blue aura. The creed continued. And who is the one to wield those weapons? Back in the present, in an office, a woman sat down in a chair. Dressed in a white lab coat, she thought to herself, Frankly, in this case, the Korean branch of the Morris workshop. Park Hoo-na gritted her teeth and glared as she continued the thought. Their performance has been abysmal. She then confirmed they were a complete failure in the international tournament. She then recalled the endless comments on social media. Tisk tisk. Are the hunters trash? Or are the weapons trash? Low-quality weapons for a low-quality tournament. Just look at the foreign leagues. The Korean league is a lost cause. From the weapons to the hunters, there's nothing to brag about. LOL. So both sides failed miserably? Classic. Park Hoo-na then added, in her mind, instead of being promoted, they're being criticized for crafting weapons that only suit the mediocre level of their players. Back in the present, she looked over at Lee Chan-hoon, who was casually sitting with his arm draped over the chair, his long gun resting beside him. He was smiling calmly. She assessed him in her thoughts. But with this boy, Park Hoo-na confirmed, with him, there might be a glimmer of hope. She recalled the moment his arm, holding the brightly glowing iron rod, confirmed it. Not only did he win the competition, but he also showed potential for a new type of weapon. Finally, her eyes narrowed, staring at him with determination as she screamed in her thoughts, "I can't let him get away." In the quiet room, Park Hoon-na was the first to speak. "Thank you for your time, Chan-hoon." She smiled at him professionally, resting her hand on the chair as she introduced herself. "I am Park Hoon-na, head of the Soon branch of the Morris workshop." Then she added, "Shall we get straight to the point?" She pointed to an iron block on the table and asked him, "Are you satisfied with this weapon? I mean, something from Sector B?" He glanced at her nonchalantly and asked back, "I heard the organizers only provide weapons of that grade. Are there any other options?" Hearing this, she quickly took out a box, holding it carefully with both hands as she replied to him, "What if it's not a weapon, but a mana ingot?" Seeing this, Lee Chan-hoon looked at Park Hoon-na as she added, "Our branch has something quite special." Immediately after, the box was opened, and the rectangular stone inside flashed, emitting a surge of energy. His eyes lit up at the sight, widening as he let out a silent "oh" in his mind. Seeing his interest, Park Hoon-na made her proposal. "I have a proposition for you, Chan-hoon." He placed his hands on his knees, sitting up seriously as he looked at her, and asked, "What is it?" She gave him an innocent smile, holding the mana core towards him, as she answered, "I will provide you with something similar to a weapon rental, so that you can use this ingot to create your own weapon." She then added, "In return, you just need to use this ingot to craft a weapon and use it." She confirmed, "And if you become famous after using it, all the better." Finally, she emphasized, "Occasionally, you will cooperate with us by using the mana ingot and creating weapons with that skill." He, in turn, listened silently. Seeing his silence, she quickly asked, "It's simple and doesn't ask for much, right?" Immediately after, he commented, "The terms are quite attractive," but he paused, then grinned, raising an eyebrow at her. He rested his hands on the table, interlacing his fingers as he made his offer. "Would it be all right if everyone knew that I was the one who created a level 30 weapon?" His voice echoed in the room as he asked again, "Would it be all right if everyone knew that I was the one who created the weapon?" Beside him, Park Hoon-na, holding the energy core box, froze. He kept his hands on the table, looking at her from the opposite chair, his newly crafted gun beside him. Seeing this, she frowned, breaking into a cold sweat as she screamed internally, "This kid." She paused for a moment, then smiled at him again, closing the lid on the energy core, while adding suspiciously in her mind, "He's figured out my plan." Meanwhile, he continued to look at her calmly. Park Hoon-na analyzed the situation in her mind. If Chan-hoon uses this ingot to create a weapon, she confirmed, the public will believe that our branch can refine the highest grade mana ingots. Park Hoon-na imagined his hand using the weapon together with the mana ingot, the combined light glowing brilliantly. Next, she thought of even more benefits, concluding, "Then I'll have him forge more weapons." Finally, she confirmed, to create a collection made from A+ ingots, weapons of various shapes would be created by Lee Chan-hoon. Immediately after, Park Hoon-na snapped out of her thoughts, extending a hand towards him as she stated seriously, "Sorry, I forgot to mention. Unfortunately, you'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement." At that, he leaned back, grinning from ear to ear as he said, "Oh, is that so? In that case, maybe I should take my skills directly to the Morris Workshop's main branch." Faced with this playful threat, Park Hoon-na gritted her teeth. Her face darkened, and she glared at him, her brow furrowed, and asked through clenched teeth, "What do you want?" On the other side, he looked at her with a completely calm expression as he screamed, in his thoughts, "Gotcha." Without hesitation, he answered Park Hoon-na's question, "A sponsorship." Hearing this, she looked at him, slightly confused, gesturing as she asked, "A sponsorship? Aren't we already sponsoring you by providing the weapon?" She hesitated, but then confirmed, "But, all right, our branch can arrange a personal sponsorship for you." Before she could finish, he closed his eyes, shook his head, and denied it. "No, not for me." He then explained, "I mean for the team I'm about to join, Team P and P, a party with a 4-pointed star symbol." He then confirmed, "I want you to become P and P's sponsor." Hearing this, Park Hoon-na's face darkened again. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide as she glared at him, screaming in disbelief in her mind. "Huh." Then, she screamed again internally in astonishment. "He wants us to sponsor an F-rank team? I see, yeah." Then, she was stunned, screaming internally. "He wants us to sponsor a third league team that always finishes last every season?" To her, those two were nothing but failures. But then, Park Hoon-na looked over at him and spoke up. "May I ask, why tier? If you were to join a different team, we might consider offering a sponsorship." Hearing this, He stared back at her silently, before finally breaking into a wide smile and giving his answer. No, that won't be happening, because I've already signed a contract with them. At his words, she froze. Her eyes widened as she stared at him, her expression a mixture of shock and speechlessness. Left with no other choice, Park Hoon-na quickly moved to compromise. Sponsoring tier won't do much to promote or build our brand image. She placed the Monocore container on the table, and he added, True, but I believe that's what makes things challenging. Then, reaching out his hand towards her, he asked, Park Hoon-na, am I not offering my exclusive weapon forging skills to your branch? Hearing this, Park Hoon-na glanced at the box on the table, speechless, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Her brow furrowed. She glared at him and confirmed, Fine, we'll send a representative to tier. We'll discuss the sponsorship details then, to which he quickly replied, Good. They shook hands, sealing the deal. Later, footsteps echoed through a narrow tunnel. Lee Tae-heon was standing in the arena stands. He looked down at the brilliantly lit arena floor and its screens, then glanced at the surrounding audience. He noted to himself, This is about the size of the audience you'd expect for a third-tier tournament. He then slowly made his way down the steps. He glanced up. The match was Timer versus ESP. Lee Tae-heon paused for a moment. He then looked up at the screen before him, which showed the red versus blue matchup, and thought with certainty. He smiled sardonically and thought, Last place with a 9th rank. What can they even do? Finally, Lee Tae-heon found an empty seat and sat down. He looked up at the screen and muttered his thoughts. No matter how much they've struggled in the past, they can always bounce back. Timer has a good shot against ESP. They should definitely win this one. The overhead lights quickly dimmed. Lee Tae-heon sat, with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the screen. He thought to himself, unlike the first-tier league, matches in the second and third tiers are held in virtual reality. He looked at the tower displayed on the screen and continued his thought. First-tier league matches take place in real dungeons, so the risk of injury is a serious concern. He cut off that thought, his eyes widening with anticipation as he thought. But the second and third tiers are different. On the screen, the players were running without stopping. The sounds were clear. Seeing them run like that, Lee Tae-heon couldn't help but wonder, what are they so scared of? Footsteps and the sound of explosions rang out. Seeing them running for their lives, he wondered in confusion. Are you serious? The stage lights flared up again, and his eyes widened in utter disbelief as he screamed in his mind. And they call this a match? His jaw hung open. He shifted in his seat and thought, Did I really come here to see if this team had any hidden talent? Just then, the announcer's voice rang out. Timer is losing and is forced to fall back. Go for the counterattack. Oh, they can't do it. Hearing that, he quickly got to his feet and turned to walk away. From the booth, the commentator announced, And that's the end of the match. What a tragic end for Timer, the commentator added. At this point, they'll likely finish the season without a single victory. Hearing that, his eyes shot open in shock once more as he screamed in his mind, What? Lee Tae-heon snapped his head back to the screen, his eyes wide as his mind screamed, Not a single win. Only then did he see the stats board, which showed that Team Timer had 0 wins. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped as a wave of regret washed over him. Did I make a mistake choosing this team? The league standings appeared in front of him, and Lee Tae-heon thought, would it have been smarter to choose a team with better players and prospects, and aim to get promoted to the first tier later on? His face darkened at the thought, and he lowered his head. But then, he calmly looked up, his mind roaring, No! He quickly started up the stairs, resolving to himself, I'm not backing down. His expression hardened, and he pressed his lips together, vowing as he walked away, I'll find another way. He headed out of the arena entrance. He thought, First, I'll cut all the players I'm able to. I just have to hope there's at least one decent player left on the roster. A moment later, his eyes widened in absolute shock, and he screamed in his head, You have got to be kidding me. Lee Tae-heon now stood before an ordinary house. He stood at the gate, confirming with disbelief, the team's dorm is just a regular house. He was then reminded of himself sleeping in a tiny, cramped room, and thought, Come to think of it, my first team didn't have a proper sponsor either, so we had to live in a normal house, just like this. Returning to the present, Lee Tae-heon calmly reached for the door, thinking, I guess this isn't too bad. With the code in hand, he quickly punched it into the electronic lock, then calmly opened the door and stepped inside with a determined glare. The sound of shouting immediately hit him. You son of a bitch! If you hadn't messed everything up, our team wouldn't have been so completely crushed. Inside, a guy with black hair was arguing with a blonde guy with a bowl cut, while another man stood between them, trying to stop the fight. Hearing the blonde guy's accusation, the black-haired man shot back furiously, And what about you? All you did was run until you got yourself killed. Real impressive, he sneered. While behind them, the rest of the team just sat and watched. Lee Gun-ju, the man trying to mediate, looked incredibly awkward. He reached out with a forced smile, pleading, "Hey, just calm down. We can talk about this." Lee Tae-heon watched the scene unfold as he walked in, his eyes wide and brows furrowed, as he assessed the situation. For a team that performed so badly, it's no surprise there's this much tension among the members. Seeing him, one of the guys started yelling again, "Hey, I'm talking here. When am I gonna get my physical training? Huh, coach?" Meanwhile, Chan-hyun strode towards them. Noticing him, Lee Gun-ju let out a small, "Oh." The coach immediately walked over to him, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Listen up, everyone. We've got a new member. His name is Lee Chan-hyun. He's this year's winner of the Next Gen Hunter competition." Chan-hyun glanced to the side, clearly annoyed by the coach's strained introduction, which in turn made Lee Gun-ju's jaw drop in surprise. Across the room, Lee Jin-han glared at him, gritting his teeth with his eyes wide and brows furrowed in pure rage. Chan-hyun met their hostile gazes with a glare of his own and a slight smirk. "I watched your match," he said. "You were all very good." He paused, then sneered. "Takes at being completely useless." Hearing this, the entire room turned to stare at him, a mix of shock and resentment on their faces. Lee Jin-han, hearing the insult, glared daggers at him, his teeth clenched in fury. He clenched his fists, his face twisting in a snarl as he stalked towards Chan-hyun. "Who the hell is this brat?" he growled. "Who do you think you are, talking to a pro like that? You better take that back, right now." The others watched on, starting to panic. But Chan-hyun remained perfectly calm. He simply pointed to himself and asked with a smirk, "Oh? Did I strike a nerve?" Then, he let out a short, mocking laugh. Tilting his head back in a clear challenge, he said, "Then why don't we settle this with a match?" He then added, "If I lose, I'll leave the team, but if I win, you're the one who gets kicked out." Jin-han got right up in his face, their noses almost touching, as he glared and gritted his teeth. Chan-hyun didn't flinch, simply looking up at him with a provocative smirk and uttering a single word, "Scared?" Moments later, they were in the combat room, suiting up in protective gear as the rest of the team gathered to watch. As Lee Chan-hyun stretched, he thought to himself, a brand new guy shows up, provokes them, and calls them useless. On the other side, 3 of the team members, including Lee Jin-han, stared him down with pure hostility. Chan-hyun smirked inwardly. "Looks like all 3 of you took the bait." He closed his eyes, focusing his mind. "If you guys had just ignored an insult like that, it would have proven you have absolutely no competitive drive." Lee Chan-hyun let out a sharp breath, then a confident smile spread across his face. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Well, I did say I was going to beat you. So, you're not going to turn off the pain sensors, right?" he added. "In fact, I hope you set them to the max." Hearing this, one of the others just scoffed. "Huh." Lee Jin-han, on the other hand, glared furiously and hissed, "You better give this everything you've got if you don't want to lose to me." In response, Chan-hyun just stood calmly with his hands on his hips and remarked, "Now that I think about it, isn't this the guy who charged in all by himself and got wiped out instantly?" Just then, the system displayed his stats. Lee Jin-han. Attack skill, destruction, rank B+. Charges forward to create a powerful shockwave on impact. Physical abilities, strength, 9. Reaction speed, 7.3. Agility, 6. Stamina, 5. Regeneration, 6. Lee Jin-han stood with his arms crossed, staring daggers at him. Chan-hyun's gaze grew cold as he assessed the numbers. "His stats are even lower than the contestants from the show," he noted. "Looks like he's been slacking off on his training." He looked back at his opponent, thinking, his skill is surprisingly good, but he has no idea how to use it properly. As Lee Jin-han walked towards him, scowling, Chan-hyun came to a conclusion about the entire team. "I honestly have no idea how any of you made it onto a professional team." With a sigh, he put his hands on his hips and turned away. With that, the system initiated the simulation. Lee Chan-hyun found himself standing in a virtual space, armed with a gun. He scanned his surroundings, and his eyes snapped to the side as a loud noise echoed through the area. The sound came from behind a nearby building, drawing his attention. He turned towards it, completely unfazed. "Just as I predicted," he thought. The system announced, "Destruction attack." Jin-han charged straight at him, teeth bared. As he watched him approach, Chan-hyun thought, "I knew he'd attack head-on." Jin-han lunged forward, swinging his weapon. But Lee Tae-heon quickly realized what was happening and turned his head, dodging Lee Jin-han's attack. He smirked as the blade slammed hard into the wall of a large building behind him. Seeing this, he looked up in confusion. A moment later, the ground beneath his feet was struck and collapsed. Faced with this, Lee Tae-heon's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at the ground beneath him. He then reacted in a flash, leaping high into the air, his head still turned down to watch Lee Tae-heon. Meanwhile, the other man gave chase with his sword. The area around them had already cracked and crumbled into ruins. Seeing this, Lee Tae-heon thought to himself, the shockwave's range is wider than I thought. That's a useful skill. Below, Lee Tae-heon looked up at him, grinning through gritted teeth, his brow furrowed as he yelled, "Ha, what's wrong?" Seeing this, he made another assessment. He probably thinks a move like that will scare me. A moment later, he stomped on the ground, then gripped his sword and leaped up, lunging toward Lee Tae-heon honorable. In the air, he held his gun and glanced toward his opponent. Lee Tae-heon's body was radiating red energy. He assessed the situation, confident he's won. Tae-heon will attack me without any hesitation. At this, he let out a smirk, as if he'd achieved his goal. He thought, everything is going according to plan. Then, he quickly stretched out his hand and fired something, his body rapidly circling back toward Lee Tae-heon. The other man was still charging toward him. Seeing the sudden counter, he couldn't react in time. Gritting his teeth in shock as he stared at him, he let out a gasp. Above, Lee Tae-heon kept his calm smile as he aimed the barrel of his gun right at him. His two teammates, one with blonde hair and the other with a middle part, came running over, their faces filled with panic and disbelief. A moment later, holding his gun and standing on a flying disc, he looked at them and calmly asked, "So, who wants to go first?" He had Lee Tae-heon tied up, while the other two just stared blankly. Then, he smirked, raising his gun to look at them, and announced, "This is going to hurt, you know." At that, the blonde-haired guy's eyes widened as he cursed. Soon after, the fight was over. The man with the middle part was shot down, crying out, "Ugh." The blonde guy next to him was on his knees, roaring, "Ha ha." The atmosphere turned grim. A moment later, he stood before them, one hand on his hip, the other extended. He reminded them, "We had a deal, didn't we? The loser has to leave the team." Hearing this, the two men looked up. Then, he added, "No, that was something only you said." He then narrowed his eyes at them and threatened, "Leave." Seeing this, the two men's jaws dropped, staring at him, speechless, their eyes wide. A moment later, a curse rang out. "Damn it." Then, another one remarked, "Let's see what you can do without me." In the end, they all turned and left. Lee Tae-heon just clicked his tongue, while Lee Tae-heon's face darkened with shame, gritting his teeth. Soon after, he walked over to him, shaking his head, and asked with a glare, "Hey, didn't you hear me?" Lee Tae-heon stood silently, gritting his teeth, his face dark, clenching his fists as he looked at him. Then, he placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lee Tae-heon bit his lip so hard it bled, filled with resentment. Finally, he bit down until blood was streaming from his lips, his whole body trembling. His eyes were wide with shame as he mumbled, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, he calmly looked at him and chuckled to himself, "Ha." Outwardly, he feigned ignorance and asked, "What did you say?" Faced with his mockery, Lee Tae-heon became even angrier, his face darkening as he lowered his head, his body trembling even more. He added, "I said I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's all my fault. So please let me stay on the team, just this once, can't you?" Seeing his expression, he frowned and thought to himself, how desperate. On the outside, he looked at him with his arms crossed and questioned, "If you can't even defeat a rookie who just became a hunter, what reason is there for you to stay on this team?" Lee Tae-heon's hands trembled as he clenched them, answering, I have good abilities, even though you easily countered them." The man cut himself off, then lowered his head, frowning as he affirmed, "I'm confident in my skills." Then, he asked Lee Tae-heon in return, "Is that enough?" Hearing this, Lee Tae-heon confirmed in his mind, "Of course." He remembered the moment Lee Tae-heon charged at him. In the simulation, he was incredibly fast, without a single moment of hesitation. He calmly noted in his thoughts, "His skills are definitely good." Then, he shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, and said out loud, "But what good are they if you can't even use them properly?" At this, Lee Tae-heon just stared at him in confusion. Seeing this, Lee Tae-heon added, "It seems like you won't listen to me." When Lee Tae-heon heard this, he glared, his brows furrowed as he shouted back, "Yes, I will listen to you. Isn't that enough?" Despite these questions, his gaze remained calm and dark as he looked at him and added, "No, you won't just listen to me. You will only times listen to me." Then, he asked, "Do you think you can do that?" At these words, Lee Tae-heon became eager, clenching his fists and nodding repeatedly. He looked at him and confirmed with determination, "Yes, I will only listen to you." Lee Tae-heon looked back at him. Then he remarked, I'm not sure if this is the right decision. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-han, not having been kicked out, closed his eyes and placed a hand on his chest, sighing in relief. Lee Tae-heon added, but in a team full of players, useless and lacking the funds to recruit new people. Soon after, he smiled and affirmed to himself that he could become the team's first pillar. His eyes were filled with calculation. That day, Lee Tae-heon was lying in his room, arm behind his head, staring at his phone screen. He then looked at his contacts and said to himself, so, out of 7 people, I've already kicked 2 out. Finally, he calmly confirmed, we still need to fill the remaining 2 spots. Right after that, he sent a text to Hu Yu. Yu Hui, it's Lee Trang, honorable my team's recruiting. Wanna join? Answer me. Hey, hey, hey. In response, she sent a furious emoji with a fist and shot back. Do you think I'm crazy enough to join that team? I'm still sore from when you beat me during the exam. No matter how good the benefits are, I'm not interested. Try putting yourself in my shoes. Good luck finding someone else. Smiley face. Seeing that, Lee Tae-heon thought with annoyance, what a pain. Then he concluded, Yu Hui's potential is going to explode later on. I really wanted to pull her into the guild. What a shame. He pressed his lips together, his brows furrowed, his eyes showing a hint of regret. Suddenly, a notification chimed, and the new message confused him. Right after, Lee Tae-heon shot up and asked in astonishment, who is this? A message from Jun Hanon had arrived. I heard from Yu Hui that you're recruiting. At this, he was shocked and wondered to himself, no way. Did she actually set me up with someone? Then, his eyes widened as he realized, she's the ace of Team 1 at Soon Academy, so I figured she'd definitely be keeping an eye on this. Lee Tae-heon recalled the time he pointed a gun at the back of her head, and she was too stunned to react. And he concluded, she has a playstyle I can't help but admire. He immediately typed back, so, are you interested in joining the team? She replied, yeah, a little. Lee Tae-heon immediately responded, what about Soon Academy and the LHL? She confirmed with him again, I'll find a way to handle it. Hearing this, Lee Tae-heon happily mashed the keys on his phone while muttering, this kid. Then his eyes widened with excitement as he wondered, is this some kind of karmic reward from my past life? He then added, getting someone like Jun Hanon is a massive win for me. Lee Tae-heon looked at the chat on his phone screen, overjoyed. Right after, a ding went off, and his eyes widened as he looked at it and let out a hum. Finally, his eyes widened in surprise as he shouted, what? He then checked again in confusion. This person is contacting me too? A new message with a familiar profile picture appeared on the screen. Soon after, several files quickly appeared on his desk. Along with the stat sheets for each person, Lee Tae-heon flipped through them, his eyes wide as he mumbled, what am I supposed to do now? He sat at his desk in front of his computer. He then recalled the 3 core roles, tank, attacker, and healer, and concluded, the most important thing when building a team is the synergy between their skills. He then picked up a document from the pile and added, unfortunately, that's something this team doesn't have. Holding the stack of files, he confirmed, everyone's stats are at the bare minimum, and the skill synergy is far from ideal. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Lee Izuna. He hummed, his eyes widening in surprise. He then looked at the face on the profile and noted, Loru, skill is positional awareness. Seeing this, he silently confirmed, this looks promising. He then added, Hanan is even more capable. He thought of Jun Hanan holding a sword and reaffirmed his thought. And with the 2 who contacted me yesterday. Finally, Lee Tae-heon remembered Lee Jin Hanan. He then rested his chin on his hand, his eyes wide in thought. At last, he dropped Lee Yuju's profile onto the table as he made his decision. We'll be able to absolutely dominate the 3rd-tier league. The next morning, hot cups of coffee were placed on a table near a window. A voice asked, so, what do you think of the new team? It was Lee Du-tich. He lifted a cup of coffee and looked towards him, asking calmly, is it all right? Seeing this, the MC also lifted his coffee cup, gritting his teeth and forcing a smile, his eyes betraying a hint of anger as he replied, yeah, everyone's special. Every single one of them. He then added, and it's all thanks to you, Mr. Lai. Hearing this, the man put down his coffee and laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, my apologies. I didn't have time to properly assemble the team. The MC also put down his coffee, calmly looking at him. Then, the man stopped laughing. His eyes widened as he looked at him and spoke. I noticed you were recruiting new members, but I never expected you to get the Morris Workshop as a sponsor. To that, the MC calmly replied, I'll do everything I can to save the team. The man then frowned at him and asked, have you thought about what kind of team you want to build? Right after, the MC brought the coffee cup to his lips, closed his eyes, and answered calmly. Right now, I have 2 ideas, he then added. First is the one-man army type. I'm sure you could have guessed. We see an image of him in military gear, holding a gun and wearing protective goggles. Hearing this, Lee Tae-heon commented, that's a bit too predictable. He then asked him, do you have any idea how easily a team can fail if it only relies on Hunter League tactics? Right after, Lee Tae-heon quickly put his coffee cup down and began to speak. Right. Of course. That's why I have a second idea. He calmly added. It's still in the development process. He then smiled calmly, crossed his arms, looked at Lee Tae-heon, and added, but you can think of it as a bomber tactic. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, a bomber tactic? He then rubbed his chin, closed his eyes, and said, I don't know what that is, but I'll leave it all to you. Right after, he pushed some files toward him and announced, now, for this matter. He added, this document confirms that all authority over the team will be transferred to you, Tae-heon. Seeing this, Tae-heon frowned, picked it up to read, then closed his eyes and calmly put it down, confirming, good, I'll be going then. After he cut him off, Lich spoke up again. Oh, by the way, Pearl's match the other day was the last of the season, and tomorrow there's a press conference scheduled for the 3rd Division League. He looked at Tae-heon expectantly and said, now that you're considered the acting president of the team, I hope you'll attend at least once. Tae-heon looked at him calmly, then averted his eyes and thought, a press conference, huh? He then looked at the man and confirmed, yes, I'll be there. Lich, still leaning on the table, smiled at him. Lee Tae-heon thought to himself, it's fine, I have things to do anyway. The next day, the inter-team press conference took place. The host was talking endlessly, passing the microphone to the team managers. He just kept rambling on. Tae-heon, standing at one of the podiums with his hand on his chin, looked at them with a bored expression and thought, this is so boring. Then it was his turn to introduce himself. Lee Tae-heon confidently took the mic and calmly stated, I am Lee Tae-heon. As of yesterday, I became the acting president of Team Pearl. I will also be participating as a player. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. He then noted that not a single question came after his introduction. The host looked at his cue card and asked, next question. Team LTD took first place this season, receiving praise for their exceptional teamwork and their dominance over other teams. There are concerns that many players might move up to the 2nd Division League next season. What are your thoughts? On the other side, Lee Hae-young's image was shown on the big screen. He frowned and took the mic to answer. Seeing him, Tae-heon looked over at Lee Hae-young, who said, ah yes, that's an understandable concern. He then added, however, if anyone leaves the team, we guarantee we will fill the void with players of equal skill. Then, his glasses glinted as he smiled and confirmed, in fact, we plan to bring in some hunters who are known as rising stars, so please look forward to it. Hearing this, Tae-heon looked down, resting his chin on his hand, and wondered to himself, rising stars, I wonder who he's talking about. Right after, he seemed to realize something and screamed internally, wait a minute. Lee Hae-young was still speaking confidently. Lee Tae-heon thought, that coach looks familiar. Then, recognizing him, he screamed internally again, wait, is that Director Lee? Then, Lee Tae-heon recalled an image of the man sneering in his past life, his eyes glaring as he realized, in my past life, he was the one who caused me problems. Back then, he was the coach and director of the 1st Division team, LTD. He then confirmed, right now, he's the coach of LTD in the 3rd Division League. Back in the present, Lee Hae-young quickly bowed calmly. After finishing his answer, the host confirmed, thank you for your answer. Tae-heon, recognizing him, noted, Lee Hae-young, he looks just like he used to. Then the host asked, there are also rumors about a new hunter that Team LHL is training. Can we expect to see Jun in the 3rd Division League next season? Junhan's image was shown on the screen. The person on the other side answered with an awkward and forced smile, oh, unfortunately, we can't give a definite answer. He added, we are also trying, but this is a volatile market, so we can't say for sure. That's all I can say for now. Immediately, Tae-heon glanced over and noted, that's the team Hanun was supposed to join. Then the host, reading from a prepared question sheet, said, and we have some surprising news from Team Pearl. We heard that Lee Tae-heon has taken over the team. He paused. Hearing this, Tae-heon calmly and seriously confirmed, yes, hello. Then, grinning, he held the mic and introduced himself, I'm Lee Tae-heon, and I am the new acting president of Team Pearl. Seeing this, the host asked another question. It's unheard of for someone so young to join a team as both a player and acting president. Can we expect a major change for the team? Faced with this question, Tae-heon remained perfectly calm, then smiled at them and confirmed, of course. The team ended this season without a single win. Finally, he asserted, but I can assure you that a significant change is coming. Seeing this, the host looked at him and prodded further. You say a significant change. Could you give us a little hint? Hearing this, Tae-heon didn't hesitate. Reveal? First of all, we've made a few changes to our lineup. The images of Lee Jeon-han and Jun Han-woon appeared in Lee Chang-han's mind. Then, he thought about the members who had left, and I will be both a player and a coach. Finally, Lee Chang-han held the mic firmly and declared with his eyes closed. On top of that, we've changed our tactics and brought in a new investor. A lot of things are. Before he could finish, the host took the mic away, smiling at him mockingly. Got it. Sounds like a lot of changes, huh? Thank you. Then he continued. Next up, seeing this, he cut the host off. Oh, excuse me. There's still something I want to say. The host looked uncomfortable, glancing at him and muttering, Yes, go ahead. Then, he took the mic again and added, I've been closely following the matches in the third league. Finally, with a calm but intense glare, he stated, and not a single team truly stood out. Hearing this, the entire studio suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Lee Hee-young-gun gritted his teeth in anger and demanded, What? But he just calmly smiled at the man and added, So you should always be on your guard. We're going to take you down. At that, the host tried to break the awkward silence with some excitement. Oh, especially LTD. Then, he added more fuel to the fire. It would be a huge embarrassment if a top-tier team lost to a low-tier team. Hearing this mockery, Lee Hee-young-gun gritted his teeth again in fury. Meanwhile, our protagonist lowered his gaze, his eyes darting away, with satisfaction, thinking, Done. That's how it's done. Finally, he looked at Lee Hee-young-gun, who was staring daggers at him, absolutely livid, and thought, I have to leave a deep impression. But Lee Chang-han just kept his eyes closed, smiling as if he didn't notice a thing. Finally, he just gave a little shrug. Later, at Lee Chang-han's house, he excitedly opened the door to a group of people who had just arrived and said, You're here? He continued, It's been a while, everyone. It was the three of them. Kim, Do-jun, Jun Han-woon, and Han Ji-soo standing at the door. Next, he urged them, Come on in. They immediately stepped inside. Kim Do-jun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around and asked, This is the team house? It's just a normal house. Lee Chang-han was already walking ahead. Beside him, Jun Han-woon also looked around, confused and curious. Seeing his curiosity, he simply said, This is normal for a small team. Hearing that, the expressions on Kim Do-jun and Han Ji-soo's faces sank with disappointment. Kim Do-jun complained to him, Seriously? Then he thought to himself, Actually, I expected Do-jun to contact me. Next, he looked at Han Ji-soo, who was quietly observing the surroundings, and thought, But I didn't expect Ji-soo to be here too. Suddenly, he turned to face them, and they looked back at him. Han Ji-soo frowned at Lee Chang-han in confusion and asked, What is it? But he just calmly smiled back at him and replied, Ha, it's nothing. Then, he thought, But I have no complaints. Soon after, the group quickly toured the team house. They looked around with curiosity as Lee Chang-han led the way. Just then, Jun Han-woon gave an awkward laugh and mumbled as he looked around, You said this was a rookie team, but this is much worse than I imagined. Han Ji-soo, walking ahead, crossed his arms and glanced back at him, saying, I signed because you're on this team. I hope you've prepared some kind of plan. Hearing this, Kim Do-jun also glanced at him, while Jun Han-woon was still dumbfounded and unable to get used to the environment. Han Ji-soo added, To be clear, the only reason I joined is because you said you'd help me build up my stats so I can transfer to another team later. Seeing his impatience, he closed his eyes and said, Relax. Why would I have called you all here if I didn't have a plan? Sure, the team didn't win a single match last season, but that's not the problem. He then added, With you guys here, we've practically overhauled half the roster. Immediately after, he opened his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, as he told them confidently, So, feel free to have high expectations. Hearing this, a speechless Jun Han-woon glanced at Han Ji-soo. Han Ji-soo just looked back at him helplessly. Only Kim Do-jun was scratching his face, his eyes wide with surprise as he glanced at Han Ji-soo. Next, at the manager's office, a sound was heard. It was Choi Hang-gu. He was leaning on his hands at his desk, closing his eyes to compose himself. This was the manager of Team ESB. Then, he calmly opened his eyes and thought, "It's not that our players lack skill, but it seems they've forgotten how to win." Finally, he asked himself, "How am I supposed to handle this?" Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification from the coach. "Mr. Choi, we've received a request for a practice match from PER. Should I accept?" Seeing this, he scoffed, picking up his phone with a mocking grin. The message read in full, "Mr. Choi, we've received a sparring request from PER. Should we accept? It's the off-season, and our players need a rest, so I'm afraid they'll complain if we refuse." Hearing this, he confirmed it for himself. A practice match with PER? Then it dawned on him. Yes, the only way to get back on a winning streak is to start winning again. He remembered his team, who were once at the pinnacle of glory, and knew they would crush Lee Tae-heon's team. Right after that, he stood up, called the coach, and confirmed, "Yes, Coach Kim, it's me." Regarding the practice match with ESP, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Go ahead and schedule it." Then, he let out an excited laugh. "I think this is going to be fun," he declared. In ESP's training facility, a player tying his shoelaces asked in confusion, "Why do we have to do a practice match?" Beside him, a teammate frowned while stretching his arms and added, "Yeah, we don't usually participate in off-season games." A blue-haired player in a cap quickly looked up and announced, "Did you hear what Manager Bae said? That guy just debuted, and he's already talking trash about the entire league." Hearing this, the other player also frowned and confirmed, "Yeah, he said a lot about LTD, that there's no way they could beat us." Then he added, "Let's give them a reality check." Soon after, Lee Tae-heon's team quickly got into their uniforms and headed out to the field. From behind, Lee Ganju looked at his retreating figure and asked again, "Are you sure about this?" Then he added worriedly, "You guys just met, and the new members need time to sync up." But Lee Tae-heon just kept walking forward as he stated, "Besides, we don't have enough players for a 7 versus 7 internal scrim anyway." Hearing that, Lee Ganju had to agree. That's true. But then, he turned his head, looking back at him with confidence as he declared, "Look, coach, there's no hope for this team if we keep going like this." At this, Lee Ganju looked at him, slightly startled. He let out a gasp. Right after, he recalled the image of his team lying dead on the ground and affirmed, "We're just going to lose again." Then he remembered the image of Lee Jin-han sitting helplessly, having finished in last place, and declared, "Our team will finish at the bottom again." Finally, he asserted, repeated failures lead to a sense of helplessness that makes them play more passively. He then cut himself off. However, Lee Ganju listened, his mouth agape in astonishment. Lee Chang-hon continued, "When there's a chance to win." Then he paused, thinking of Lee Jin-han. He remembered him rigidly gripping his sword as he fought, and then recalled his own past self, slashing away like a madman, before declaring, "People find hope." Lee Chang-hon closed his eyes, frowned, and added, "And I'm going to show them. This might be my first time here, but my presence alone can change the entire team." He then smirked and added, "I'll show them that they don't have to be losers anymore." Next, Lee Chang-hon quickly turned and walked out onto the arena floor. Team ESP was already waiting for them. One of them approached him and asked, "Oh, you must be the new chairman or the manager?" He glanced over. It was Choi Han-gu. The man extended a hand toward him. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure what to call you, but whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then he introduced himself. "I'm Choi Han-gu, the manager of Team ESP." Hearing this, he reached out and shook his hand, replying, "Ah, I see." Then he thought to himself, "He talks as if he doesn't care, and his eyes are filled with ridicule." His expression remained calm, smiling as if preparing to watch a good show as he thought, "You could say he's looking down on us." "How rude," he noted. Just then, an announcement echoed, "The match will begin shortly." On this side, Lee Yeoju, Lee Jin-han, and their teammates were ready. They were fighting scared. Lee Chang-hon quickly walked over to his team and asked, "Is everyone ready?" They all looked towards him. He immediately put his hands on his hips and reminded them in a serious tone, "I'm the one giving the orders, so you will listen to me, and only me." The team looked back at him, their eyes filled with suspicion, fear, and a lack of confidence. Seeing this, Lee Chang-hon thought to himself, "Although I doubt they'll be able to follow my orders all that well." Next, he narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, thinking, "It'll be 5 of the original ESP members, plus me and 1 new member." Finally, as he walked, he affirmed, "I'll show them that we can win, even with this lineup." Then he called out to Jin Han and gave him an order. "You'll be the vanguard, just like in the last match, but don't ever charge in on your own unless I tell you to." He calmly looked down at him, narrowed his eyes, and declared, "If I don't say anything, you hold your ground." even if a storm of mana is flying right at you. Being put on the spot, Lee Jin-han broke into a nervous sweat and replied, "Got it." Next, he pointed towards Lee Yeoju and commanded her seriously, "Yeoju, you're with me. Do your best to stay with me at all times." Lee Jin-han glanced over, while she yelped in surprise and confirmed, "Oh, okay." Suddenly, Kim Do-jun raised his hand, his eyes wide as he questioned him. "Hey, Chang-hon, what about me?" Hearing this, he gestured with his hand. "You will stand in front of me. Hold back anyone who approaches." At this, he pointed to his own face and asked doubtfully, "You don't want me to engage with the enemy?" To that, Lee Chang-hon just smiled and said, "You'll see." Right then, the system's voice announced, "The match will now begin." The two teams were transported to a bridge. The bridge was flanked by desolate pine forests, with a deep ravine below. Outside, Choi Hong-gu squinted at the monitor. The Imperial Bridge. He noted that a match on this massive bridge left some room for creativity. The monitor displayed the starting zones for both teams, while Choi Hong-gu watched them in silence. Then, he smirked. He mused to himself, "Everything depends on how well each team holds its formation, and that's exactly why I chose this map." Beside him, the coach looked over at Lee Trang-hon's team formation and spoke up. "For a team that was put together just minutes ago, their formation looks pretty solid, don't you think?" he remarked to Choi Hong-gu. Hearing this, Choi Hong-gu scoffed mockingly. "It's probably just on the surface. They haven't even had much time since their last match. Besides, they can probably only maintain it because they're still standing still." He then glanced back at the monitor. His face darkened as he mumbled, "Or maybe not." His eyes then locked onto Lee Jin-han, who was holding a shield, his own brow furrowing with resolve. "That kid looks pretty tough," he noted. Seeing this, the ESP coach casually slid his hands into his pockets. Looking at Choi Hong-gu, he asked, "That manager, he's the acting chairman, right? Do you think he's the one who coached them?" Hearing this, Choi Hong-gu remained nonchalant. He crossed his arms dismissively and confirmed, "We'll have to wait and see." Inside, a sound rang out as the opposing team's captain. The two men outside stared, their jaws dropping in shock. Lee Trang-hon charged forward, a cord in one hand and a gun in the other. Choi Hong-gu thought to himself, their ranged fighter is wide open. He then clenched his fist. Staring at the screen excitedly, he clenched his fist and shouted in his mind. Looks like he lost track of his own position while arranging everyone else. A triumphant smirk spread across his face as he watched the others. Inside, the ESP team quickly rushed forward. The player with glasses struggled to call out, "Take him out, Roger." In his mind, he thought, "I can't miss this chance." He then swung the staff in his hand before decisively hurling a spear towards Lee Trang, honorable, but he had already noticed. He looked up, his hand still gripping the glowing cord. A moment later, Lee Trang-hon quickly formed a barrier. He leaped up, dodging the incoming spear. The player with the glasses was confused, wondering to himself, "Wait, what?" On the other side, the ESP coach and manager were also frozen, their faces dark and eyes wide as they stared at them. In unison, they screamed in their minds, "You've got to be kidding me." Inside, a terrible scream rang out. "Ah!" It was Kim-moon. He had just sent the spear-wielding guy in glasses flying. Choi Hong-gu immediately realized that was a calculated move to lure us in. Outside, his jaw dropped, his eyes wide, completely speechless. His mind roared in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" Inside, Kim Do-jun, Lee Trang-hon, and the rest of Team P were still fighting fiercely. Choi Hong-gu confirmed his suspicion, a tactic that uses the ranged fighter, the team's key player, as bait. Back inside, Lee Trang-hon quickly raised the barrel of his gun. He aimed while retreating. On the other side, a shield bearer rushed forward, shouting a warning, "Gun! Everyone, get behind me!" A silent scream echoed in their minds. "Oh no!" And Lee Trang-hon, seeing them react just as he'd planned, smirked, and finally gave the order, "Kid, fire the mana bombs." Instantly, the shield began to crack and shatter. Following the explosion, the ESP shield bearer cried out, "Arg!" Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the bridge. The scoreboard instantly updated to 7 players for Team P and 0 for Team ESP. Outside, both the coach and manager of Team ESP stood frozen, staring with wide eyes and open mouths, as Choi Hong-gu mumbled in a panic, "Impossible!" Just then, the system screen displayed Team P as the winner, while the other two just stared as the system announced the end of the match. Team P is victorious. Lee Jin-han was utterly stunned after witnessing his team's spectacular victory, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. Gunsmoke billowed after the intense battle. Lee Jin-han's hand was still gripping his shield tightly. The defender couldn't believe his eyes. Whoa. Lee Jin-han watched as Lee Trang-hon strode forward, basking in their glorious victory. It left him in deep shock. How is that possible? I thought ranged players just... He's practically a magician, performing magic from a distance. Two of the original members of Team P were celebrating this unbelievable victory. They said to each other, "You know what? I'm completely floored. I can't even remember the last time we won. Ha, I thought we were done for. I was so scared I could barely even stand." Meanwhile, after that victory, Lee Trang-hon stood with his arms crossed and a happy smile, feeling the joy and fighting spirit beginning to return to each of the old members of Team P. Suddenly, Lee Jin-han walked up and asked, "How did you do that?" Lee Trang-hon turned his head to look at Lee Jin-han and asked, confused, "Huh?" Lee Jin-han stepped closer to him, his expression serious. He asked again, "I'm talking about the match just now. What did you do to turn the tables like that?" After realizing what Lee Jin-han was asking about, Lee Trang-hon nonchalantly crossed his arms and asked Lee Jin-han in return, "What do you think is the most important thing in a formation battle?" Lee Jin-han quickly replied, "Of course not. You never let your formation break." Seeing Lee Jin-han's firm answer, Lee Chan-han asked another question. "Then what do you do to break the enemy's formation?" Hearing this, Lee Jin-han was stumped. He had no idea how to answer that question. Well, Lee Chan-han didn't wait for an answer, and just explained it himself. "You either make the enemy break it themselves, or you shatter it with your own power." That was it. Hearing such a simple answer from Lee Chan-han, Lee Jin-han completely froze. He thought to himself, now that he mentions it, that's so obvious. Why didn't I think of that? Lee Chan-han continued, "The option I chose was to make the enemy break their own formation. I bait them into switching from a defensive formation to an offensive one, and then I exploit that weakness." Lee Jin-han connected that simple explanation to Chan-han's actions during the match, and it all clicked. I get it now. That's when Lee Chan-han broke formation and exposed himself on purpose. Seeing that Lee Jin-han was just standing there, dumbfounded after hearing the full explanation, he still hadn't said a word after a long moment. Lee Chan-han smiled at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Surprised by how simple the answer was. Just then, Jun Han-on slowly walked over, having overheard the conversation between Lee Chan-han and Lee Jin-han. He agreed with Lee Chan-han's logic. It was the kind of straightforward answer anyone would have to agree with. What surprised me most was the teamwork. "Did you guys practice together before I joined or something?" Lee Chan-han turned and replied, "Not really. That's exactly why I chose such a basic formation." Hearing this, Jun Han-hon had a realization. He rested his chin on his hand. "I see. It was all part of your plan. So, are we sticking with that strategy? With Do-jun and Jisoo here, we'll have way more firepower. The third division tournament should be a piece of cake." Lee Chan-hon leaned back against the wall, looking thoughtful. I wish it were that simple. But he was thinking about the massive scale of the competition. The other teams are all seasoned hunters, packed with experience. We're just a bunch of rookies. Even if it's only the third division, it won't be that easy. Lee Chan-hon began to seriously analyze their current situation for the rest of the team. Unfortunately, we can't. Team ESP might have a lot of wins under their belt, but at the end of the day, they're still just a rank 9 team. We can beat low-ranked teams that way, but it won't work against the stronger ones. And obviously, if we use the same strategy over and over, it'll become less and less effective. Hearing Lee Chan-hon lay out the team's disadvantages so clearly, Han Jisoo couldn't hold back his frustration and yelled, "So what's the plan? The only reason I'm even here is because I trusted you. You'd better think of something." Lee Chan-hon thought to himself. He's right. Unlike the others, Han Jisoo only joined because I made him a promise that I'd raise the team's profile so that when he eventually leaves, he'll get better offers and have a more promising career. As if he had prepared for this all along, Lee Chan-hon quickly laid out his next plan. "That's why we need to prepare a different strategy." The hot-headed Han Jisoo immediately cut him off. "A different strategy? No one on this team has any decent skills. What other strategy could we possibly use?" Lee Chan-hon cracked a triumphant smirk. "Skills aren't the only tools at our disposal." His words left everyone around him confused. They stared at each other blankly. "Huh?" Just then, Lee Chan-hon pulled out a monobomber drone. Han Jisoo didn't get what he was hinting at. He asked again, "A monobomber drone?" Lee Chan-hon tossed the drone to Han Jisoo, his voice brimming with confidence. "Instead, we're going to use these. Mark my words, our team is going to become experts with monobomber drones." At B's office, Lee Chan-hon and Jun Han-on were discussing the upcoming training regimen. When Jun Han-on heard the training plan designed specifically for him, he was in disbelief. He asked, horrified, "What? You want me to practice controlling multiple swords at once?" Lee Tae-heon, who was engrossed in the plan, looked up and asked, "What's the matter? Don't you like my training plan?" Jun Han stammered, "No, it's not that. But if I try to control multiple swords at once, I won't be able to control them with any precision." Lee Tae-heon thought to himself, he's right. To effectively pressure an enemy using sword control, trying to handle multiple blades at once is a bad idea because it divides your focus. However, I know that in my past life, Hanon could control at least 7 swords at once, and he could wield up to 3 of them with an extremely high level of skill. If I want him to improve quickly, I can't just leave him as he is. Lee Tae-heon put on a serious face and prepared to get up and leave. I didn't suggest it for no reason, but if you don't want to do it, then don't. Seeing that Lee Tae-heon was about to drop the subject, Jun Han started sweating, unsure of what to say. Well, Lee Tae-heon saw the clear hesitation on Jun Han's face and smiled inwardly. Looks like he joined because he looks up to me. I get it now. Jun Han seemed to steel himself, as if making a difficult decision. He clenched his fists. All right, I know I have to do it sooner or later anyway. How many swords do you want? Lee Tae-heon cheerfully held up 7 fingers and smiled at Jun Han. 7. Seeing the number Lee Tae-heon was demanding, Jun Han's face turned pale. He asked back, figures a monster like you would be so relaxed. Lee Tae-heon even added another gut-wrenching comment. There? That should be enough. In the evening, outside the city, Lee Tae-heon and Han Ji-soo were enjoying the breeze in a park, chatting comfortably. Suddenly, Han Ji-soo's voice rose. What? You want me to practice dropping objects accurately from a long distance? Lee Tae-heon leaned casually against the railing and said calmly, Yeah. The more accurate, the better. Han Ji-soo scowled, clearly unhappy with Lee Tae-heon's idea. I don't get it. Using my skill in such a weak way will be useless when attacking enemies. Come on, at least tell me what you're thinking, so I can decide if I want to do it or not. Lee Tae-heon thought for a moment. Okay. I think I can tell Jisoo. Lee Tae-heon then explained his upcoming plan to Jisoo. I'm going to have you drop bombs with that skill. Hearing this, Jisoo was a bit stunned for a moment. Bombs? What kind of bombs? Lee Tae-heon flashed a confident smile, certain of victory. Monobombs. Here's my plan. First, I'll attach monobombs to Jun Hanon's swords, then use your gravity skill. You'll drop the bombs attached to the swords while they're in midair. You, too, will become the artillery of the battlefield, so to speak. Hearing the plan Lee Tae-heon had devised, Han Ji-soo was endlessly surprised. This is that new tactic you were talking about? Lee Tae-heon was completely confident in the plan he had laid out. He believed it would be a bombshell that would help him defeat other professional beta teams. Yes, it's what we'll be using from now on. I call it the bombing tactic. After Lee Tae-heon had nearly finalized his plan, he thought to himself, the bombing tactic. First, Hanon will control multiple swords, each carrying fragments of monobombers. Then, with Jisoo's gravity control, we'll precisely drop those bombs on the enemy. However, there's one more key piece we need to complete the tactic. When we don't know the enemy's location, we can't inflict significant damage from a distance, and that's her role. Lons. At the butter office, Lons sat anxiously. She had no idea why she'd been called in today. Her face clearly showed her panic. Her skill is positional awareness, accurately pinpointing an opponent's location at close range. Lee Tae-heon got straight to the point. He asked, You need to use your ability to provide detailed information on the enemy's position. Can you do that? Lons was nervous, her hands trembling slightly. She quickly clasped her hands to calm her nerves. I don't think so. It'll be too hard. Lee Tae-heon placed a hand on her trembling ones and reassured her, warmly. You are the key to this strategy's success. Lee Tae-heon looked at her with sincere eyes, and the feeling he gave off made her feel a little more at ease. He looked straight into her eyes and said, Without you, we can't do anything with the bombs. Can I count on you? Lons looked into Lee Tae-heon's eyes. Seeing how much he believed in her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Okay. Lons quickly and shyly turned her face away. Her cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment. Seeing her strange reaction, Lee Tae-heon thought to himself, Why is she suddenly blushing? I don't get it at all. The next day, the whole team went for the new season's photo shoot. The director shouted, All right, next up is Team Butter. Please get ready. Lee Tae-heon sat in a chair watching his teammates go up for their photos and thought to himself, A season opening photo shoot? Huh? I was loud and cocky at the press conference, so I should probably keep quiet this time. Just as Lee Tae-heon was planning to be a little humble, a voice full of contempt suddenly mocked Team Butter. What? Haha. You see? A manager needs age, knowledge, experience, and, well, experience. But their manager is just some kid born with a silver spoon. That whole team looks like a house of cards in a storm. The reporter heard the clear mockery and felt a bit awkward. She forced a smile to diffuse the situation. Haha, I understand. I suppose. That's one way to look at it. But I'm sure Team Butter has a lot to say too. They didn't get a single win last season. So perhaps they're trying a different approach this time. Seeing the other team's coach trying to put his team down, Lee Tae-heon immediately felt his competitive spirit flare up. So much for trying to be the bigger person. Lee Tae-heon quickly stepped forward, cutting into their conversation. I admit I'm young, but Mr. Yu, if we beat you, all you'll have left is your age. And that's not much of an accomplishment, is it? The other coach, who was incredibly arrogant just a moment ago, immediately flew into a rage when he heard what Jang Han said. He whipped around to glare at Jang Han furiously. How dare you? The female reporter, quickly realizing the air was thick with tension, rushed to mediate between them. Ah, a bold provocation from Butter. As bold as their complete team overhaul. The intense rivalry between the teams is truly something to behold. The reporter broke out in a cold sweat, trying to calm both sides down, and quickly changed the subject. The coach, who had just been humiliated, suppressed his anger and turned away. Lee Tae-heon also thought to himself, I'm sure they'll praise a team that finished 8th, just slightly better than us. I'll show him what we can do in the first match. After making his silent decision, Lee Tae-heon quickly left, returning to the waiting room. In Lee Tae-heon's hand was a mana grappling hook. He looked at it meaningfully. Seeing this, Jun Hanon asked worriedly, Are you sure? Lee Tae-heon picked up the grappling hook and examined it closely. A strategy isn't something you should just save. Even if it's revealed early, it won't be easy to counter. Jun Hanon was genuinely worried, but perhaps his intuition told him to trust Lee Tae-heon. You're right, but Jun Hanon wanted to voice the thoughts in his head. He seems to think we can easily beat an 8th-ranked team, just by fighting normally. But he kept these thoughts to himself, crossed his arms, and sighed. Lee Tae-heon sat fiddling with the gun in his hands, thinking confidently. If that was the plan, I'd have to do all the heavy lifting, but that's not what this team needs right now. Lee Tae-heon stood up, put the gun in his bag, and looked at Jun Hanon with trust. You are the key to this strategy. Don't forget that. Jun Hanon nodded silently. I'll do my best. With his confidence in their victory assured, Lee Tae-heon cheerfully shouted, All right, let's go. The opening match had begun. Lee Tae-heon and his teammates walked out into the arena with confidence. He quickly rallied their spirits. Let's show them what we've got. In the Hunter League, the lower-ranked team gets to choose the arena. Since we were ranked lower, we had the right to choose. We chose the simplest option, the city arena. As soon as they entered the arena, Lee Tae-heon quickly contacted his teammates, Yuju, Jisoo, Hanon. Once the 3 of you are in position, we'll execute the strategy. The rest of you find your groups and try to eliminate the enemy if possible. If not, just focus on surviving. Through the radio, Lee Tae-heon received replies from his teammates. Roger that. Understood. Lonu had also reached her ambush position. She hid behind a wall and quickly reported, 23rd floor of the 7-star electronics building on the eastern edge of the map. I'll be waiting in the leftmost office. Lonu quickly activated her enemy detection skill. Positional awareness. Enemy positions are 244, 165, 266, 152, 125, 25, 24, 161, 66, 5, 165, 53. After activating the skill, the entire area around her appeared like a map. The red circles were the positions where the enemy was hiding. Lonu quickly relayed the coordinates to the members. Be careful of those coordinates. Lee Tae-heon received the coordinates provided by Lonu. He immediately started running to execute the plan. Her ability really shines in large arenas like this one. At that moment, Lonu continued to report, I've identified the enemy's rendezvous point at 145-255. Lee Tae-heon checked the map as he moved. He quickly found the enemy's location and confirmed it with a red circle. Just then, Jun Han-on and Jisoo also reported, I've arrived. Me too. Seeing that everyone was in position, Lee Tae-heon dashed to the marked spot. Begin the operation. All right, we'll start by bombing the arena and collapsing the building. I'll snipe anyone who runs out. If they try to dodge the bullets, we'll hit them head-on with our formation. After Lee Tae-heon got into a good vantage point to aim, he asked excitedly, Ready? The reply came back, Of course, just give the order and we'll release them. Lee Tae-heon gripped the rifle in his hands. Good. Let's begin. Jun Han-on immediately controlled 3 swords attached with monobombs, sending them flying straight toward the enemy's position. The 3 swords shot forward with incredible speed. At the same time, Lee Chan-hong watched closely through the scope of his sniper rifle. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Boom. At that moment, the enemy team was gathered inside a building, preparing to ambush their opponents. The team captain peeked outside to observe the situation. He thought to himself, "He told us to be careful with this opponent." It seems their coach underestimated Lee Chan-hong. He thought that kid might be a mediocre silver spoon, but don't let that make you careless. He also seemed to look down on these rookies. I don't know if we need such an elaborate strategy to deal with a rookie like him, but still, we have to try. When our opponents show themselves, I'll use my skill before they even know what's happening. This guy's skill was devastating footsteps, which unleashes a powerful shockwave as you move, making the ground tremble. He looked outside, waiting anxiously. "Come on out. I'll get all of you." Suddenly, a few mana bomb fragments flew in, shaking the roof of the building. The enemy team was still confused about what was happening, looking at each other in a daze. The ceiling is shaking. Seeing this, the team captain quickly commanded, "Deploy a shield overhead." This explosion had cracked the entire ceiling, and chunks of concrete were beginning to fall as dust filled the air. Hold on. The entire enemy team activated their shields, but they're still struggling to stand their ground against this wave of mana explosions. The captain thought to himself, last time, he destroyed the building. I bet he's going to pull the same trick again. It looks like he used e-bullets to do it. He must have burned through nearly all of his mana for this. With that thought, the captain confidently stepped out to check the situation, only to see 3 swords rocketing towards him. A team member screamed, "Incoming attack." It looks like Hannon's sword control. They're attacking us from a distance. "Damn those little punks," the captain yelled in fury. "Give them a taste of their own medicine. Pin down those swords." But as the swords drew nearer, the captain finally got a clear look and saw countless exploding mana bomb fragments attached to them. The moment the swords were close, they dropped like nuclear bombs. The captain let out a terrified, blood-curdling scream, and just like that, the mana bombs went off. Boom! The force of the blast was unbelievable, launching the captain far away. The entire ceiling was now nearly caved in. Debris rained down everywhere, and the air was thick with smoke and dust. The captain, now pinned down by the collapsed ceiling and unable to stand, roared in fury. Exploding swords? Meanwhile, Lee Tae-heon, who was carefully observing the situation through his scope, spotted an enemy member escaping the blast. He quickly sent a finishing blow his way. Bang! And just like that, the guy was taken out. After taking out the last enemy, Lee Tae-heon smirked to himself. Guess I don't even need to make an appearance. They couldn't handle the swords at close range, so they tried to switch to long-range attacks. But that's not going to be easy with Hanon in control of the blades. Our protagonist calmly walked down, thinking, it's over. The screen now displayed the match results between PE and TGD. With a score of 7-0, Team PE claimed victory. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the manager of Team LTD was left speechless at Team PE's flawless performance and their absolute victory. He never expected to see a strategy like that in a third-tier match. This was Lee Jin-han, the manager of the #1 team, LTD. Seemingly very interested in Lee Tae-heon, he turned to his assistant. Isn't that the kid who's been stirring up trouble in the third league? His assistant scratched his head thoughtfully. Well, it seems he's not all talk after all. He's the real deal. Lee Jin-han turned back and asked, isn't he on our recruitment list? His assistant replied quickly, of course he is, but it appears he already has a relationship with Team PE. We made him one of the best offers in the industry, but he didn't even give it a second thought. Lee Jin-han thought for a moment, then said, Tsk. Well, it can't be helped now. Have our second-tier recruitment team reach out to him. The assistant hurried off to do so. Back at the arena, fireworks lit up the sky, spelling out PE wins. Lee Jin-han stared at the sky in disbelief. We did it. We actually won. Lee Yonu was also beaming, her head held high as she stared at the words of victory, completely dazed. Wow. While Lee Yonu was still basking in the glow of victory, Lee Tae-heon approached from behind. It's only the first win, he reminded her. Don't get too excited. We can celebrate later. We have an interview to get to. Snapped back to reality, Lee Yonu responded a beat late. Oh, Lee Tae-heon then predicted, I'm guessing Hanon will be the MVP. And just as he said, the MC was already interviewing Hanon. Welcome, everyone watching nationwide. We're here with the MVP of the winning team, Mr. Jun Hanon. It's a pleasure to have you, Hanon replied humbly. Thank you for having me. The MC jumped right into the questions. First of all, PE unfortunately ended last season without a single victory. Could you share with us how your team prepared for today's match to achieve such a turnaround? Hanan answered frankly, I just followed Trang-hoon's orders. The MC, visibly surprised, quickly followed up, I'm sorry. Are you referring to Mr. Lee Trang-hoon? Hanan replied with a serious expression, yes. I simply followed his instructions. The MC seemed to understand now. Haha, I see. He continued, your team's strategy is creating a massive buzz online. Many are comparing it to artillery fire and guided missiles. Hearing this, Hanan puffed up with pride and began to explain, yes, that's exactly how Trang-hoon described it when he laid out the plan. His strategy was flawless from start to finish. I have so much respect for him. Let me tell you just how perfectly he predicted everything. Listening to this, Lee Trang-hoon was at a complete loss for words. He had no idea what to do with this guy, Hanan. Why is he only talking about me during his own interview? Meanwhile, on screen, Hanan was still going on about him. Kim Do-jun came over and said to Trang-hoon, geez, the way he's talking, you'd think you were a cult leader or something. Suddenly, Lee Jin-han, who was sitting a short distance away, chimed in. Yeah, it totally suits you, Trang. Honorable Trang-hoon heard how Jin-han addressed him. And though, Mr. Trang-hoon, what's with this guy now? He quickly corrected him. Please, just call me by my name like you always do. I mean, you're older than me, so I have no idea why you're being so formal. Jin-han blushed, scratching his head with a sheepish laugh. Heh, awkward. He silently watched everyone around him, thinking to himself, I think they're a little too happy about finally breaking our losing streak. But this team is only going to get stronger. The Division 3 championship will be ours. Do-jun sat in his room, happily slurping down some instant noodles. Click. The door to the room opened. Do-jun turned his head to see who came in. It was none other than Jang-hoon. Do-jun put his noodle cup down and asked with his mouth still full, going somewhere? It's our day off. Jang-hoon gave a brief reply. Meeting up with a friend. He didn't forget to remind Do-jun, just because it's the weekend doesn't mean you should laze around all day. We're still in the middle of the season. With that, Jang-hoon turned and walked away, giving Do-jun a wave without looking back. See you later. He didn't pay it much mind, replying casually, yeah, bye. Then he picked up his noodle cup again. He brought the whole thing to his mouth and slurped up every last drop inside. By the time he put the cup down, it was completely empty. Not even a drop of broth left. Then, he turned and grabbed the TV remote next to him. It was time to catch up on his shows. At the Hunter Tournament Stadium, the crowd was bustling with people. A hand raised up, signaling, over here. Min-seok stood there, waving. Jang-hoon quickly spotted him. He greeted him politely. Hello. You're right on time. Min-seok held up 2 tickets in his other hand, waving them with a smile as Jang-hoon approached. Jang-hoon asked, are they letting people in yet? Min-seok immediately replied, they are. Let's go in. The scene shifts to the inside of the Hunter Tournament Stadium. The atmosphere inside was electric and incredibly crowded. Clusters of blue lights and massive screens illuminated the stage in the center. The surrounding stands were already packed with people. Jang-hoon quietly sat down in his seat. Min-seok was beside him. Once they were both settled, he turned to Jang-hoon and asked, have you competed in a lot of matches before? He then added, you just seem pretty familiar with this place. Jang-hoon thought to himself, well, that makes sense. In my past life, I practically lived here, but what he said out loud was a bit more modest. I may be in the 3rd division, but I'm still a pro player. That's right, he replied. Anyway, I'm glad you could make it. I know it's the weekend, so I was worried you might have other plans. Since you're in the middle of your season, Jang-hoon replied, thanks for inviting me. The large screen changed. 2 national flags appeared on it, representing the 2 teams competing this time. He spoke up, it's a match between South Korea and Japan. We always get crushed by Japan. Jang-hoon nonchalantly asked Min-seok next to him, is it really worth coming all the way here to watch? He was a bit taken aback by his bluntness. Whoa, that's harsh. It's still our country, you know. The large screen began showing the members of the competing teams below. Jang-hoon and Min-seok continued their discussion. True, Japan might have the upper hand right now, but the Korean national team has some of the best talent from the 1st division. Jang-hoon crossed his arms, his face thoughtful. I'm not exactly thrilled about that, but this is the reality for Korea right now, he continued. Korean players don't lack skill or the necessary base stats. The reason I wanted you to watch this match, he explained his purpose to Jang-hoon, is because I know that one day, you'll be standing on this stage. And when that day comes, I want you to get revenge for us. A flicker of surprise crossed Jang-hoon's face. The man beside him continued. And that's not all. Min-seok pointed towards the stage. Not only that, but but I have a friend on the Japanese team. Let's go meet him after the match. Jang Hoon closed his eyes, thinking, I see. Looks like he has high expectations for me. Min Seok's face, beside him, was filled with trust. Jang Hoon looked down at the stage with a serious expression. He silently made a resolution. I should pay close attention to where we stand now, and the result. A short while later, the stadium roared once again, signaling the end of the battle. It's over. Let's go. Min Seok smiled and turned to Jang Hoon. On the large screen, a prominent line of text appeared. Hunter Tournament, Asian Games. The score was Korea 2, Japan 7. Clearly, the victory belonged to Japan. We lost, Jang Hoon said. The other man just hummed in response. Then he stood up from his seat and said, Let's go meet my Japanese friend. Jang Hoon glanced over at him. He thought to himself, he's pretending not to be shaken, but I bet he's seriously pissed off. Min Seok stood tall, looking down at the stage below in silence. His hands were clenched into fists, his whole body trembling slightly with anger. Jang Hoon replied, Yeah, let's go. The scene changes to another location, which looks like a player's lounge hallway. Some match. Min Seok stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Jang Hoon stood right beside him, silent. Min Seok glanced in another direction, letting out a small, "Oh." He raised his hand and called out, "Over here." A man with long purple hair stood opposite them. The man raised his hand in greeting. It was the Japanese national hunter, Takumi, from the Hunter Tournament. Min Seok and Takumi rushed to embrace each other like long-lost friends. He asked, "How have you been?" Takumi simply replied, "Still good." Jang Hoon stood by, watching them with an unchanging expression. Takumi was a bit curious. Shouldn't you be meeting with your own country's players first? At this, Min Seok just shook his head, completely fed up. Oh God, forget it. Our generation is a lost cause. I'm putting my hopes on the next one. He then turned his head towards Trang Han to introduce them. Ah, this is Takumi. He's a hunter from the Japanese national team, the most impressive and aggressive ranged fighter in Japan right now. And he pointed towards him. Trang Han's face filled with confidence. This is Trang Honorable. He just debuted in the Korean 3rd League. He's a rising talent that I have very high hopes for. Trang Han and Takumi shook hands. Takumi was the first to speak. So this is the kid Min Seok is always going on about. Trang Han replied politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you." After the handshake, Takumi looked Trang Han over, sizing him up. He brought a hand to his chin, thinking, Right after that, Takumi turned to Min Seok, pointing at Trang Han with excitement. "Hey Min Seok, mind if I test this kid out a bit?" Min Seok was a bit surprised. Huh? After a moment, he chuckled. "Well, you should be asking him, not me." Trang Han, are you up for it? Upon receiving the offer, Trang Han thought seriously, resting his chin on his hand. Takumi Minamino? I've never heard that name. That means in my timeline, he wasn't on the national team anymore. His stats must be incredibly high. With that thought, Trang Han immediately used his analysis skill on Takumi. Instantly, information about Takumi's abilities appeared before his eyes. Skill. Rapid fire. A rank. Significantly reduces the delay between projectile launches, allowing nearly 2 projectiles to be fired at once with each launch. Weak point focus. S rank. Hitting the same spot twice will guarantee the destruction of the targeted area. Acceleration. A rank. Increases agility, granting the ability to accelerate up to 3 times faster. Physical attributes. Strength. 8.3. Reflexes. 9.3. Agility, 9.6. Stamina, 97.6. Recovery, 6.6. Mana, 8.3. After reading it all, a sly grin spread across Trang Han's face. The most impressive and aggressive ranged fighter in Japan. I can't believe an opportunity like this fell into my lap. Without any further hesitation, he quickly accepted Takumi's offer. A test? Fine then. Let's do it. He's got some nerve. A look of amusement was clear on his face. Takumi had a newfound respect for the man before him. That's not the only thing I've got, Trang Han replied, his eyes holding a resolve just as strong as Takumi's. Sparks seemed to fly between the two intensely clashing opponents, causing Min Seok, who had been witnessing it all, to just clutch his head in exasperation. The scene changes. On a TV screen, the results of the recent match between the Korean and Japanese national teams are displayed. Crete. Asian Games Hunter Tournament. The score is 2-1. A middle-aged man sitting in the room offered his assessment. Next to him stood another person. I thought we had closed the gap, but I was wrong. Is this a huge improvement? We managed to get at least 3 eliminations. It was a razor-thin loss. A young man sitting opposite him spoke up, trying to ease the tense atmosphere following the match's result. Razor-thin? The middle-aged man repeated doubtfully, his voice laced with anger. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to overcome that razor-thin margin? He roared. We gave you our best, Kang Yoon-hyuk, and all he got in return was humiliation. If this continues, none of our players will be sent to compete for the national team anymore. Remember that. With that said, he stood up from his chair and stormed off in a rage, leaving behind only a single humph. The young man meekly and hesitantly said, "Gee, goodbye." Only 2 people were left in the room, neither knowing what to say next. The young man was the first to speak, his face full of worry. So, Director Lee, I heard you've been scouting the 2nd and 3rd leagues. Did you find any promising talent in LTD's lower-ranked teams? Jin Hanan slowly sat down in the chair. He said leisurely, "Promising talent? An image of Yoon Han-jun flashed in his mind, standing tall, surrounded by a flow of yellow energy. He was controlling swords that were levitating in the air. He thought to himself, yes, but they aren't LTD players. The image of Han-jun in his memory was of him practicing his control ability, one hand held forward, enveloped by a stream of purple energy. Yoon Han-jun, was it? If we could get him and that kid with the gravity control as a pair, we could use them as occasional WCs, even in the 1st league or as the next generation's hunter champion. Lee Tae-heon. Atop a tall building with the words "Our Hospital," a faint figure could be seen standing. The person easily affected a stone on the ground, then looked at the victory score of his country's team. Jin Han pondered more seriously. Perhaps what this country needs right now is someone like Lee Tae-heon. After finishing his thought, he let out another sigh. What am I thinking? They're just kids from the 3rd league. I'm getting my hopes up too much. Jin Hanan's face was filled with helplessness. Trung-han, Takumi, and Min-seok stood together in the match preparation room. Takumi was warming up, getting ready for the fight. Min-seok stood behind him, arms crossed, looking at him and sighing to himself. Oh, for heaven's sake. Takumi's at it again. He recalled a time before, when they were a team, having fun together in the stands. He's exactly the same as when we were on the international team together. That thought circled in Min-seok's mind. He's a little too intense. He calls it a test. But really, he just loves to fight. Meanwhile, Takumi was getting more and more hyped for the match. Before the match, he cracked a smile. Min-seok walked up and clapped Takumi on the shoulder, reminding him, "Go easy on him, okay?" Taku waved his hand dismissively in response. Yeah, I know. He's a 3rd-rank player from the Korean League." He turned to look at him with a smile and replied, "I won't do anything excessive, don't worry." The 2 of them stood there, laughing and talking, and this caught Jang Han's eye. Seeing this, he also smirked, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. When Taku Mim saw it, he spoke up mockingly, "What's so funny?" Min-seok could only manage a wry smile at their attitudes, thinking, haha, they're both a real handful. A moment later, in the combat zone, a spacious area with winding curves, there were also many walls and wormholes above. At the entrance gate, Taku Mim, holding his weapon, gradually emerged from a wormhole. He stepped out, holding 2 bows in his hands. Taku Mim looked ahead and thought to himself, an empty plaza. Taku Mim scanned the arena. He wondered with great curiosity, why did he choose this arena? He thought about the arena's mechanics. This was a unique arena with a wormhole mechanic, and because it had so many unpredictable elements, it was rarely seen in the Hunter League. A second later, he also stepped forward. Taku Mim still didn't get it. Is he trying to eliminate me by choosing an uncommon map? A moment later, another portal began to reveal Jang Han's silhouette. He stepped out, his expression serious as he analyzed his opponent. It's rare for 2 ranged fighters to face off in a one-on-one match. He recalled the reason for this was that ranged fighters usually stay in the back, focusing on the enemy's front line. Jang Han raised his gun and cocked his weapon, thinking, but even so. He smiled, his face full of confidence as he thought, I've never lost to another ranged fighter. A second later, Jang Han activated his supervision skill. His eyes quickly turned red. Instantly, he pinpointed Taku Mim's location. Jang Han thought confidently, I remember every single wormhole on this map, where they are and where they lead. Which means, as long as I know where my opponent is. He raised his gun, quickly, brought the sights to his eye, and pulled the trigger. I can shoot them from anywhere. A bullet flew out, whistling into one of the wormholes. A second later, it shot out of that wormhole, then immediately zipped into another and continued flying into yet another one. In an instant, the bullet had passed through the last wormhole, right where Taku Mim was standing. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his head. Taku Mim's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the bullet, and he immediately used his acceleration skill to dodge it. Taku Mim lunged backward, dropping to one knee and gritting his teeth in anger. The bullet. shot straight into the wall, punching a hole through it. Takumim glanced over at it, thinking, he shot me through a wormhole. The bullet had left a small gash on his left arm. Takumim thought, if I had been just a little slower. Jang Han looked through the wormhole, his expression a bit contemplative. Jang Han was slightly disappointed that the bullet didn't hit Takumim directly. It seems the bullet's trajectory shifted slightly due to the wormhole's vibrations. Takumim quickly took cover behind a wall, looking at the wormhole and speculating, I don't know how he found my position, but he definitely knew exactly where I was when he fired that shot. He scoffed, thinking confidently to himself, trying to shoot me through a wormhole? For a kid from the 3rd League, that's pretty impressive. But instantly, he raised his weapon, preparing to fire. Takumim thought with amusement, this is getting interesting. Takumim used the skills Rapid Fire and Focus on Weak Point, then raised his bow, aimed at a wall, and fired. A second later, it was blown apart. He smiled slyly, thinking, but once all the walls come down and it's just the two of us left, it's game over. After that, he proceeded to shatter the next walls. The entire arena was filled with thick smoke. Jang Han moved quickly to the walls. Near him, he suddenly realized the wall in front of him. That sound? Jang Han immediately used supervision to observe, thinking to himself, he's destroying the walls from a spot the wormholes can't reach. Jang Han got into a fighting stance and began to calculate seriously. The difference in our stats is pretty significant. He's probably destroying the walls because he then let out a confident smile. He thinks he'll crush me in a direct confrontation. How cute. Over in the observation area, Min-seok was witnessing the entire battle on the screen, unable to hide his surprise. Min-seok stood in front of the screen, arms crossed, thinking, I didn't expect Jang Han to be the one to strike first. Recalling the previous attack, he wondered, using a wormhole to shoot an opponent? As Min-seok was watching, another person pushed the door open and walked in, asking, huh? He raised his hand in greeting, Min-seok, long time no see. This was the Korean national hunter, Jin Gung-tae. Hearing that, he turned with a smile and said, oh, Gung-tae. Yeah, today's match was a real shame. Gung-tae scratched his head and replied, we were so close. He then looked up at the screen and asked curiously, is that Takumim from today's match? Staring intently at the screen, Min-seok replied, yeah. Gung-tae pointed up and asked, who's fighting him? His expression turned serious as he answered, a rising star I've had my eye on. He's doing better than I thought. Gung-tae turned, confused, and asked again, a rising star? On the screen, Jang Han's face appeared. Then I asked him about you, and he said, that kid? How come I've never heard of him? Min-seok replied bluntly, no. He's a professional hunter. He just debuted this season in the 3rd League. Hearing this, Gung-tae was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, what? The 3rd League? Then he started to comment, well, it looks pretty intense, a one-on-one duel with Takumi. The result is already obvious. After that, he stopped paying attention to the match and turned to chide Min-seok. But let's put that aside for a moment. Why didn't you stop by to see us? A lot of people wanted to see you. Gung-tae kept talking, while Min-seok just focused on watching the match. He reached out and continued, if you had come before the match, it would have been a huge morale boost for the team. Hearing this, Min-seok remained silent, his eyes still glued to the screen. Seeing this, Gung-tae frowned, annoyed by his attitude. He immediately stepped up and blocked his view, calling out, Min-seok. Min-seok glanced at him and replied in a stern voice, move. Min-seok grew even more irritated, saying through gritted teeth, this match is more important than your little chat. Seeing this, Gung-tae's face was a mask of pure shock. He replied, come on, are you serious? Then he turned back to the screen and said, it's over anyway. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene on the screen made him gasp. Huh? With a clang, Takumi's weapon lay scattered on the ground. And as for Takumi, he was already face down on the ground, completely defeated. Jang Hyun stood there, a confident, victorious smile on his face. Back in the room, the two of them stared at the screen as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Back to the fight. The walls in every direction were blasted apart, all of them destroyed, and the one who fired the shots was Takumi. He watched the rubble falling. He thought seriously, all the walls have collapsed. Takumi raised his weapon, thinking, but he's still unshaken. He raised his bow, but then Takumi leaned back, aiming his two weapons straight at the wall. He was confident that this was as far as his opponent could go. A brilliant arrow of light appeared on his weapon, and in an instant, it shot off in two different directions. The two arrows split off but converged on a single point, aiming for Jang Hyun. He looked up, saw them coming, and just smiled before quickly. Jang Hyun easily dodged both arrows. Seeing this, Takumi thought in shock. He dodged it? Must be luck. He then ducked behind a nearby rock, assuming his ambush had failed. But time is still on my side. He stared intently at the wormhole and formulated a plan. I'll destroy the nearby wormhole, and then move on to the next attack. But before he could finish his calculation, Jang Hae-on opened fire, his bullets flying straight into the wormhole. Then, they emerged from another one. Just like that, bullets were flying all over the sky. Takumi looked up. Seeing it, he thought in surprise. A barrage. Suddenly, the bullets changed direction. Takumi realized their trajectory was being altered by the wormholes. But by then, the bullets were right in front of him. Takumi's face went pale as he thought, I can't. A second later, the other bullets converged. Takumi managed to stand and dodge, then quickly activated his shield. The force of the bullets created numerous cracks in the shield. A few seconds later, the shield shattered. He was stunned. He thought, my shield. Before he could even recover, 3 bullets were hurtling toward Takumi. From behind him, Takumi glanced back, thinking in surprise. He quickly turned around, thinking, a delayed attack? The bullets closed in too fast for Takumi to dodge. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. The 3 bullets struck him. A loud thud echoed. Jang Hae-on walked step by step toward Takumi, remembering himself from his past life. I get asked this question a lot. An interviewer held a mic close and asked him, Jang Hae-on, in your opinion, what's the key to becoming a great player? He calmly answered, experience. Jang Hae-on arrived in front of Takumi, who was collapsed on the ground. In the past, he had smiled at the reporter's question and quickly replied, specifically, the experience of winning. He stood proudly over the fallen Takumi, gun in hand, a confident smirk on his face. Beside him, a notification screen appeared. Jang Hae-on wins. A moment later, Min-seok opened the door, looking a bit rushed, and hurriedly asked, hey, what happened? Inside the room, Takumi was sitting calmly in a chair, rewatching the match on the screen. He watched the scene where Jang Hae-on took aim, then smiled and replied with a hint of excitement. You've unleashed a monster. That's what happened. Hearing this, Min-seok's eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, so that means he actually beat Takumi with skill, not just luck? Takumi turned back, smiled, and said to Min-seok, I don't know when he'll enter the international scene, but when he does, his fanbase will probably be on par with Yoo-hyun's. Min-seok couldn't help but be surprised by what Takumi had just said. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sink was on, the sound of gushing water filling the air. Jang Hae-on had just finished his shower. He was tired from the long day, his hair dripping with water. He stepped out of the bathroom and thought to himself with a sigh. Yesterday's match was really interesting. Jang Hae-on recalled the grand scene of Takumi destroying the walls, a long-range fighter with enough firepower to destroy walls. Jang Hae-on picked up a towel and started drying his hair. He smiled, but I never once doubted my own victory. He remembered his past life. After all, back when things got tough, I was the one who. In a one-on-one duel, despite losing, Takumi cheerfully offered a handshake, and his opponent seemed satisfied. Suddenly, a voice called out as his friend asked, Hey, Jang-hoon. 2 people sitting on the sofa stared at him in amazement. Dojun pointed at the TV and added, What the hell did you do yesterday? How did you end up on the news? The TV was also broadcasting. In a recent interview, Japan's top long-range fighter, Minamino Takumi, is drawing attention for expressing great expectations for a Korean player. Confused, Jang-hoon turned to look. On the screen was a picture of him. The Korean player in question is Lee Jang-hoon, who is currently competing in the 3rd Division League. He turned back and replied, Oh, that? I went to see a match with Min-seok. Dojun pressed him. Huh, a match with Min-seok? Since when were you 2 so close? Hanan also chimed in, looking at him. So, you really fought Takumi yesterday? Dojun excitedly asked for details. Did you get his autograph? Jang-hoon glanced at the screen, crossed his arms, and replied, I beat him in a solo match. Hearing this, Dojun couldn't believe it and shouted, What? Jang-hoon just smiled and thought to himself, that reaction is pretty amusing. He recalled the fight and analyzed it. Even though it was a walk in the park for me, on paper, Takumi's physical stats and skills are way higher than mine, Jang-hoon thought confidently. But in a real fight, I had the upper hand. I've been in this game long enough to have every single map memorized, down to the smallest detail. How could I possibly lose? Still, he mused, if my reaction time had been just a little slower, the result could have been different. Just then, Haenon shot up from his seat, cutting off his train of thought. I knew it. I knew it from the very beginning. His eyes were glowing with pure adoration as he looked at Jang-hoon. We just need to follow Jang-hoon's lead. Jang-hoon could only think, are his eyes always that sparkly? Meanwhile, Dojun put both hands to his head and whined, You should have taken me with you if you were going to meet Takumi. He flailed his arms around, adding, I would have gone / with my sword and we could have beaten him together. Seeing this, Jong-hoon lightly chopped Dojun on the head and said, Cut it out, you idiot. Dojun clutched his head and yelped, Ow. Jong-hoon casually leaned back onto the sofa, thinking, that might have been possible back in Dojun's prime, but right now, he wouldn't stand a chance. He glanced down at a system notification that had appeared for his skill, Hypervision. Looks like the skill finally leveled up. His eyes immediately put it to the test. My hypervision ranked up, probably because I pushed it to its limit during the fight with Takumi. The system continued to display the skill's description, distinguishes a target's essence, identifies their innate abilities, and allows you to view a hunter's stats and maximum potential. Trajectory analysis allows you to track the path of enemy projectiles. He thought with a smug satisfaction, exactly what I needed. Jong-hoon broke into a wide grin, realizing this was the perfect ability for training his teammates. Time to get to work. The next day, in the strategy room, Jeonu questioned him. You said ranked matches? Inside the room, Jang-hoon answered bluntly, Yes, that's the plan I've set for the team. He continued, Coach, what do you think of the team's current situation? Hearing this, the coach looked a little surprised. Jeonu replied hesitantly, Well, we were knocked out of the season, but we finished with a win, so we have good momentum. I think we'll be fine if we just keep on as we have been. We don't have many strategies, but we've established a solid condition for victory. Jeonu continued, and it feels like the team has more energy than last season. But before he could finish his sentence, Jong-hoon crossed his arms. He shook his head, cutting him off. You're not entirely wrong. His gaze was firm as he replied, but that's not enough.